battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary under siege, time to show our mettle. Coolie crew and DFC, we the chosen few. Fight of the night, Thursday night, that's what we do. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring a fight of the night. We ain't backing down, together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring a fight of the night. We ain't backing down, together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight, assemble your might, we ready to fight. Diablo's domain, we bring the pain, it's a birthright. No fear, no retreat, we stay tall and strong in this war zone. We belong, we gon' rule long. No more battle, sanctuary under siege, Coolie crew and DFC, we bring the fight of the night. We ain't backing down, together we rise, conquer the crown.
Oh shit! Well, would you look at this place? Welcome to the brand new arena, El Coliseo, if you will. Thanks to the generous donations of Muchez, Silent Balloon, Inso, in-game donations to Solus, so many others. We were able to take all of those proceeds and buy a big enough arena for Lamp to teleport around in.
I can't even sit down to poop because my hog touches the water, aka the DFC champion of the world.
Don't worry, Toeshank, we've got an upgraded shithouse right around. It's kind of, there's stairs right behind me there. Just take that thing, drops right down. I'd be impressed if you touched the bottom of that one. But we finally, by the way, bro, big cheers to you. Thank you so much. We've got the chalice here. Really appreciate those 10 Canadian coins, man, to start us up strong. You see, we've got finally an arena big enough to encourage Lamp to CT teleport around in. And with all of the proceeds, one of the first things that we did was we banned Lamp from said arena. There's none. No Lamp specifically. You could have Blizzorks. We could have Doom in the back there. But I think it's only appropriate. Just makes sense. This no, this didn't have anything to do with the donors or anything. Let's see if we got Bill hooking up the space age technology in the amphitheater of violence. Bill! Bill! Bring in the card! Show it to him! Yeah, the curtains and shit! Alright guys, well, here we are. Welcome to the amphitheater of digital violence. This is quite the card, man. We've got a lot of people back today. Alright, we've got Toeshank recovering from the injury in training camp. aka the vid. Didn't take him long, man. He beats it down like he beats down most of his opponents, and hopefully we get to see some Dazer versus Toeshank in the arena tonight. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be epic. I can imagine that one's going to go long. All right? We're going to be here. We're going to be here a bit. But that's what you would expect at the top of the top, man. And speaking of the top, we've got Krieger versus Shipendi making a return. A triumphant one, we shall see. No one has an answer quite yet to the champion of death, the death user himself. The very controversial, much hated, but also much feared champion in Krieger. No one has yet to muster the toxic masculinity to beat him. We're going to see if that'll change tonight. We've also have some savage matchups with Foozer, Serenity, and oh, somebody else is back. Somebody else is back, man. Play him the theme, Bill. Play him the theme. Yeah, do it. Just give it to him. We've got...
Dazer is finding the game, now we fire it up in 10 minutes, Dilda.
Fuck yeah, man. About ready to throw down with this. We've got also... Big cheers to you. Holy shit, Toeshank, you're too kind, man. We've also got Maddie L. King, a.k.a. Maddie the King. This guy returns triumphantly to go up against the Lamp, the Sin Killer, on the Cult Sorceress, but does he have what it takes to take down an absolute legend? It'd be a shame if we had both the Canadian twins to tear up the card. That would... I don't know if the DFC is ready for such juckfuckery, are we? Well, lo and behold, we've got Mr. Joby Sucks right down here. He also showed up. He's going to try to take on Fulio tonight. Two of the terrors from above the border. Gonna take down. Hopefully, they're planning on it. But the DFC has changed quite a bit since these guys decided to step into it. We're going to see if they have what it takes. I think that's it for who's back, right? I don't think there's any new names. I think that's just about it. Right? Is there anybody... Am I missing anybody? I don't think so, man. I think that's... Oh, shit! You're damn straight, man. You best believe it. We've got Mr. CJ himself jamming back on the Zon. Now, some would say he has a little bit of advantage here. This is going to be actually a tough matchup for Jammy Jams. It's going to be Drew v. Zon. Curious to see which one CJ brings to the table, but we're all happy to see him back in the DFC, man. I really can't wait to see this. This guy's going to tear it up. An absolute legend, and one could say a trendsetter on that Zon, and here he is. He's back, man. We're going to see if he's got a little bit of that ring rust. We're going to see if he's shaped up, ready to go, if he's got his reps in the arena. Most importantly, if he's got what it takes to take down an absolute legend in Jammy Jams. Can't wait to figure it out, man. We're going to find out here tonight. Are you guys fucking ready? Because I am. Let's head over to... Hold on. We need to go get a little... We need to go to the watering hole. All right? We need to get ready for this jug fuckery. If you don't mind, just real quick. We don't spend too much time in here, but I think it's important that we go. Come on in. Come on in. Lamp is, well, it's kind of sitting off screen a little bit over there. He is allowed. Still asking him to show proof if he's deleted his Blizzer. Not really sure if he has, but regardless, we just served him up. Hot toddy is what he asked for. We don't have that shit. You come in here. We've got wine. If you want something else, bring it yourself. What kind of fucking tavern do you think this is? Come in here ready to go. That's what we do. These guys are ready to kick ass. Grab a drink, have a seat. Let's get ready. Let's get ready for some digital violence today, shall we? If anybody brings a Blizzard Sork in here, just let Tyrael know. He's kind of watching. I'd hate for him to break the glass again through there, but I've seen him fucking do it. I've seen him do it. So just let him know. Yeah, he only gets violent if you are a Blizzard. So just keep that in mind. That being said, man, let's check it out. Let's get down to brass tacks today. Tip one back. Big cheers to you guys for being here early. Let's kick some ass. We're gonna have to pour out another one early, man. All right, these guys are about ready to throw down, I guess. I see Toeshank streaming. Let's pop into this. Let's see if I can get this popped out here. These guys are about ready to throw down already. We're gonna get the championship bout. You might be able to hear it in the background there. Don't worry about that. We'll get it all situated and ready to go. Oh, and here it is. Here it is, baby. Man, I love it when the duels just start right up. When the digital violence commences from the start. I'm gonna have to pour another one out for this one. I can tell. By the way, what's up, guys? Toeshank, thanks again so much, man. Really appreciate that generosity right at the height of the stream. And these guys about ready to throw down. You can see this is a little bit of a swap up here for this matchup this week. We're used to seeing Dazer on the Sin, but this week Toeshank is hoping to show him up. Starting up on the Champions Advantage server over here. He's hoping to show him up. We've got what kind of name is this? Dazer's got a rather interesting character name. Getting around all of the ban-worthy names that you can't make with a good old trick from LOD. It just so happens that a lowercase L and an uppercase I look the same in-game, and this guy is really putting those tricks right to use here with his character name. It's going to be great. Gonna be great. You can tell that a man with such juck fuckery to get around the rules may have something up his sleeve. Some would call it cheese. Others would call it pure strategy. We're gonna see what it shakes out to be. Yeah, Muchez says, regarding the CJ versus Jammy Jams matchup, Drew is free. You see, I didn't necessarily like seeing it, but I think it's going to be one of those duels where if we see Jammy Jam so much as take a round, that's going to be as good as a win in my book, man. We're not used to seeing Jammy Jams on a Druid either. It's going to be quite a matchup, that's for sure. Poor Jammy Jams probably feels like we're feeding him to the wolves. However, it's a big opportunity. Can you imagine? The whole roof is coming off that arena if Jammy Jams takes that. Yeah, by the way, what's up, Red Rum? What's up, Nightfall? Constable Odin, what's up, my guys? Bonkai, holy shit. Got the whole crew here, Primo! Man. We get it going. I hope you guys like the new Colisée de Violencia that we have. It's unfortunately you need Bill back there pulling the curtain strings, whatever the fuck he does. I told him we ain't paying him 15 forum gold a day for that shit till we figure out his worth. What up, Green Lungs? How's it going, man? Can't wait to see you throw down tonight. The legendary Green Lungs in the chat. This guy's got a matchup tonight in the Melee Division. All of these guys looking to really prepare, work their way up the chain, and kick some ass. Someone's got to do it. Me and Bonkai about to go. Oh, shit. Y'all are going for melee? All right, yeah, let's jam it. It looks like these guys are still pulling and getting ready. We might have time to swap over. Might have time to swap and check it out. I see Bonkai live here. Bonkai is on the Zon versus Darius on the Drew. A little bit of frame drops here. I'm just going to give it a little bit of time, see if that fixes itself. We might be viewing this in 1 frame per hour. But as you can see, these guys are going toe-to-toe. And bam, down goes Bonkai, stepping into the melee scene. 1 frame per hour, guys. We'll get the update. Just give it time. Right now, we see... Whoa, I don't know if BattleNet's ready for this. Naked Zon here. Yo, Darius, do you have a stream up by chance, brother? This might be a little rough for us. This might be a little rough. Oh, maybe it fixed itself. Here we go. Oh, right in time for the action. Bonkai, all right, going in. This might be a little better. Bonkai on the Zon. Now, the Zon is allowed to do a little bit of juck fuckery prior to the start of the duel. That one was very close. One of the only classes allowed a bit of juck fuckery prior to the start of a duel. What they do is they cast that inner sight to lower their opponent's defense. Now, one might figure that in a format where defense and attack rating really comes into play and is really so important, that such a thing might be so overpowered. But Darius, so far, showing that he's got what it takes to absolutely shut down such juck fuckery. But yeah, we're still getting a little bit of frame drops here. I think Oh, it could be. Look at this. Bonkai just lagging right out. I think Darius is going to fire it up. Here it is. I think this might be a little better. Oh, that's way better. That's way better. Thank you, Darius. Appreciate that, man. This is going to look way better. Ooh, look at this. Beautiful, legendary mallet this guy's got. 470% enhanced damage. That is wild. I think that's a perfect roll on Cruel Masters. No, it's not. Cruel Masters perfect would be 450 plus the yeah. That's insane. This guy ain't fucking around here today. He didn't come here to fuck around. Look at this. What's up, Jin Shin? All right, GG. These guys are off to a solid start with Darius absolutely throwing down here versus Bonkai. Bonkai is still making a pretty impressive return to the melee division. All of these matches have been relatively close, with maybe the exception of that one right there. Hard to tell with some of those in the early rounds, though, with the 1 frame per hour limit. But man, these are off to a even Bonkai's like, sheesh, holy shit. I wouldn't be surprised if Bonkai makes some swaps here, tries something different. Right now, he's going up against a Druid with absolutely asinine damage on that one hand, and probably the attack speed frames to match. But he is getting some big hits in here. Bonkai finally working him down. And there it is. Bonkai getting in there, hoping to turn this around now in the melee division. I'm going to check over with Dazer and Toeshank, see if these guys have started up, and possibly we can swap back and forth between these duels in the melee division and at the top of the heat here. A little bit of Jack Feckery. Hold on one moment. All right, there we go. And here we go, man. Looks like these guys are getting ready. Getting ready to jam it. They ain't messing around here today. We might swap back and forth here between Bonkai and Darius, along with Dazer and Toeshank. These guys still gearing up. All right, these guys still... There's this chat PK. Are we still in the chat PK? Hold up. Waiting for G-Slow. Yeah, no worries. No worries. All right, here we go. Holy shit. All right, now it's 6-1. So what we just tuned into is at the end of another close duel here between Darius and Bonkai. And it's now 6-1 in favor of Darius, the absolute legend. And you can tell this guy his gear, his setup. He certainly knows what's going on. It's very rare that you see someone so prepared on the Fury Druid, especially after the recent rule changes regarding Fortitude, right? A lot of them had to swap over to some rare, maybe even magic armors with the 2 open socket, E-rep, and massive enhanced defense. And now you can see it. Oh, look at this. Yeah, that's beautiful. It's Kraken Shell as well. 189 enhanced defense, 40 base life on this too. E-rep with 2 sockets, 2 40-15s in it. That is a beautiful melee armor. Yeah, this guy is ready. This guy came to duel here today. He's still got that inherent inner sight on him, which is lowering his defense. Curious to see what that actually is at the end of it and how much that actually affects him. But we're going to see here. Oh, yeah, wow. 1,669 is all he's got left. He's got the Oak Sage out. That Oak Sage trying to dodge these hits. Doing a good job of staying out of the fray for right now. Big hits early on from Bonkai. Can he get there again? Very close. And there it is, man. Bonkai gets there, still hoping to turn this around. He's got quite the hill to climb. It's now 7-2 in favor of Darius, the absolutely decked out Fury Druid. This guy's stunting. This guy putting on a show here. But a melee match isn't over till it's over, man. It's all in the RNG. We saw this. We saw a very close duel, actually, between Toeshank and the current champ of the DFC in Krieger. And you could tell it just came right down to the RNG, just like that, man. And sometimes the RNG is heavily in your favor. It's now 8-2 in favor of Darius, the melee legend. Tough matchup for Bonkai coming back into melee. Zon's technically in a pretty good spot. They can use, I believe, Fortitude under DFC rules. But it doesn't look like Bonkai has done that. Boom, and another big RNG roll for Darius. This guy barely getting touched in that one right there. Now 9-2. So close. Very close. Yeah, this is insane. Heavy hitter from both of these guys. We've seen Bonkai do it, but now he's in trouble early on, and there it is. GG's. The absolutely savage, decked out, one of the sexiest, I gotta say, one of the sexiest Fury Druids we've seen in a very long time. This guy throwing down. Beautiful hammer right there. 2010s with massive stats on them, a beautiful melee ring. Perfect in every way that matters is that belt. And Storm Shield. Not a perfect roll on that, but some beautiful shit in it. And then we've got 45 life shapeshifters. Some FHR charms in the inventory to balance things out. Perfect PvP Annie. And 3 1920s across the board. Holy shit, man. He also has the G face. Gotta love seeing that, man. It's just a savage setup. Maybe we could go into trade and see what Bonkai was rocking. I think there's a lot of people who are curious about what Zons actually wear in melee. We don't actually see a lot of them. Maybe we could kick over to Bonkai. Hopefully we don't get the one frame per hour here. Maybe we could check out what's going on. We may or may not. We're gonna see. He's got some beautiful javelins here. I can see it's a rare armor, it looks like, but definitely not an E-rep one. I'm gonna guess he probably has oh, here it is. Nice melee ring, man, with strength, min damage, AR, life. I gotta say, if you're not gonna have a crafted one, that is actually pretty beautiful. It's a very nice ring to have. Technical 6-pointer, really. But when you consider that it's more for melee, that would, well, I guess it's good on melee and potentially a boa's on. That's actually a really nice ring. Yeah, beautiful ring. Oh man, well, he showed it off. We get to see the ring. I'm gonna guess most of the other gear there is probably the Viso helm is what I would guess he probably needed for that. He was certainly gonna need for it. These guys still clearing the more. Holy shit! What is going on here? By the way, big virtual round of applause for Darius there. Dominant performance with that Druid. And a welcome back to Bonkai. Tough opponent, man. Very tough opponent. I think in a matchup like Melee, where it really comes down to gear, it comes down to two things. It comes down to the power of the gear that you have, but also it comes down to knowing how to set up for the matchup, right? Which that one right there, Darius is an obvious legend. in the Melee community, and that guy is going to know that matchup front and back, man. He's going to know everything about it, and he certainly put Bankai to the test. I'm telling you, it was a rough matchup for Bankai coming back, but Bankai is a legend in and of his own right. Hopefully we see him back in the Melee arena. We need somebody with the fortitude to take down the champion. By the way, what's up, CJ? Good to see you, man. A lot of people happy to see you on the card tonight, including myself. Can't wait, brother. Here's the thing. I would be interested in banning death. I'll be completely honest with you. Here's the problem we run into. And if you come up with a solution for it, then I think this would be great. We need an item to replace death, to make Melee approachable for people that don't have, you know, thousands of dollars to dump on the format. We need an item as powerful that can compete. And we need some sort of adjustment to encourage new players to get into Melee. As it stands right now, Melee is in an interesting spot. I would say, with all of those things in mind, a relatively balanced one, even with Death. Death is certainly powerful. Combined with the right gear, it can certainly keep you at the top. Perhaps, though, the thought has crossed my mind of this. We don't make any rule changes on stream anymore, right? Unless we've had a lot of rocket fuel. However, the thought has crossed my mind of banning death in championship bouts. Think about it. It might be the best of both. Is Maul allowed in Melee? Technically not, but I don't see why it shouldn't be. I guess I should say I don't really know a lot about Maul because I haven't used shape-shifting druids a lot in this game. Does it do elemental damage, or is it like always hit or something? Ban Death on Din versus Wolf at least. Ban Death, allow Fort, easy fix. More testing needed. If it works, it works. But then if you have the Fortitude, we've already seen that Fortitude encourages less diversity. But I guess so does Death. You can't really use Death on a Barb. You just don't have the IAS frames for it. You don't have the IAS spots for it. Yeah, it's tough. Are they pulling or painting the Moor? Hard to tell, man. The Moor needed a little bit more blue in it. Too much green out there. I think these guys are in the chat PK phase right now, where they are, where they're really trying to get into the mind of their opponent. Dazer is working himself up. He's giving himself the pep talk right now, knowing that he's got a champion to go up against. And a dominant one at that. Toeshank is very familiar with the assassin class. He's very familiar with the aggro. He's very familiar with this matchup in particular. But we haven't seen Dazer on the Necro a lot, right? Is this one of the first times we've seen him bust out? I believe it is. I think this is one of the first times we've seen him bust out the Necro, especially in a title bout. So we're going to see if he has what it takes. His CT skills are certainly looking great here early on. And now we've got Toeshank approaching here. He's going to test out how good his opponent is at landing those spears at close range, as we always say. As we always say, spears win fights. Toeshank letting his opponent know he's just taking the refill and trying to get it off of the map right now. He's already at 100%, looking good. Barely touched. Now Toeshank keeping his distance a little bit. Something tells me, though, he's going to end up closing the distance here randomly. He's going to keep testing how good Dazer is at launching spears at close range. As you can see right here, it seems to be something that that Dazer isn't necessarily as used to on the Necro yet. Is like looking for those spear hits right away. It could be. It's hard to tell if he's got spear on right click as well. It looks like he's doing it from left click, which that could explain the lack of translation between the Sin, his amazing Sin skills, and his ability so far that you've seen of just kind of like a little late getting the name lock when Toeshank comes in. And that's because you go from having, you know, your Mind Blast on right click, which is oftentimes where you're looking to click to get the name lock, to doing it on left click, which is hard to explain, but it's definitely taxing on the brain to do that. Big hits there from Toeshank, starting off the damage. The first blood in this matchup here, achieved by Toeshank. It looked like with possibly a Fire Blast at close range. Beautiful chain by Toeshank. This guy's just constantly on you. This guy ain't dicking around, man. We can see that much. Didn't come here to mess around. Some long-range bone spirits from Dazer. Let's cut over to Toeshank and see how this looks from his end. Chasing constant pressure with the Sin here. Both of these guys, absolute CT casting pros. The movement skills between both of these guys, no matter what class they're on, is top tier. Oh yeah, they hostile, man. But it does look like Dazer has landed some shots on Toeshank. It's hard to tell exactly where they've come from, but we'll get a better idea of it now. Seeing this from the toe cam, we're gonna see if these are often bone spirits that are hitting him. It looks like he got clocked with something. Whether it was a bone spirit, bone spear, hard to tell. But we're gonna see what is the bigger threat now from Toeshank's point of view. Beautiful shot there from Dazer. Some teeth spam, yeah, it very well could be. Big hits there, nice kicks from Toeshank, closing the distance and wisely getting out. Setting up some CT traps, trying to lead Dazer into them. Dazer likely very familiar with those sorts of traps in this matchup. He's seen it from the other end quite a bit. As we know, Dazer, one of the most savage Sin players in all of DFC history. And this guy now showing off his skills on the Necro. Now, both of these guys have full access to their full arsenal of tricks. Even though it's trap v bone, you'll see a lot of teeth shots from Dazer. That's going to be a good way to clean up the Shadow Master as that comes out. It cleans up the Shadow Master. It also poses constant damage as Toeshank comes in to sort of fight against that rep life a little bit. I would imagine that a lot of these hits haven't come from teeth. I think a lot of them are going to come from, I think that big hit early on must have come from Bone Spirit or something. We've seen teeth hit quite a bit here, but it doesn't do much besides negate the rep life. Toeshank dodging, picking perfect angles there. Just stepping out of the way of those spears, grabbing a name lock and pushing the pressure. Now, the first of these matchups will happen on the Champ server, because if the Champ goes 3-0 in this matchup, if Toeshank does this on the Sin, gets a 3-0 victory, the duel is over. So we're going to give him the best shot to do that, to hopefully make the duel as short as it can be. Now, one would argue that this is actually a beneficial matchup for the Necro. Necro is at slight advantage here. But as it stands right now, so far on the if you're looking at life total as a scorecard, so far Toeshank is up slightly. Oh, is he going? Are they going EU rules? Or are they switching something up? Is he got the clay golem? Yeah. I could see. Honestly, it's not really that big of a shot in this matchup either to the Sin. If the Sin does hit the clay golem, it will slow the attack frames down a bit, but especially in this matchup, usually the Sin will use Fade as a free buff. But in this matchup in particular, it's one of the only ones where Burst of Speed comes into play, and that will usually handle all of the problems with attack speed that the golem will pose, especially. Oh, and here it is. Toeshank not impressed by his performance over here, sitting in corners launching those Bone Spirit trains. Basically chat PKing him, telling him to get good. Might have to institute a map cut here, but we'll see. I mean, this is the. I'm not going to jump on that right away because this is a long range matchup. This is something that oftentimes. Holy shit! Big hits there from Toeshank, and this is likely why the challenger is scared. Oh, Dazer didn't see those traps set up and nearly paid the ultimate price for them. Toeshank just wisely acts like he got caught off surprise, plays the red herring a little bit, just steps down like, oh my gosh, you caught me, I didn't expect that stomp, all to realize that there's a couple of traps waiting right there for Dazer, piecing him up as he stands there looking for the name lock. This is insane, right back and forth already between these two. Chat PK and everything, what more could we ask for? Yeah, absolutely insane Sin play here at all levels, man. On the defense, on the offense, on the literal juckfuckery. Beautiful spears there from Dazer as well. But happily will Toeshank sit there and trade. This guy not afraid, even on the championship level here, you can see he is not afraid at closing the distance, staying there, and even taking some spears to try to get this final amount of damage in. And this guy throwing fire blasts like nobody's business, man. That's what it comes down to. As much as the spears win fights on a Necro, the fire blasts win fights in this matchup. Closing the distance and punishing your foes with fire blasts is a good way to do it. It's a good way to get that added damage in there. There was a rule put in place in the DFC back in the day that you can't completely cheese and stack up fire absorb and lightning absorb. You got to choose one or the other. Specifically for this matchup right here is why it was chosen. If the Sin wants to close the distance and make it exciting, just like that, they should be rewarded for doing so. And there it is. Toeshank gets the first round in this epic title bout between these two right off the bat. Gets zapped by the trap, man. Toeshank was superior Sin play there. Yeah, it's 1-0 right now, Max. Claw block wins. Yeah, claw block is really good, man. G, F, and G. I would say on behalf of both players here that a lot of times it's easy to look at a Necro player and say, oh, what a shit. What an absolute shit player, right? They're sitting back, they're spamming bone spirits, what the shit? I gotta say, so far from Dazer, much compliments to him too. He is spamming the bone spirits as you should on a Necro in this matchup. You're oftentimes not gonna chase a Sin down on a Necro. You're gonna sit back almost like you would with a Druid, waiting for them to come in, and when they do, you're gonna have a bone spirit train waiting for them. But what we've also seen from Dazer is now that he's shaking the rust off a little bit on this Necro, we've seen nasty name blocks. This guy just getting in there and trying to win the fight with spears. It's beautiful, man. By the way, big cheers for the 21 Leroy. As always, Fook Sins ban Necros. Ban all the women in the DFC. All women characters, including the Necro, down. Yeah, we're working on it, man. We got to pass that one through the board of directors. They keep shutting it down. I don't know why. They say it's sexist and doesn't help for the diversity of the divisions, but bro, we're trying. We've got the DFC spokesperson, myself, really trying to push it through. Been trying to push it through for years. But man, perhaps with that support right there, Leroy, I'll let him know that that's also something you're interested in. Brother, big cheers. Thank you so much. 21 months, man. Leroy there from the start. This guy is an absolute legend. just to give you guys the rundown, man, we saw some crazy shit happening. Let's go back to the arena dock, shall we? Just look at these locks from Toeshank. Like, man, here it is from Dazer's perspective, and just imagine how fucking demoralizing this must be when you're sitting there spamming bone spirits, and then you run into a player that just keeps you locked just like this. Look how demoralizing this is. Most players would be felled right there, shitting their pants live, is what would have happened. But luckily, Dazer was able to hold it together and not completely soil his pants through that one. But I gotta tell you, I probably would have. Crazy, man. And we're getting back into it. We're getting back into the round 2 here. Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be. When you're trying to keep the distance, man, and you got somebody that's so good at closing it and keeping it fucking closed, well, that's something you also got to do with your sphincter at that point, because I've seen lesser players completely shit and forget how to CT right live on stream. Just up spear this in, 1-2 leave. Yeah, I think this is a matchup right here where it's man, unless you have a really good angle as the Sin, both characters are really just looking to not get too greedy with exchanges, right? So the Necro, I think that's some good advice with spears, just 1-2 leave. You don't want to kick around too much. The longer you kick around, the more time the Sin has had to set up traps and to potentially get a name lock, get a chain, start hitting with that fire blast. Beautiful, beautiful reaction time from Toeshank right there. And this is why this guy is the champion. If you make a mistake, this guy is ready for it. Much like Joby, who we'll get to see tonight. If you make a mistake, if you think you're going to get creative by stomping that guy, he's always ready for it, is what it seems. And right there, we just saw Toeshank always ready. Beautiful chains there yet again from Toeshank. Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. Dazer forgot how to CT. He doesn't seem to know how to get out of this. This is fucking wild. He just 75%ed him with that chain. That was a masterclass in chain locking right there from Toeshank, the champion. Yeah, he was panicking, man. I think he done forgot how to CT there. Oh, beautiful spear there. Now he's turning the tables a little bit there, trying to stay at close range and land some spears, but it might be too little too late to engage in a close range battle like that. That could turn deadly very quickly. Beautiful gameplay here so far from Toeshank. An amazing round for him. He does still have that claw block, which he's certainly relying on there, but you hope that it doesn't fail when you start pushing the pressure like that. Because, man, those bone spirits hurt. And so do those bone spears, man. As we can see, you can't take many of those in those exchanges. And that's essentially what the Necro is hoping for when the Sin closes the distance. He's hoping that some of those bone spears land and they don't get weapon blocked. Toeshank not even interested in trying the Psychic Hammer here, the Psychic Hammer finish. He's just trying to finish with that chain. Absolutely beautiful Sin play from Toeshank. It doesn't get much better than that. Holy shit, man. Let's check it out again. Let's go back to the arena and just see this. Holy shit. Like, look at this. He's got him pinned down for most of this, and he's just going in, constant pressure. His opponent can't even get away, man. This is just savage. This is actual PvP nightmare fuel for most people. That's the type of shit you join a pub game and people call you a hacker. That's the type of shit. That's what it looks like right there live. Man, oh man, what a savage player is Toeshank. Let's kick over to Dazer. Right now, so far, it's 2-0 in favor of the champion. But can Dazer turn it around? Are we getting some chat, PK? No, dude, quite the opposite. He says, respect where respect is deserved. I'm sure there's also some chat PK going on in there, but you gotta say, man, that was fucking savage. Even Dazer saying, all right, man, yeah, that was good. He says, first time I respect your play. Yep. Oh, man, it's hard not to. It's hard not to. He says, respect where respect is deserved. It's very true, and that's coming from one of the top Sin players in all of D2R. Diablo history right here. One of the best Sin players. And tonight he has chosen the Necro. And I think it's one of those duels where Dazer has the ability to fell probably most people. Most people that would step up against this guy in a pub or a random tournament, he probably has what it takes on a Necro to take him down. But when it comes to Toeshank, you cannot make a mistake. You've always got to be ready. You always have to have the right answer, because I'm telling you, if you take so much as a split second to think about it, that's all the time he needs. It's all the time he needs to grab a nasty chain lock just like this. Look at how it looks. I mean, this is just wild. Closing the distance, and the other thing that's very hard to do when you're the aggressive player here, keeping a chain lock like Toeshank, one of the hardest things to do is know when to stop, right? There's such a give and take when it comes to the teleport chain. You either have to keep chaining, you have to keep teleporting right on top of them and holding down the teleport, or you have to be attacking. And it seems like Toeshank just on command can read his opponent. He just knows when to let off and to start attacking. Beautiful bone spear there from Dazer. Big hits early on, and there's the pressure from Toeshank. And he's so good, even without the chain, of just closing the distance, getting obnoxiously, uncomfortably close to Dazer, just forcing him to have that cursor close, look for that name lock, and get that spear. He's forcing him to do it, and so far, when he's put Dazer to that test, Dazer hasn't been able to capitalize on it and grab that name lock quickly to punish Toeshank for getting in. Big damage here early on from Toeshank. Let's kick over to his screen again, man. He's putting on a clinic on this Sin, but he has caught some damage here from spears, the beautifully placed spears of Dazer. Yeah, I think what Dazer needs to be doing is not be totally afraid, especially early on in the duel, of Toeshank closing the distance if he doesn't have a lot of traps up. What he needs to do is be interested in this exchange. Even right here, this might be a time where he could very well be interested in a close range exchange, because it looks like Toeshank is down low enough where he very well could be one spear, right? Like it could be at that point. So when he closes the distance, I would be curious to see if Dazer is interested in a trade. If Dazer is interested in jamming and slamming and going toe to toe, we're gonna see. Toeshank with that rebow, going in for the kill here. Beautiful spear there from Dazer. See, now he's looking for him. But you see, Toeshank is at this crucial life total right now. The spear, I think, will do somewhere between, depending on what rule set they agreed on and how much points he has into the spears, doesn't even matter. They will do anywhere between 800 and 1200 damage. And there it is, man. A master class put on by Toeshank. Absolutely insane. And still the DFC champion. This guy right here. Virtual round of applause for both players. Wow, man. That was absolutely wild. Both of these guys in the arena just putting on a show tonight, man. Holy fuck. Can you believe it? How do you follow that one up right there? That was a match that easily could have gone on for hours, but thanks to the respect and the absolute savagery of both of these guys, it didn't. Yeah, just absolutely wild, man. This shit is just crazy. It's crazy. Let's get back to the arena. Let's clear the stage for the next opponents. For the next duelers. To get up in there and start kicking some ass. I mean, here it is. This arena cleared out. We got Bill down there raking up the blood all over the moor. The fucking burn marks from Toeshank chasing down Dazer, just burning him with that fire blast. Let me tell you, dude. That place isn't only sun-scorched from being out here in the 120-degree heat. But that shit's got burn marks and blood all over it. Yeah, we've got to clean it up. But luckily, Bill's quick with that shit, man. We're ready to go. We are ready to go. Holy shit. How do you follow that one up, man? What a savage. I say we pour out another one, huh? We're gonna have to take a rest after that. I don't know if I'm mentally ready for more action than that. That was Diablo 2 dueling at its fucking finest. If you are not entertained, then why don't you get out? Door's right over there. Yeah, the shitter might still be open. Toeshank said he was using it before the duel. Don't mind that. There is no flush. It just kind of drops down into some well-like creation. We were sick of the fucking thing getting clogged. Yeah. Well, CJ. We keep that shit under the counter because it's not really for sale, all right? If you want something, we've got a wine. Okay? I don't know, man. I don't know what the difference is. We just bought this place with Mooch's money. And we banned Blizzorks. I didn't check into the fucking one. Just grab one, have a seat. It puts some hair on your chest, you know, as they say. Holy shit, though, man. I don't even know if I'm ready. I gotta unlock the inner Toeshank for this shit, man, because I've got a duel against quite a savage here tonight as well. Let's drink up. Let's get ready. Yeah, we're busting that out later, Max. We gotta get ready. We gotta get dialed in. You guys want to see what's on the line? There's multiple prizes on the line tonight. But this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna give out a couple of them, but I'm gonna show you the #1 performance of the night shit. All right, like we're talking top tier performance of the night, which it's gonna be hard to beat Toeshank at this point. Let me show you what's on the line. All right, let's fire it up. We've got it on the main account. Oh yeah, that's just the casual ladder din right there. We aren't really trying this season. Just PK and nubs and shit. Yeah, don't worry about that. Let me show you what's on the line. I'm gonna start keeping a tally for good fights of the night. Look, I gotta get rid of this shit before I start using it again. This right here, at first you might look at this and be like, wow, what is this? This is absolute savagery, okay? And don't you even think about helling this fucking thing out. Alright? Don't you even think about it. This is a 100% perfect J-mod. 148 base, 30 faster block rate, 20% increased chance of blocking 4 sockets. Okay, it's got a 15 jewel in it. 15 increased attack speed, 15 all res. All matching jewels with 3 light facets in it. A CS Zon's dream. I proudly wore this even on my PVM character, and holy shit, this might actually be the best shield in slot for that build. I'm fully convinced, and here it is. I don't even think the market is ready for this yet. I don't even think the market understands the value of this. Even blue jewels to accentuate the blue shield. This thing is beautiful. Going to the Arena Champion tonight, you put on one of the most impressive performances, and that could be yours, along with, we have some other prizes for people as well. But I just wanted to show off. I just wanted to show off the big one, all right? Also, because of the generous donations of Mooch's, Nightfall, Silent Balloon, a lot of people, man, we've got some good stuff. All right, we've got some good stuff to give away. So don't worry. Just get in there, put on a goddamn show. All right? That's it. Gotta take some notes here of the fights. The fights that we've seen. We've seen Darius versus Bonkai. We've seen Toeshank versus Dazer. Who will we see next is the big question. Grats on the new shield toe, RH says. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, man. It's very rare to see a Sin perform like that, right? A lot of times, people are kind of, you know, let's... Look, if we're gonna have these conversations, let's go back to the tavern. I gotta be real with you guys. All right, look, it's very rare that we see Sin play like that. There are entire communities devoted around Sin players in this game. And if any of them were watching, I hope they had their shitting pants on. Because it's just one of those things. You don't see it often. Jess's performance going to be hard to top. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's really true, man. I mean, we have put on how many events now? This is the DFC 128. This is just the 128th episode of DFC Unlimited. We had seasons of DFC before, and even in all of that time, that might be actually one of the best performances I've ever seen on a Sin. Might be the best one we've ever seen live. That's for goddamn sure. And that's from the days of Bowie and Dazer here as well. Like, he's put on some incredible performances as well, but holy shit, man, when a Sin comes together like that, it just looks splendid. That's the type of performance that makes me not want to ban Sins from the DFC and change my whole opinion about it, man. I don't know. I know I'm talking crazy right now, but it's probably the wine. I don't know how long this shit's been here or what people put in it, but I gotta tell you, man, it's giving me the feels. When a Sin performance like that can give you the feels, you know something's up, man. You know that's how it is. Let's get ready. All right, I gotta be good on a Necro, man. Back to it. XB Dog, my dude. Hey, thank you so much. 20 months. Well, that's a long ways now, Shea. Big cheers to you, man. We got the chalice cheers going straight from the tavern, and we ain't dicking around. Bro, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. He says, Cooley is the DFC GOAT. Fafo. I don't know what that means. Are you calling me fat? Look, I'm only like 20 pounds overweight. For America, that's pretty fucking good. All right. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's huge. We need to get good on the Necro. And it needs to happen fast. I haven't practiced. I don't know what to do. I might need some items. Let's see what we need to do. While we wait for people to fire it up, get into the Discord, show us their screen. Look, take your time. Whenever you're ready, you know? Whenever you're ready to throw down and enact digital violence upon your opponent, just pop in there, share your screen. In case you're new to the DFC, you're wondering, what the hell do I do, man? Like, I've never seen this before. I have no idea. All right, well, let me show you. All right, just in case. Just in case you're like, all right, well, I need some guidance. Let's check it out. All you gotta do is pop into the Discord, right? You should have the DFC Dueler role, so you should be able to see some cool channels like this. DFC Chat, DFC Results, right? Be able to chat with all of your DFC friends up in this. Friends or chat PK targets, whichever you prefer, right? That's where it all goes down. Once you're done with your duel, a lot of times people forget about doing this, all right? Somebody from the duel, you got to go in here and post into the DFC results. Let us know how you did, okay? There is a timer in this right here, as you can see. Slow mo. Oh, you guys can't see that, but it says slow mode is enabled. I'm immune because I'm a DFC champ, but that's it. If you want to be a champion, this is where it all starts. You got to post those results. You can see how most people are doing it here. Tag your opponent, let them know you posted it. Post the score, post the build. Should be able to look at some of these examples right here as, hey, all right, this is how it works. That just lets us know so that we can build up an appropriate matchup for you next time, but also get that tally mark in there if you got yourself a win. If you got yourself a loss too, don't worry about it. It doesn't really matter in the DFC. Losses don't really matter. They don't count against you. The only time that losses are even considered is if somebody in the rankings has exactly the same wins as you, and it has to rank you guys and separate you somehow. It will look at less losses gets put one spot above. Other than that, that's the only time, and that happens very rarely. So losses don't matter. All that matters is getting in there, getting a win. The more reps, the better. So if you lose 4 or 5 times in a row, who gives a shit, man? Just start that winning streak up eventually. That's how it works around here. But then once you're ready to duel, you get into a game, you touch base with your opponent. Hey man, I'm in Jack 1-1. Come on in. I got the blood more cleared. Good map. Let's jam it, right? All you got to do is pop into the join the stream channel. You see me, Broadster, Record up in here. And then just share your screen. Click on that little button right there. Share your screen. Pick your Diablo screen, all right? Not the Pornhub one. Don't need that kind of shit. And then we'll pop over. We'll commentate your duel. That's what enables all of this to go down, man. So that's how to do it. Simple as that. Pop on in. Come join us. You can even mute yourself if you're too shy. You know, you don't have to talk with all of us cool people. That's fine. But that's how to do it, man. That's the rundown. Failure is success training. It's a good way to put it, man. It's a really good way to put it. I like that. All right. So we're going to need some lightning charms, I would imagine. We have some of those. Boost up the light res. We're going up against a VT with Gabriel. I can imagine once he notices how fucking godly we are on the Necro, he's probably going to keep the distance, start doing the FOH, so we got to be ready for that, right? And the way that we're going to get ready for that is be prepared with T-Gods, and we've got to have some lightning charms. So we're going to swap out to those. I think that's good. Other than that, we've got life on the rings, good. We've got the Volcathos, not the SOJs. That's what we're looking for. We've got a life boost on the helm. Do we need that amulet with 29 strength? We might, actually. Yeah, we need it. Yeah, because we're giving up the belt. Yeah, we're looking prim and proper. Prime. Ready to jam. We've even got enough rep life. Oh my god. Look at that beautiful rep life. 30. Is that 37? Holy shit. Dude, I've got a relatively good Necro here. These are charms courtesy of my boy Bushy, dude, just hooking it up. Holy shit. Alright, we're looking good, man. We're looking good. I think I'm ready. I'll prep you, Cools. Alright, yeah, let's jam it. I'm in Jack 1-1 right now. Yeah, let's jam. Let me swap some charms here. Gonna actually treat this with some respect. All right, let's put this here. Let's get this going. No need fire res. Lightning all the way. I'm in perma training? Nah. Dude, Clint is nasty. Clint is one of the nastiest, dude. One of the nastiest Sin players I know. Holy shit!
EWW, what is the boots you have on?
Look, we can't be disclosing that. We can't be... Look, don't worry about that.
WSUP bud, just support, Q. Does anyone has freezing and crushing screen every time you use mosaic claws? As soon I start the game and charge the claws, first 2 hits and the game just freezes and then crash.
Game sucks, man. What can I say?
Aim and charge the claws, first 2 hits and the game just freezes and then crash.
By the way, just want to say, we're busting out the chalice, going back to the arena. It's thanks to the support of people like Four Wheel and Sledgehammer here that we're able to commandeer, for lack of a better word, an arena like this. If you really just stop and take it all in, it almost feels like you're at the beach. Like a beach where, but instead of water, there's blood and violence. By the way, big cheers to you guys. Sledge, Four Wheel. That's huge, man. Sledge with the $10, 10 coin tip. And Four Wheel with the 5 coin tip. Big cheers to you guys. Thank you so much, man. It's huge. Huge. All right, these guys are probably looking to just get pieced up a little bit here. All right, go sound. All right. We got to get ready. If we can beat sound, we can beat Gabe. That's my official prediction. Are we hostile? We're not hostile. Just like that, baby. Just like that. All right. We getting in there. Squigs versus Slap in Discord? Oh, shit. It's going down. It's going down. All right. Yeah, let's do this. Let's get repaired up. Looks like it's going down, throwing down. By the way, I would highly suggest making yourself a game. Because the Mont J Discord has a tendency. I'm not saying there's no guarantees, no promises. I'm just saying these guys have a tendency to be popping the non-ladder scene during the DFC. It's not a guarantee, but it just has seemed to happen pretty consistently for the last number of DFCs. It's like one of those phenomenons of nature, man. Just make sure you're ready for it. All right, let's cut over to these boys. Squigs versus Slap. Let's get it on, man. All right, I believe this is Squigs' screen right here. I think this is NVN. So, if I recall correctly, let me see. Squigs v Slap. I believe. Yeah, NVN. Slap, aka the Foam. All right, here we are. Yeah, this is Foam. Foam is a savage Necro too, so this is an interesting challenge for Squigs right here. He has been racking them up, stepping himself into the winner's bracket on this Necro, and really looking extremely good on it. But he certainly has a rising opponent on a Necro player in and of himself. Foam is insane, aka the Slap, aka Republican in game. This guy, both of these dudes are just up and coming, rising Necro stars. So this is going to be an interesting test between the two of them to see who comes out on top. We're going to find out here tonight. It's getting real. It's getting real. Big damage early on. Looks like at least one spear from Foam. And he's doing a great job of implementing the walk-down strategy. Just perfect timing from Foam so far. And now Squigs is going to be forced to catch up. He's going to be forced to catch up with that sort of timing. He's going to be forced to figure out the cadence of his opponent and try to solve the puzzle that is Foam, aka the Slap. Yeah, that's what he is, man. He's a modern dueler. Lands a nice shot there. Squigs still pushing the pressure. Perfect timing on getting out of the way of that spear. Oh, beautiful hits there from Squigs. And now we've got a duel. Close one, man. It's gonna be, I mean, in this gentleman's duel, I call this a gentleman's duel. Holy shit, beautiful shot from Squigs. And down goes Foam, making it 1-0 so far in this NVN matchup. A beautiful start for Squigs. Yeah, I call this the gentleman's duel because it's very different than what you would see from most Necro matchups. A lot of Necro matchups versus the Sin, versus the Druid, versus the Dins, versus just about anything. What you see them start with is just this insane bone spirit train from across the map, right? Just about anything they're doing. That's the start of the interaction. But in this one right here, Bone Spirit is banned in NVN. Bone Spirit, Teeth, both banned. And this is a duel of Bone Spear. This is a duel of accuracy. This is like, just imagine the Wild West, the gentleman's duel, right? Where you both pop out into the moor and you're going to aim. This is going to come down to some aim, all right? No spam, all straight aim, straight skills, straight movement. That's what it comes down to. So when you get beat in NVN, you know it was a good duel. Beautiful hits yet again. Squigs choosing to stay close and to engage in a close range gun battle with those spears. And it turned out in his favor there. Now 2-0 in favor of Squigs. Beautiful win there. Yeah, Big Western vibes, man. And it almost looks like the Necro's just shooting from the hip, too. Looks like he's shooting from the hip, blasting those bone spears. Look at this beautiful inventory from Squigs. This guy, this is the sign of a Necro player that's taken himself and taken his build seriously. Matching charms. He's even got the Maras to swap out to for the better bow in the inventory. A lot of people don't know about that. You'll see some duelers really maximize the amount of life that they have by keeping a Maras in the inventory. Just swap their amulet out with it. Those +2 to skills that go straight to your battle orders are oftentimes better than a 20 life small charm in your inventory. Some people don't know that. Beautiful footwork here and pressure from Squigs. This guy's off to an incredible start versus Foam. It's a very exciting matchup. Probably one of the most exciting matchups, I would say, for the Necro. Now, NVD is really cool, but when you see NVN, and there it is, beautiful shot from Squigs. Now 3-0 in favor of this guy. Great performance so far. This is one of the most exciting duels to see because it's so fast-paced. They typically don't last like the regular length that most Necro duels last, which is a long-ass time, right? Especially in the FPK scene. But this is an instance where you have two FPK characters that are trying to get after it, trying to close the distance and just finish it quick, man. Trying to land big damage early and just get it done with. Oh! Surprise hits there from Foam. Now he's trying to take it back. And now he's trying to take it back. We have ourselves a duel. Squigs got surprised with that stomp right there. I don't even think he was ready for it. He almost came back and won it, though. That was crazy. NVN is weird. Got a re-stomp or spears can miss. Yeah, it's so strange, man. Like, the mechanics for this type of duel go really deep. Like, even up-spearing works really different, right? Like, so a lot of times, I'm a king of the up-spear on the Necro, right? Mainly because I actually suck on a Necro. I'm not really that great. I'm the king of the up-spear, though. When I feel like someone is aggressing me, they're chasing me, right? There's a way to do a spear that will hit, even if you don't have the name lock, and it's where you shoot it upwards to the left at, like, a 45-degree angle. If you're just shooting in that general direction and someone stomps you, most of the time that will connect. Not always, but most of the time it will. It depends on where you land. If you've puddled yourself and your opponent ends up in a place where they shouldn't have been, it probably won't connect. But most of the time it will. And that being the case, much like Sound says, sometimes you have to like re-stomp or your spears stop connecting, and that depends on like pet positions that might have got blown up with the spear. Like there's a lot of calculations that come into play, and a seasoned Necro player just has a grip, has a handle on a lot of those and an understanding of them. Beautiful shots there and nice pressure from Squigs. You can angle to pass it. Beautiful shots and a 4-1 victory for Squigs. This guy getting it in, man. Holy shit. Beautiful performance from this guy. I gotta say, with both these rising, upcoming stars of the DFC on the Necro, I didn't expect that one will go like that. But holy, I mean, that is just the nature of it, though. It is just simply the nature of it. Let's head back over. Let's check this out, man. Let's head back over to the arena. Yeah, Bill, where are the fucking curtains, man? I expected more of you. You want 15 forum gold a day? For what? All right, Jesus Christ, man. This guy. Here it is. Just look at this, man. This is pinnacle Necro v Necro duels right here. This is often how they go. Both of these guys looking for that name lock, looking for that stomp. And as you can see right here, you see Alucard, a.k.a. the Squigs, just coming in, finding it, looking for that name lock. It's all about that, man. Who can find their opponent faster? Click down and shoot them. That's basically what it comes down to, man. That is the NVN. It's a gentleman's duel. It's a duel where you gotta be quick. You can't be slow. That's it. And the person who gets there quicker gets it done. Thanks, Bill. Well done. Well done. All right, maybe he's worth. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't know. 15 forum gold is asking a lot. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We already overpay that guy for making gold all the damn time. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like 5. Best I can do is 5. That was pretty good. He's got to be back there manually just hauling the shit in. Yeah. Yeah, get the card ready. I'd like to see what else we've got there. No, you're not taking a break. There are no breaks. We run this shit for 7-8 hours sometimes. You think I'm gonna give you a fucking break? Get over yourself. All right. Yeah, that's yeah, we have a pretty good working relationship, Bill and I. He's a good dude. But yeah, this is the card, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. We've run through some so far, man. I gotta mark this down. We've got some. That was another one, man. Just Squigs. Versus Foam. That was savage. A great display so far. All we've seen on stream for the HLD division so far are duels that could be considered FPK, meaning that they happen between 4 very specific classes, right? You've got your Bone Necro, you've got your Trap Sin, your Wind Druid, and your Whirlwind Barb. And they tend to be the most fun. That's what they say. That's what they say it stands for. It's fun PK. And speaking of which, we've got some more fun duels. Not all of them FPK, but certainly some fun ones. We've got Clint Chias on the Barb for the first time tonight. That's going to be interesting. Versus the notorious Red Rum on that CS Zon. Look, you got to forgive me, Clint, all right? There's not enough data to know how good of a duel this is for a Barb, all right? It could be bad. It could be bad for one person or the other. We don't really know yet. So this is what I say. Just stack up that Sorb and start to slapping. That's what you got to do. You got to start to slapping. Are you sure? Do we have enough? I don't know. It didn't stick out in memory as something that has been set up a lot, so therefore I didn't check the data because I trusted the gut, all right? And then also, I mean, there's like, you would have to look in like probably the last 100 days, and there might be a hand, like maybe 1 or 2, but even if there's that much, which I don't even remember them, that's not enough. But regardless, man, we also have, speaking of, by the way, what's up, Hasha? We've got Hasha versus Dio Wind. Hasha was saying, this guy hit me up. He's saying, look, we need me some casters, all right? You saw how much ass I kicked? Give me a top guy. Give me a top caster. Well, he's certainly going to have that tonight in Dio Wind. Dio Wind probably gonna take advantage of the 50% block versus Barbs on the Druid. Curious to see how he's going to do it, what pets he's going to use, what strategy he's going to use. But this guy back in his day was known as the Barb killer on the Druid, right? A lot of people say, oh, yeah, that's a fair and fun matchup. That is until you duel Dio Wind. This guy is a different kind of player. This guy is a different kind of experienced on that Druid. And he's certainly a different kind of threat. We've also got LPC versus Primo. This is going to be interesting. It's Sork v Din, and one would figure that the Sork might have a bit of an advantage here, which is true. But we have noticed almost by accident in one duel in recent history that Phoenix is really good versus Fire Sorks. It makes it so that when you slap on a Phoenix, they can't just sit there in their Meteor like that. I don't even know who plays this character, but that whoever plays Santiana. Yeah, dumbass player, right? Just sits there in Meteors all the time, self-Meteor, and calls himself the top Sork. Well, anyways, you can't necessarily do that when your opponent has Phoenix. Because Phoenix will make it so that they actually absorb some of that fire damage if they're utilizing all of what they can for Fire Sorb in the DFC. So that certainly changes things. And I'm curious how much it will matter in this matchup. Maybe we'll get to find out with LPC versus Primo. We're going to see.
Chug the rest of the chalice, Tilda.
Yes, sir. Big cheers to you, Toeshank. Thanks so much for the 20 Canadian coins, man. Holy shit. And down she goes. It's time to crack another one, man. Thank you so much, man. Holy shit, that's awesome. What a hell of a guy. That's huge. I think I shouldn't be alone in this. If anybody's sipping on anything tonight, I would highly suggest cracking it, stacking it, tipping it back. Big cheers, brother. Thank you so much. Huge! Not only is he a dominant champion, a very generous one, we're going to put that... Maybe we'll get some forum gold with that, pay Bill. Keep this arena alive and going. But yeah, this card is... card's looking good, man. I like it.
Hell yes.
Fuck yeah, bud! And again, a generous one. I do not say that lightly. What a hell of a dude. Huge. Huge. What?
Crack it.
Holy shit. My guy. Big cheers to you again, Toeshank. Holy shit, man. That's huge. 20 more Canadian coins. And also our boy Sawdust for the 224 cracking it. Let's jam it, man. Let's just jam it. That's how we gotta be. It's refreshing. Alright. We're clearing the arena. Clearing the arena for the next wave of combatants. Who do we have? Look, you've got a tough act to follow. You've had some pretty savage individuals out there so far, and I would be surprised if anybody can put on a show worthy of what we've seen tonight. But don't let it stop you from trying, man. We love watching some duels regardless. Perhaps this is just the start of how nasty this night is going to be. Let's get over and get some more jams in, shall we?
Hell yes.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. By the way, can't thank you guys enough. Toeshank, that's fucking huge, man. That's huge.
Crack it.
That's huge. Mucho Canadian coins, man. We're gonna put it right towards the arena. I do see some people streaming here in Discord. Is that Hasha and Dio? Oh man, I just see an H and a D. I see an H and a D on my streamer mode setup. Oh my god. Just one less 32020 I'm about to cash in. LOL, what, bro? Holy shit, man. I can't thank you enough. That's fucking huge, dude. Yeah, this is Hasha, bro. Oh my god, it's about to go down. We can't be... Look, I was going to get some practice in for Gabe because, you know, he's a pretty worthy opponent, but I say we just cut over. Let's check it out. Our boy Hasha, rising Barb star in the DFC. This guy put on quite the show last week. Absolutely tearing some people up. And he's hoping to keep the momentum train going versus Dio here tonight. But Dio is gonna... He's going to give him an interesting test. He isn't just any caster. This guy is very familiar with not just this matchup, but a lot of them. He's ready. He's going to make Hasha chase him. That's what you got to do. He's going to force Hasha to get those locks, force him to get on the inside, and try to punish him with some nados. Now, the big question is, how much LL, how much Life Leech is Hasha going to stack up to try to leech something back off of these pets on a miss? It's certainly crucial for this matchup because you're going to be closing the distance a lot, trying to get in there, and a lot of times a player like Dio is going to make you pay for it. You're going to eat a nado just about every time you get in there and try and you miss, right? That's the power of a player like Dio, man. He's going to make you swing, he's going to make you miss, and he's going to make you pay for it with those nados. Little bit of life leech clipping that wolf there. Little bit of heal for the Hasha. And so far, Hasha's done a great job of actually avoiding a lot of these nados. Not really catching too much damage going in. Just as I say that, Dio's got a nado waiting right there for him. Yeah, and I think that was very clear last week, Jodo. When we saw Hasha, and just we saw the level of juck fuckery that he could impose on this Barb. It was impressive, dude. Like... We have all, as fans of the DFC, watched this enough to know when we see like a new Barb player versus like next level Barb player. And I think it was so clear after Hasha's performance last week that if you weren't sure before, there was certainly no doubt now. This guy has got what it takes to put on a show and to really give it to people on this Barb, to push the pressure when he needs to. We've also seen him with almost that punch style patience, right? Where he'll back off. He'll back off when he knows that he can bait you to come in. And while you think you're getting the best of him, you're just playing his game. This is the type of dueler Hasha is. Really good dude too, man. It's really good to see someone who's like this in the community. Just a savage Barb player. Very experienced and also just a very good dude. Kisufri? Yeah, that's a good... I think that's who you're talking about. Yeah, that's... We haven't heard from him in a while. Some say he was a Smurf. I'm not fully convinced. Maybe it was Hasha. Who knows? Oh, big NATO there from Dio. I doubt it. We can't leverage those sorts of claims unless it's a title fight. Come on, we don't accuse people of smurfing and playing on someone else's account unless it's a title fight. That's like reserved level chat PK, guys. Come on. That's chat PK reserved only for title fights. Yeah, Primo retired him, dude. Primo beat him. Never saw him since. Big damage here so far from Dio, and he's really putting Hasha to the test, seeing if he can get on the inside. Dio on his bike here. He's going to make Hasha chase him. Now Hasha is sort of changing his game plan a little bit here. I like this. He's got these nasty predictive whirlwinds that he does. So now he's dueled with Dio a little bit in this round here. He's figured out Dio's style. He's trying to get a grip on his patterns, on his teleport patterns here, and instead of trying to teleport in and necessarily chain Zerk him, which is certainly a good idea, but it's hard to do against a player like Dio, what he's trying to do is get these predictive whirlwinds going on and hopefully clip his opponent just like that. Dio also looks like he's dialing back on the pets. Now that he has slammed a couple of shots with Hasha there, looks like he's dialing back on the pets, letting them die, just in case Hasha decides he wants to get in there, try to leech some life. He's letting those pets die. No, this is top-level Druid play right here. Knowing that he's got the advantage with the life total, he might be trying to roll the dice here a little bit. Yeah, very smart move, but now Hasha's got the name lock, looking to get in there, looking to Zerk. Beautiful chain, but Dio was ready for it. It was almost like Dio smelled it coming. He could tell he was name locked. Beautiful play there from Dio. And now it is 1-0 in favor of the previous DFC champion, working his way back up the ranks. The legendary Barb Killer putting on a clinic here so far. Hasha wanted a challenge, and he certainly got it in Dio tonight. Can he figure out this puzzle that is one of the top Druid players of all time? I had a pretty in-depth convo with Kisufri. Pretty sure not a Smurf. Yeah, or he just sold it well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he just seemed like Kisufri came out of nowhere. So I think a lot of people, whenever you have a really good player coming out of nowhere, it's not uncommon for them to be like, oh, this is Smurf. This is like Punch on another account, or like, you know, I'm not surprised to hear it, you know, to hear it of Hasha already, to hear whispers of it of Hasha already. I honestly take it as a compliment when I see that, man. You know, I'd like to think that if I wasn't streaming and you guys couldn't see me playing, then you guys would probably just assume it was like Toeshank behind the keyboard or something, you know. Holy shit, huge exchange there. Big NATO hits from Dio. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if you even see Dio unsummon his pets, but it doesn't look like, I say that, usually Dio does that if you have a Barb that you're going up against that has massive life leech, but it doesn't look like Hasha does. Like, he's clipped those pets a few times and has had reasonable life leech, but it doesn't look like he's overstacked it, right? Like, it doesn't look like he's really trying to cheese with that strategy. $40-60 Druid favor based on data? No shit. Yeah, this is a big one. There's a reason we limited the block in this matchup to 50%. It's certainly Druid favored if you allow them all the block. But, I mean, then I think it would likely go the other way. Look at this. Hasha landing some big hits here, too. Now it's close. I wonder if we're going to see some more predictive whirlwinds from Hasha, hoping to just catch those pets, if anything, right? Like, oh, man, not at all. He's just going in for the stomp, looking to finish. Yeah, I mean, it very well could come into play. It's not a lot of life leech, but, I mean, a couple hundred life is the difference between, you know, surviving 5 or 6 hurricane hits when you go in. And that's about what he's at right here. And it doesn't look like he has much rep life other than that, which is why, especially in this matchup, it's really good for a Barb to have life leech. You know, certainly not stacked in their favor as it is, but it can go a long way. See more leap? Yeah, I mean, it's It's certainly useful if you have a character who's coming in on you, but I think Dio, especially being low like this, is probably going to make Hasha come in on him. He's probably going to sit back a little bit. I don't think you're going to see him approaching looking for the angle a lot, which is where Leap really comes into play. Beautiful speak of the devil there. Oh my god. And the legendary defensive NATO from Dio. He knew it. He showed him. Hasha showed him that he had the lock there. That's exactly what happened. Hasha showed him he had the lock. It was a beautiful one at that, but he showed him that he had it. And as soon as he did, man, that was it. That was it. He knew Dio was right ready. He was right ready with that defensive NATO. That was it. See, look at this. He grabs it. He's looking for it. He gets it with this nice little leap over here, right? Like, gets it with this nice little leap and shows Dio he has it and just runs right in to that defensive NATO. Something that Dio is just legendary for. That's what you got to be careful of, man. Once Dio knows you got him locked, he's going to make you pay for it in one way or another, especially if you start looking for that Zerk. Yeah, very good duel. That was insane. Very, very close. By the way, what's up, Fax? Holy shit, big hits in there early from Hasha. Curious to see how that did. Let's cut over to Dio's point of view here and see if see what we're looking at here. Oh yeah, some of those landed, man. Some of those landed. Look at this seizure-inducing CT casting here from Dio. This guy didn't come here to mess around. This guy's got some fancy footwork early on. He's gonna make Hasha catch him. And I'm telling you what, you can't even stream snipe someone like this. You thought you were shitting yourself with that Sin play from Toeshank. Just look at this nasty Druid play here from Dio. This is nuts. Beautiful play on behalf of both players right here. Now that he's got Hasha low, look at him unsummoning those pets. Top tier Druid shit right here. He's going in with a couple of, or maybe he's just unsummoning them because he summoned the wrong ones or something. Either way, going in with less of them now. There it is, man. Terror approaching Sanctuary. You can see there in the bottom left corner. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the work of Mont J. These guys notorious for popping the D-Clone server during the DFC. I told you have them games up, man. I told you. You better be ready. These guys do it. And tonight, it looks like it might not be an exception. Both these players low, though, now. Now it looks like Dio might actually resummon these pets because he's going to need the protection, right? He can't be getting caught like that. Worth the life leech to try to keep him alive. Both of these guys almost rely on pets to stay alive. Beautiful closing of the distance there from Hasha. You can see the constant harassment that he's got on Dio, even with this nasty evasive CT casting here. You just see this beautiful pressure. Nice whirlwind angle there. Probably gained him a couple of life off clipping the pet, but didn't necessarily connect on Dio. Very close, though. That's what you got to do with a barb, man. You got to know when to go. You got to know when to whirlwind. You can't be caught flat-footed. You always got to be on point. And Hasha is certainly one of those dudes. Yeah, Mont J. MO, members of the jury is what it stands for. Very good Discord, man. Those guys also put on some very, very nice terrorized Bale and Chaos runs. Oftentimes make it very easy to join up on events there. Genuinely a very good community looking to help you in whatever way you need to be helped, man. It almost reminds me of the people before Pixels approach that like Barricade and Davis are part of. Like, just good members of the community. Big hits there from Dio. You could tell that NATO might have connected right there. How many times? Hard to tell, but that was a beautifully placed NATO. And now Hasha backing off a little bit, trying to kite him in. Trying to kite Dio in, try to get him in there to finish. Give him the opportunity for that name lock. Yeah, Dio is really good, man. Is just got that, like, unpredictable movement. He's got movement so much different than most druids out there. Beautiful whirlwind from Hasha. Yet again, beautiful pressure. He's doing those predictive whirlwinds now. He's trying to catch him. Both of these guys a little too low to get in there and get too froggy. Both of these guys going to be very cautious now. Hasha with the predictive whirlwinds, with the leap from the outside, trying to get those name locks when he can get him. But the problem is, if he gets a name lock off that leap, he's got maybe one shot with it before Dio realizes it and throws a defensive NATO. It's what Dio does. It's his signature move. When you've got him locked, dude, he's going to punish you for stomping him. Yeah, Hasha very low here. That NATO looked good, but it doesn't appear to have connected. Oh, and Dio gets in there with a stomp. Tries to get him with that surprise stomp, but Hasha right on it with the leap, man. Stuns him right out of it. Makes him change his mind real quick. When in doubt, self-whirl. Yeah, seems good right about now. Oh, and there it is! Dio gets a little too froggy and gets clipped. There it is. Let's check it out, dude. Let's see how that one went down. This is from Dio's perspective right here. He's trying to get a little froggy, trying to get those name locks, trying to get in there. And man, oh man, he gets a little too fancy. He's feeling himself with that fancy footwork. Gets in, grabs the name lock there, tries to stomp, but Hasha was ready for it. Absolutely unbelievable, man. That was crazy. Wild night of fights so far. It is now 1-1 for these two titans inside the arena. Yeah, this is solid, man. Back and forth with these guys. That's really impressive for Hasha, too, man. It's like I said, he's got that almost punch-level patience, right? The punch is, as much as the signature move of the defensive NATO is something that Dio is notorious for, if you look at a legendary player like Punch, something that he is notorious for, especially on a barb, is his level of patience. I mean, we've seen this guy before saying things like, you know, a lot of people coming in with questions. What do you do when the sorceress is just doing this? Or, oh, what do you do? How do you catch them? And sometimes his response is, oh, just leap a little bit, they'll come in. Right? Like, that level of patience, that next level, but the ability to capitalize on it when his opponent does. It's something that you don't see from a lot of bar players. A lot of bar players just want to get in there. They think they got to push the constant pressure, get the locks, which, you know, you do sometimes. That's a large part of the gameplay. But the other part is knowing when to hold them, right? Knowing when to back off a little bit. And that's what we just saw from Hasha right there. Very patient gameplay. All right, let's kick over to Hasha, man. See what he's got on this barb. Yeah, that's the sound of Bill's hard work back there, Sawdust. Just hauling him back. They were a little too heavy. You know, I said I would have done it, but I told him my shoulder's still fucked up. Even though it's not. I told him that so he's doing it. We got him doing it. I mean, yeah, my shoulder's fucked up, dude. Can't be doing it. I ain't got the physical strength for that shit. Yeah, good old Bill, man. He's a good sport. Nice chain lock there from Hasha. Now, you can see it from his perspective here. You see how on it you have to be as a barbarian player, man. You have to always be ready with those locks. You have to be ready to push the pressure. And again, you got to know when to back off. Beautiful NATO right there that Hasha just teleported right through, or whirlwinded right through. Looking to get those locks and just wisely gives up on it after that. Doesn't try to go for a second one. He knows at this point. He knows that Dio is going to be waiting. He knows. He's learning the Dio style here. As you saw in that last one, dude, the patience pays off. He's learning the Dio style. He's knowing when to hold them, fold them, and when to just stack them up, man. Absolutely wild duel so far between these two guys. And this would be a duel that we could also consider FPK. We talked about this earlier. These are oftentimes some of the most fun duels to watch, right? They're the duels between the four classes. You've got the Whirlwind Barbarian, the Wind Druid, you've got the Bone Necro, and the Trap Sin, right? Those four classes collectively make up the FPK, although there was some debate about adding other classes at the height of, or, you know, at the start of D2R. I'm not sure if they've officially been added in, but regardless, they typically tend to be the most fun classes to watch. I think there was originally talk in D2R of a Din being placed in there. Back in the days of LOD, you would see Dins just charging around the map, desyncing, spamming hams. So it wasn't really fun to watch. But now in D2R, whereas desync isn't necessarily a thing, even the Hammer Dins need to be familiar with the three-piece combo. So they tend to be a more exciting class to watch in PvP. So I wouldn't be surprised if some communities have added those into the consideration of FPK characters, but regardless, the excitement of the match that we're watching right now is really good. We're seeing some good patience here from Hasha. He knows that he can be aggressive, but he's just waiting for it. He's waiting for the opportunity. He's hoping to catch Dio off guard here. Dio on his bike making him chase him. It's just what it is. And these guys throwing down. Shit's getting tense now. It's getting tense. It's 1-1 in this epic matchup between these two titans climbing the DFC ladder. Dio for the second time in his DFC career, and Hasha for the first. Dio, finally, we get to see this guy pretty consistently as of recently back in the DFC, and it's so good to see it. This guy is a different Druid player. We saw a Druid player like Gogators at the top for so long, with certainly a top S-tier gameplay style on that Druid. But that's not the only type of S-tier gameplay that you can get on a Druid. Let me tell you, Dio's also got one. It's a different style, more patient, but also with the ability to chain lock, the nasty CT cast. Big damage from both players here when we find ourselves in a situation like we did at the end of the last duel. Both of these guys very low on life, but who's going to make the mistake first? That's what it's going to come down to. Can Hasha actually catch Dio here? He's going to predict him with these whirlwinds. Is he going to catch him? Oh, just like that. That was very close. You can see it coming. Beautifully predicted whirlwind right there. Almost paid off. Looks like it got him a little bit on that exchange. So a little bit of the life leech from hitting those pets, but didn't quite connect on Dio there. A lot of tours do FPK plus smite. Yeah, okay. It makes sense, man. It's just such a fun class to watch. Din is so cool, man. It's one of the most, Primo knows, it's one of the most rewarding classes to duel on, man. When you get a kill on a Din, it feels different. I mean, even if you get them with random hammers, what some people consider random hammers, if you're the top Din, they're strategically placed hammers that you knew the guy was going to be there. But the point is, even with those, it almost doesn't matter, man. It's just like, it's a different world for a Din these days. Yeah, FPK. Now, I read back in the day that no one really knew what it stood for, but Max is pretty convinced that it's always stood for Fun PK, which it totally makes sense that it would stand for that. It stands for that because they considered those classes back in the day some of the funnest ones to play on, and that were involved collectively in some of the funnest matchups to be a part of, as opposed to having other classes like the Sorceress. Everybody hates dueling Occult Sorceress. A lot of people hate dueling any form of Sorceress. Spammer Dins with, desyncing across the map. And, of course, you had just, oh my god, big catch there. Big catch there from Hasha, and he gets there. Now 2-1 in favor of the Rising Star Barb. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of classes that just a lot of people consider not fun, right? Like, not fun to be a part of the duel. And, not all sins were created equal in those days, and still even in these days, right? Like, hybrid sins were not considered FPK, just because it was just an added level of complexity that fucked up the mix when it came to dueling against necros and druids, right? Like, just an added level of what they would consider cheese back in the day, and not in the FPK lineup, but very specific builds are considered that FPK. Trap Sin, in particular, Bone Necro, so you can't be bopping in there with a Poison Necro and expecting it to be an FPK match. Hell no, man. Throw Barbs, I think they ought to be included, but at the same time, they're a little bit new, a little bit of the new meta there, all right? Whirlwind Barbs only, and then, of course, Wind Druids. Yeah, no Polytheist, all right? They're kicking Polytheist out. Not allowed in those fun PK matchups. Just banned. He's too good. And it's lonely at the top, man. It's just lonely at the top. Funny thing is that Polytheist had a Fire Druid even back in the days of LOD, before all of these changes to make it actually, an S-tier build. Yeah, Poly and Lamp banned. Get him out of there. Get him out. Poly's got some good OG footage. OG back in LOD Shaman play footage. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Poly is a different player on that Shaman Druid, man. I've seen a lot of up and coming Shaman Druids try to do what he does, but what he does requires years of experience on that build and years of experience with many, many different matchups. You got to know how to play him. You got to know the gear. Big hits there early on from Dio. Now Hasha in a little bit of trouble here, just a little above half life. Hey, I appreciate that. Big cheers to you, Chris. I'm glad you enjoy it, man. We try to put on a show. Thanks to the kind support of viewers like Toeshank, Muchez, everybody here tonight, we were able to actually purchase El Coliseo, which is Spanish for the Coliseo. Yeah, I'm getting a little cultured. I'm learning. All right. That's 2 years of Spanish in high school. Yeah, no, not fully fluent, but approaching it. Point is, man, we try to show the brighter side of things, the true end game. I'm glad you enjoy it, brother. Glad you learned something. Beautiful lock there from Hasha, but unfortunately, Dio was ready for it. Do you see that? Do you see what I mean? It's like he smells the lock. It's like he knows it's going on. It's like he knows it's happening. Look at this gentleman stuff right here. Both of these guys just pausing for the duel. Got some IRL shit to take care of. Now this is the gentleman. This is the gentleman type duel. Beautiful lock there from Dio. I'm surprised he didn't finish up with a NATO there. Hasha certainly didn't expect it, and I don't think Dio expected that. I don't even think Dio expected Hasha to just stop right there. But now Hasha's in a very interesting spot. You're going to see a lot of predictive whirlwinds here because he's in a spot where he can't really even chase him too much unless he's really sure he's going to get a connection because he's certainly Hurricane PK. 2 clips on that Hurricane. There's 1 and there's 2, man. That's it. Just like that. Now the score's tied back up yet again. 2-2 between these absolute titans of the arena. 3-2, sorry. What's up, Gabe? Yo, dude, are you ready? We might be able to jam it after this, bro. I practiced up. I got one win versus sound, which basically means I'm ready, I think. Haven't done much practice with the Necro. Just going to rely on top din skills to get us there. We're going to see. We're going to see how it goes. Gabe's got himself a couple of matchups on the card. We were getting ours in from last week. We were supposed to have it last week. That's when I was mentally ready. My training camp had me at peak performance at that point. But now I've had a week off and, you know, I ate a lot of fucking cookies and shit. And I'm not sure if I'm where I need to be. But we're going to find out tonight. Got a pretty savage opponent. I've been smiting all week. Gonna need to remember how to H-tin. Yeah. Dude, I hope you've got yourself 2 things, right? And I'm wondering if I were to concoct a perfect build to take down a fire sorceress, it would involve one of 2, maybe both things: a sword with 40 IAS and maximum open wounds, along with a phoenix. Now I wonder if you can actually get 125 cast with that. I'm not sure if you can. I don't think you can, but possibly on the swap. Possibly on the swap, having a Phoenix with like an open wounds wep could spell imminent doom for a fire sorceress. Yeah, I mean that's an H-tin with a yeah, that's H-tin, bro. Phoenix, just if they start dropping the meteor, you just swap to your Phoenix and walk in it so you can heal, right? I think you just have it on the swap. So, and then if you get up close and you can smite him, you hit the ES sorceress and cut him open, and it's so bad. Then you can just like finish with FOH. I could probably beat a sorceress, a fire sork on my Hammerden without chucking even 1 hammer, dude. It's all about how much you want to cheese, how much you want to be skillful in your matchup with your item choices. No. It's like perfectly straight, dude. Perfectly straight. If you have to, no, I'm saying if you have to give up your weapon and your shield, Nightfall, I don't think you can. Score right now is 3-2. I believe it's in favor of Dio. I think I was a little bit behind there. I thought it was 2-2, but I think it's 3-2 in favor of Dio. Hasha trying to even up the score. I gotta say, the fact that it's so close against one of the best druid players to ever live is pretty impressive. Like, regardless, win or lose, I think for Hasha, it's still very impressive. He asked for a caster, and we didn't skimp out, man. We gave him the best of the best. Math is hard. Well, you can't do it, though, can you? You got 20 on the helm, 20 on the belt, 20 on the gloves. There's 60. 20 from the rings. There's 80. 20 on the amulet. You know, there's 100. And if I'm missing 20 somewhere else, I guess... Did I say the helm? Yeah, I said the helm. Yeah, I don't think you can do it. Oh, yeah. Score math is always hard, dude. Missed an important factor. Where's your FHR? Just don't get fucking hit. Don't get hit. Primo. Don't get hit. Tell him, Nightfall. What are you planning on getting hit for? Yeah, I think you honestly just have Phoenix on the swap in case he has residual meteor damage coming down, and then you just like sit there and cook in it. I think that might be the better play. And then your FHR comes from like main hand spirit. Or like main shield spirit. Yeah, so you have Phoenix. So you have Phoenix and the sword on the swap. So it's like a utility swap, you know what I mean? You only do it if you know you're gonna land the smite, or if you're sitting there cooking in meteors. So it's like utility. You only bust it out in like, you know, very, very rare circumstances. You're gonna bust it out if you're trying to get the smite, because they're probably running away. Like if you get close like that, they're probably running away. They're not gonna sit there and jam fireballs at you, and if they do, whatever, you just take a fireball and land a smite and then run. Yeah, if you need to borrow an owl stick, let me know, dude. I got one. Man, we gotta fill up the nicotine. Between building that curtain for the arena, that costs a lot of nicotine. A lot of breaks. Sitting around watching Bill do it and smoking. It's a lot of shit. Kiss right through it doing that. I got you, bro, either way. You know I got the din gear. You know I got them din gears. I think it's going to be a tough matchup, man. LPC is no joke. He's a good sort. Now Hasha, probably a little less than half life here. Let's take a look at Dio, see how he's looking over here. Let's look at this guy. See how healthy he looks. Oh, man. These guys are about the same life total. Dio going to be careful here. Dio out of bow. There he is with the rebow. Hasha approaching quickly, though. Giving him no time to recover. No time. No space. Dio re-upping on that mana pool, and so is Hasha. These guys going in for the kill, making sure they've got all the gas it takes to finish this duel. Ooh. Ooh, big pressure from Hasha. Holy shit, closes the distance, scores some hits there, does Hasha. Let's take a look, though, and see how his life total's looking. He might have taken some damage. He did. Both of these guys just swapping meaningful damage at this point. And one would only figure it's only a matter of time before one of these guys makes a mistake, gets clipped, and that's it. What a nail biter this could be if Hasha goes down here. This could be the end of it. But if he can somehow fell Dio and bring this score back to a tie, this could certainly be in the running for a fight of the night. Holy shit. Hell yeah, Maddie, you tell him. By the way, big cheers, Maddie. Are you and Lamp ready to throw down? Big NATO hit there from Dio, and now Hasha is in trouble. Not quite Hurricane PK, but a little bit lower in life than he would want to be here. He's going to be trying to get in, trying to clip those wolves, trying to get a little bit of life back so he can survive these hurricanes. But Dio right ready with the NATO. And there it is, man. GG. Holy hell. What a bout. Here we are in the arena. What a fight we just saw, man.
Not in town.
That was epic. Yeah, I gotta say, man. This has been an incredible night of fights so far. Let's check it out. Let's check out the ending. Here it is. We've got Hasha going in, looking for that name lock. Looking to catch Dio off guard. Looking to catch him while he doesn't have his legendary defensive NATO ready. But right there, boom, he had it. And that was it. That was it. The culmination, 4-2 victory for Dio there. But holy shit, what a bout between these two. This is just phenomenal. Gotta say, man, yeah, let's clear out the arena. Let's get it ready for the next duelers here. Arena clear. Who is up next? We've got some savages. I know Gabe was kicking around. He might be looking to get the slap. I say that, but man, I certainly do have my shitting pants on today. I'm not gonna fib with you, okay? We set them adult diaper size depends, because it could come down to that. Could come down to it. We're prepared to sit here for as long as we need to, chucking them bone spirits and dodging those swirls, as long as it takes. That's what we got to do. And this is the Necro that's going to get the job done. Hopefully. Be ready in like 10, 15? Alright, GG. Alright, I'm in, by the way, I'm in Jack 1-1. It looks like we got a pretty good map. I haven't fully explored it, but, you know, you've got a house here for some juck fuckery if you need to get out of the way of those long-range bone spirits. I'll clear it out for you. These guys trying to inhabit it. But yeah, this is pretty good. I mean, it's not an H map, but it's got a lot of puddles, which is only good for you, all right?
Good day.
Tain't good for me. I don't like seeing those things. Yeah, we, for whatever reason, that's what we did, Maddie. We put a sign up. It might be hard for some people to see, but I mean, it's there. Well, what are we doing here? Nope, Bill, don't bring anything in. No, we're not going to, no, bring those right back out. $15 forum gold a day he wants. You see, what we did, Maddie, was thanks to the generous donations of people that are fans of the DFC, the show we put on here, we were able to take those and, well, we bought a Coliseum. An entire Coliseum. With an arena big enough for players like Lamp to attempt to CT Telly in. Attempt to get those CT name locks, and the first thing we did was ban him. So, I guess you win. Hate to just set people up for failure, but I mean, rules are the rules, you know. It's just if you can't abide by them, then get the fook out of here. I think you've cut off that lower road. That's an awesome map. Medium size. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It all depends on how it goes. It could actually just be a good duel that's quick. You never know. Are we getting some NVN practice up in here? All right, yeah, sure. I'm not set up for NVN, but I mean, shouldn't be hard. We're on point. Oh, this is fucking Hellion. He's saying he's new.
Congrats on the Coliseum. I knew we'd bring this to the big stage one day.
Hell yeah, man. Jan, thank you so much, man. We gotta back off a little bit. We gotta rely on pure aggression to finish, to get us there. Pure aggression, see? Just like that.
Hello.
By the way, Jan, my dude, holy shit, thank you so much. Big cheers. Appreciate the €5, my dude. That's awesome. Yeah, we decided we needed a bigger stage. We needed a stage that encouraged Lamp to CT. Do some more of that CT casting. So we got one and banned him from it. All right, but there's plenty of room for people to do some CTing.
Yes.
On Blizzorks, we didn't ban Blizzorks from that arena. Right? Alright, what is Yawn? Yawn is a Zon. I'm pretty sure we don't have the testicular fortitude. What was I saying?
Can't do that here.
The Order welcomes you.
That's right. I think he's probably dodging you, bro. He probably saw his opponent and was just like, I think he's probably tapping out, Matty. He knew he knew. He ain't dumb. We ain't never seen Lamp back down from a challenge. So I mean, this would be a big win in and of itself. Yeah, that was good. Big cheers, Hasha. Well, that's awesome, man. I think you did well. Tough opponent. To even rack up to even take 2 rounds from a player like that is tough. We knew it was going to be a big test either way. All right, we're getting some reps in with the Necro because Gabe's about ready to throw down. Yeah, he is, man. He's strong. Just getting it in there, man. Lag. What do you mean? You mean I can't sit there and tank arrows? I can't just sit there and tank arrows. I don't know if this is a build for me. I don't know if this is a build I want to take seriously. What the fuck? What do I do? Just teleport in and spam fucking Bone Spirit? And then run? Reset?
I can't carry anymore.
I'm gonna do what Drew G taught me to do back in the day. I'm gonna try to gay him. Alright, let's do it. Just got to do the Drew G, man. Just got to get up in there.
Good evening.
Get a game. What's up, Schmoobla?
Good evening.
What's going on, man? We're just getting some reps in, preparing for Gabe, preparing for any situation.
Not in town.
All right, man. Oh, we've got some people. We got some people streaming. Is this Faux Wheel? Is Faux Wheel up in here? Is Faux Wheel on the card? I don't see him. I'm searching for him right now. That's where you hear the little dings. Yo, let's go to the El Coliseo, Spanish for the Coliseo. Let's check this out, man. Let's see what's going on here. Bill, bring in. No, Bill, bring in the card. Okay, just bring it in right. All right, we need you working hard over there if you want to earn 5 forum gold a day. All right, that's what we need. All right, there we go. That's what we wanted to see. Gosh, takes them long enough, man. Could have just swapped over the browser view at this rate. 5 forum gold a day. Jesus Christ. Just to run the curtains and clean the shitter. No shot. No shot, dude. We've got a lot of them lined up. We've even got an interesting one. We didn't even talk about this one earlier, though, dude. We've got Polytheist versus Gogators. Now, I really hope we get to see this one. This is going to be some Drew-on-Drew action. Oh, are you ready, Gabe? Are you ready to jam? It's actually going to be epic. We have seen Druids take out the Polytheists before, but it's only been the best of the best, and it's been quite an epic matchup. But we're going to see how that one goes. We've got GVN and Nightfall, Zon v Sin. That should be interesting. We're going to see the mettle of Nightfall tonight. We also supposedly have an LLD contender match going on between Toeshank and Murder SC, which should be a good one. I'm not sure if these guys have agreed on a matchup. I know that there was a little bit of debate as to what people were going to be running. I hope it doesn't turn into one of those duels, you know, where it ends at the character selection screen. But you know, we're going to see. We're going to see how it all goes. But yeah, let's bring it in. Let's clear the arena built. Let's do this right. Let's get it cleared up. All right. We're clearing the way because it's very likely me and Gabe about to throw down. We got Faux Wheel in there jamming. I think. That's Nino Tisk in Discord, right? Different names sometimes fuck me right up. But yeah, oh yeah. Gabe's up in there. All right, this is Gabe. Gabe is in the game. And he's ready to go. Let's cut over. Because this is going to be epic. I hate to say, you know, that a duel that I'm involved in would be fight of the night, but it very well might be. So let's get ready for it. And now Gabe is going up against who some would consider the top necro on BattleNet. Some people would, at least one person would consider that. To give you the resume of this necro player right here, we have gone up against Mr. Llama SC in an epic NVN matchup at one point in history. The sort of thing that most people cannot boast on their digital resumes, especially their DFC ones, but this necro certainly can. Whether or not I won is not important. Okay, get him out of here. Right, the point is that we were involved. We were present. And we're about to throw down in an NVVT matchup. Gabe is taking his laps around the digital octagon, getting familiar with the map. He's gonna need to be, because this Necro right here didn't come here to fuck around. We've got a 37 Hodo. He's doing the rope bounce. Oh shit, he's getting fired up. This is getting real. Yeah, we don't need none of that. We'll just take a casual stroll in the moor. See if we can get the Gabe stream going too. Guys might be able to see it from his perspective as well. This is what he sees. Man, oh man. And it's getting real. We about to throw down. About to go round one. Let's get in on this. We got to be on point. We got to pull out the inner Toeshank. Get ready for fight of the night. Quick with that shit.
Yes?
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
A good round one, man. We're off to a good start. Pushing that pressure. We saw that the shoulder trick he was trying right there. We didn't fall for that.
I can't carry anymore.
Familiar with those Din tricks. Oh, shit! Getting a little too ballsy there. Getting a little too ballsy, are we? That's how you end up with a naked Necro.
I can't carry anymore.
We died right in the same spot. Look at that.
I am overburdened.
Ears right on top of each other over here. We don't mess around. That is the spot of death. All right, let's do this. All right, we got the swirlies. We gotta be careful here. We got the swirlies. Give him the swirly strat. Give him the swirly strat right here.
Not in town.
Good duel.
Good day.
I can't carry anymore.
can see Gabe over here getting fired up now. It's 2-1. And what an epic matchup it's been so far. Open wound stick it is. He's going for it. Bro, I'm telling you. I don't know much in this life, but I certainly know what Santiana hates. Alright, she hates those ow sticks. Let's jam it, bros.
Necro, what's next, Sin?
Sin, LOL. What makes you think I would do something stupid like that? What makes you... Do you think... I ain't coming out of the closet that easy. You ain't gonna get me to admit it that easy, alright? He ain't falling from my bone spear trick, man. Just knew he was gonna be there. We just knew he was gonna be there.
The Order welcomes you.
I am overburdened.
By the way, Kyle, my dude. Bro. Big cheers to you, man. Much, much appreciated. The 279 Canadian coin tip from the legend himself. Bro, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. That's huge. Huge. All right. No, look, Gabe, don't be intimidated that I've been in the same arena as Mr. Llama SC. I know he's a big streamer. All right. I have indeed dueled him in the DFC before. And I know, that's probably a pretty intimidating thing. But don't let it worry you. All right? I know. I know it usually speaks for a big skill level of people. Ultimate skill level. Alright, here we go. What could be the final round if I pull this off? And what could be Gabe's final round if he is felled?
Think we need a poll to see if Cooley should make a trap sin next for the DFC. Llama won, right?
Shut up, Kyle. Nope, nobody asked you, Kyle. It's not important who won. Alright, it's not important. Good duel, man. Same. This is my first... wrong screen. You guys weren't supposed to see that. Yeah, I was just joking. That's what we do as guys, right? We just joke with one another. Yeah, typo. Oh man, it is what it is. This is Gabe's den right here. Very good duel, man. Look, I've been trying to practice on the Necro, but holy, it's dens like this that get my heart racing, man. This guy is solid. Look at this gear, savage setup. Even one with a Spirit Shield, Kuros for the nasty smite damage there, 65 ED, holy shit. Yeah, beautiful, 213 Gores, Nature's Peace, dude. Got to keep that Oak Sage up there. Wow.
Don't worry, we will still love you if you did.
Vicious Paladin right there, man. That was good. Good duel. This is what we were going up against him with here. We've got my hand-me-down Hodo. I'm not sure what happened to the real one, but y'all saw some of the gear earlier. This is basically all hand-me-down gear, and I gotta say, I don't know how I got all of it, but some of it I do. These charms are from my boy Bushy right there. We finally found our 2020 Necro Torch, and then of course we've got the setup down there for that light damage. You never know when that's going to be a thing. By the way, Kyle, I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Look, we've got a special cheers to give to this guy. That's just super generous of this dude. This was wild. We cleared out the arena and everything, man. We killed it. We killed it. You know, you guys know me, I'm pretty humble. I don't like to brag, but sometimes I'll say it. I don't mean to call into question anyone's prowess, but I'm a PvP god. It's just what happens sometimes when you step in. I know. It's more intimidating, as the great Toeshank once said. Sometimes I think people lose just because they're intimidated. No, honestly, man, Gabe is a savage dueler. I'm surprised I got that. That was actually pretty fun. I tried not to lates it. I was trying to get up in there, use that spear more than anything. We got there. Spears win fights, man. By the way, big cheers to Kyle, man. That's like a collective of over like 13 Canadian coins. Holy shit. Bro, big cheers to you, man. That's huge. We're going to put it towards Bill's pay, I guess. He's been doing a good job clearing out the arena. As you can see, we've got the El Colisee, as they say. I don't mind it, man. We got the steps right there. Use the steps, by the way. A lot of people jump on the fucking rail, and that thing looked like we had an architect from Venezuela build that, and I gotta say, looks a little strange. I wouldn't trust it. So quit jumping the rail and going down. Use the steps. They're like, you know, they're kind of down that way. Either way, if you brought your Blizz Sork, that's fine. But just certain ones we don't allow. We don't speak that name around here. Alright, this is the arena where champions are crowned, man. And man, what a great night it's been so far. Whoo! Alright, man, I see some people streaming. Let's get after this. We're about to get up in there and get it.
Why isn't there gold statue of you in the arena?
Holy shit. Bill! Yo, check out Kyle's comment. I need you on that. No, I'm not. Figure it out. I ain't giving you any more forum gold for that shit. You just... We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Seems like a really conceited thing to do. I don't know why. Was my mic muted? Fuck. I gotta get better at that. Yeah, I think, yeah, why not? Chuck it up in there. Why not? Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate that, man. Another big cheers. Let's pour some more out here. What an incredible night of duels this has been so far. You see a couple of people streaming here. Is this? I see Gabe. I also see, I believe, Faux Wheels up in here. I'm gonna just pop into this and see what the hell is going on. Let's just take a little sneak peek and see what the fook is up. I didn't see him on the card, but it's very possible he might have snuck his way into a matchup in here. which case I say good, man. This guy's a savage. Big cheers, Kyle. That's super generous of you, my man. And like, really, I really appreciate it, dude. We joke around a lot, but bro, that's the funnest part about it. Big cheers to you. Let's all tip one back to Kyle. It's thanks to support from Kyle that we're able to put down payments on arenas like that, all right? And give these fellas a great place to duel. Ah, okay, he's going up against Drunken Noodle. He says, all right, bro, let's get this money. All right, I'm trying to figure out this matchup. Hold up. Is this a... Wait a minute. Is this Squigs versus Drunken Noodle? Wait, okay, I think it's all making sense now. Okay, yeah, all right, this is... Never mind, there's like a million different names on the card. But, well there's a million different names between people's different accounts. Like, we're talking like Discord, we're talking Arena, all of this stuff. Yeah, this is Squigs versus Drunken Noodle, a.k.a. the foe, I believe. It's still hard to keep all these names straight, but I'm pretty sure we're on point with that. All right, these guys are ready to get that money. The next combatants have entered the arena. And how will it go? We've got Squigs on the Notorious Necro. This guy coming in, really building up. Oh my God. He's really building up on this Necro. Holy shit, big hits though from Drunken Noodle. This guy, I've had the pleasure of dueling with him in a number of team duels and pub games, and this guy ain't no joke. Certainly one of those players you gotta watch out for. You make a mistake, he's the type of dude that can punish you for it on a din. And he's got that 3-piece in his back pocket, so you better watch out for it, dude. He's just really good at closing the distance, getting those locks. Look at this different style right here from the Squigs. We just saw this matchup, NVD, essentially, neck v din. Not the NVD traditional sense, though. Don't get them confused. Holy shit. Trying to charge down there and get into a position, but too many bone spirits had littered the screen, and down goes Drunken Noodle. Dins need a win. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
I can't carry anymore.
You love to see it, man. Dins, I say this all the time, but it's very true. It's one of the most rewarding classes to actually score a win on. I mean, everything, right down to the level of complexity with the combo of skills that you cast is just called into question in all of the highest level duels. And when you finally land those things, when you finally get the kills, when you finally cut the angles, you push the pressure, you set your combos up with Smite, FOH, Telly, Stomp, Finish, that shit feels good. There are very few duelers who can claim that. I mean, hey, we just played in this matchup on the Necro side, right? And still, even then, you know, it probably feels better for Gabe when he got we got that Telly Stomp win versus me than it does for me to sit there. No matter how aggressive I get, no matter how accurate I get with the spears, it just doesn't feel the same, right? It's just not the same kind of feeling. You also got to say here from Drunken Noodle, you also see that upper corner, upper right map right there. Better for the viewing experience, certainly different. Something that you're seeing a lot from in the new age of dueling. Beautiful catch there from Drunken Noodle, closing the distance, getting in there. That's what he's got to do. And the beautiful part about that exchange is that he didn't actually catch any damage. He's still looking real good. By the way, N7 Reaper, my boy. He says, let's go DFC. Holy shit, man, 20 months. Big cheers to you, man. Welcome to the arena. Welcome to El Coliseo, my friend. Good to see you, man. How are you? Big cheers to that guy. An absolute legend in and of his own right. Dins are fantastic classes, but nothing feels better when you're playing a Blizz and your opponent dies off screen. I just might have pissed myself on that one. True. Yeah, I mean, you just... Nothing quite feels like it. You just drop that blizz. Oh, goes for the three-piece, but Squigs is immediately out of there. And that three-piece is hard to pull off. So what the three-piece entails, in case this is anybody's first time hearing about it, beautiful closing of the distance there from Drunken Noodle. Very good duel, evening up the score, now 1-1. But in case anybody isn't familiar with the three-piece, we use this all the time, but don't always explain it. We probably should. It's certainly something that, if you're PVMing on a din, there's no point in PVM ever where you need to do the three-piece. It's not a thing, right? But it is very, very useful with the current stun mechanics in PvP. And what you do is, it starts with a smite. We actually did a nice little short out there about this, featuring Toeshank. He's one of the best chain lockers in D2 history, and really puts on a clinic when it comes to chain locking with the din.
I am overburdened.
It starts with a smite. When you get that smite off on somebody, if you're a smiter, it hurts them, but also, most importantly for the combo, puts the little swirlies above their head, right? Now, those are interesting, and a lot of people, especially a lot of PVMers, don't know what those mean. Those swirlies are a very interesting thing. All right, they're very interesting. What they do is very unique in this game. Yeah, Bill, pause it. He's got the in-game music going. I prefer the blood more right about now, all right? All right, look, what they do is they make it so that any amount of damage that comes your way next is enough to put you in FHR animation. And just those few frames that you're in that FHR stun animation is all that a good dueler needs to telly stomp right on top of you and smite you again. And that, essentially, as you might be able to tell, starts the process right over. Because then it reapplies those swirlies, it sets you right up to do it again if you can. Now, the biggest of the big pros can do a chain lock on you at that point, where they just keep chaining that combo together. The smite for the swirlies, the FOH for the stun, the telly stomp to do it again, right? Smite, FOH, telly. That's the three-piece, right? If you can get that combo down, it is very hard if you have perfect timing with that. It's very hard for most players to deal with that. Narrow Watch Glitch still works, and is it viable in PvP? I remember watching a stream a while back about it. Yeah, we did a video about it back in the day. Yeah, it still works. It's auto-aim from Marrow Walks. Whether or not it's useful is a different story. It's definitely possible, but whether or not it's useful is debatable. We also talked about another glitch, which has since been patched in that video. It was the potion trick. That has been patched in that same video, but the Marrow Walk glitch, the auto-aim, wasn't. I mean, as it shouldn't be. It existed in LOD. It's always been a thing. But it's not very useful yet, right? Like, it allows you to get a name lock off screen, but if you're good at CT casting, you can also get that name lock, or close to it, right? You can shoot accurately enough to get it. But I'm sure, as with any abusable mechanic, it's possible that someone takes it to the next level. We've got Drunken Noodle reapplying the battle orders here. Looking to get in there. I think he's landed some shots against Squigs. Let's try to cut over here without missing any of the action. Try to cut over and see how Squigs is looking. It could be that he's low. It could be... Oh, no. He caught one smite, but it didn't really hurt him that much, man. He's still looking real good. He's looking quite fine. In a perfectly healthy spot here, and now what he's going to do probably is rebow. I would guess that, or he's just trying to stun on him. You see, Squigs' strategy here is interesting. It's a safe strat. Bam, there it is. Yeah, except for right there. I think he was planning on going toe-to-toe with that and just knowing that he had the life advantage. But it's a safe strat. He's basically trying to make his opponent catch him, right? You know, trying to keep the distance and set up the Bone Spirit trains. Which those are effective if your opponent doesn't keep up the Oak Sage, right? If they let that Oak Sage go down, those Bone Spirit trains can hit them randomly. But much like any other duel, spears are your best friend. Spears win fights, is what we say, and it's very, very true. The bone spear is king in just about every duel. And the reason is the bone spirit, sure, it does hit quite hard. However, it's very slow, right? And a bone spear can hit just about as hard, and it's extremely fast. It gives your opponent far less time to react to it. So if you get good at predicting where they're coming in, you can have one waiting for them. But additionally, what most people do is when they're teleporting around, when they're looking for their opponent, they'll actually just try to lock them with a spear. And the reason being, especially when you're going up against a VT, let's say, is it gives them very little time to get their name lock and to teleport in, right? They want to do it, that's what they want to do, but if they're taking a little too long at getting their locks, it can really punish them for it, right? If they're not the type of den that can get them quick just like that and can stay on top of them, man, it can really punish them for it. But you do run the risk when you sit there a little flat-footed looking for those spears that they get the name lock before you do, and they end up pushing the action before you do, and then that can certainly be pretty deadly. I could say he could afford to be a little more aggressive versus a Din, but it's also, you got to remember, Squigs is like learning every day on this Necro. Like, not just because someone doesn't implement like 100% the best style, you can't really hold it against them. You can't expect people to do that all the time. But that was a very good duel. What he's doing right there is he's learning the distance. He's learning the setups. That was very close. Very, very good duel. Grudge match incoming. We just saw it last week. Yeah. Jam and slam. Might have to happen. Practice up. Practice up, Pavian. It might happen. Might get his revenge. That would be a sick rule. No pools. That's actually bad for both. It's bad for the Druid and the Necro. Probably worse for the Necro. That or do it on the Ariat Summit. I would say pools and Ariat Summit. Gogators says Druid versus Neck is like free. I don't know, man. I think we saw some pretty good duels between the previous champ Gogators. I remember a certain Foozer that put up quite a fight. Big hits there from Drunken Noodle. Now he's getting in there, chucking out that FOH, trying to harass from afar. See, I actually think that's a really good strategy here. Even when I was just playing on the Necro, whenever Gabe was throwing the FOH, especially if you're trying to encourage your opponent to come in, he caught me with this. This is how he got me in the second duel. He started throwing the FOH around, and he almost like never came in for a bit. I mean, obviously he's going to come in, but he made me think for a minute that he was just on that plan. Like, he's not trying to catch me. He's just trying to FOH me down. And even though I had, 85 with T-Gods, like 85 light res, I was like, well, this isn't a duel that is too comfortable for me. He's going to blow up my Oak Sage charges. He's gonna whittle my life total down. It's not a winning duel if he just does that. So what did it do? It forced me to get in and look for spears at close range, which is exactly what he wanted so that he could grab the name lock easier.
It would be fun to see fights on different maps.
Yeah, we do it every once in a while, man. It's certainly not too consistent, but whenever we figure lates might come into play, and especially when there's like an excuse to do so, sometimes we'll switch it up. By the way, thanks so much, Cooch, for that 5 spot, bro. Big cheers to you, and a big cheers to Drunken Noodle getting there yet again. I believe this bout is 3-2 now. Yeah, big cheers, Cooch. Appreciate that 5 spot, brother. What we'll do is we might put it towards Bill's pay in the arena. You never know. Like, it's hard to tell. You think we should?
It would be fun to see fights on different maps.
Yeah, I'll tell Bill. He's currently running the curtains and shit. Running this beautiful arena that, thanks to support like that, Cooch, we're able to get one of these right here, It's we're just up here running the front desk, basically the ticket and announcer booth up here. We do both. They say we don't earn our money up here. We sell tickets and we call fights, all right? Some will call that the easy job, but I mean, look, I'd rather be running curtains, all right, Bill? Shut up, Bill! Regardless, great night of fights. Thanks for that support so much. Really appreciate it, Cooch. Big cheers to you. Let's jam it. Back to it, man. It's 3-2 in favor of Alucard. Great name for a Necro right there. It's a reference to Castlevania. Alucard, a.k.a. the Squigs. This guy using that spear more here. I really like that. You see, I almost did this. I think I wanted to do this, and I forgot when I actually went to duel Gabe. I should have done this. I think it would have been a fun match. I actually meant to just only use spear in the entire match. You can get there with a Necro doing that. I think it's a really fun duel. And perhaps when we get more data, I think to make things fun, if we look at the data and it suggests that Necros just win all the time, we might just ban Spirit in Nec v Din too. Like, just because it's so much more fun and exciting to get in there with spears, and especially versus a good Din player. And I think we're seeing this, like, we're seeing Squigs learn this now, is that the more mobile he stays at close range, the harder it is for the Din player to catch him anyway. Like, and that's the beauty of this type of fight, is like the only time that I think is extremely beneficial to use Bone Spirit. Like, you don't really even need to wait for him to come in and set things up. But it's when you get swirlied. Sometimes the best thing you can do, assuming you don't have an opponent that's right ready to charge you down, is actually just give him the walk down or the run down and start doing Bone Spirits, like down spirits, and then they'll chase him if they come in. But at close range, dude, you can just win fights with those spears. But right now, it looks like Squigs is circling the wagon, man. He's circling from all angles, trying to flood this map with the nastiest magic spells. Circling all around his opponent, giving him no outs. It's like he connected with something like right there. Very likely a Bone Spirit. Oh, man. And then you've got Drunken Noodle coming in. Closing the distance there. Coming in hot. I just saw that. Have it in tower level 0. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fun on the Necro. Like, you know, with that, like, just like you were saying, that Predator level hunt down, I think in this match. And not only is it scary for the Din, but it's extremely exciting. And like I said, I mean, Squigs is an up-and-coming Necro. This guy is like, we see him get better every week, and we see him with new matches every week. So these things are, like, he may not necessarily be as comfortable with them. So what he's doing is he's trying to harass with Bone Spirit in a way that he has likely become familiar with, that he knows is like the bread and butter, right? So that's what you're seeing here. But as you're seeing this duel progress, you're seeing him be more comfortable getting close here. And that's the beauty of the DFC, man. With 90% of duels, there's always a better way to do it. Like, there was always something better they could do. It's just, I get it, because when you see a Necro player do it, it's just, the Necro players, much like Blizzard players, are probably held to the most scrutiny when it comes to playstyle. Like, there's no room to get good on either one of these classes, right, is what it feels like sometimes. But the nature of it is, man, people are at a whole bunch of different spots, and I gotta tell you, Squigs looking like a very promising Necro, and one thing that I respect about this guy is that he tries to turn these into dogfights, man. He turns them into dogfights. GG's, and there it is, a 4-2 victory from Mr. Squigs himself. Absolutely savage. Tough matchup for the Din, man. Much props to the Dins that step up. This is certainly not a gimme. This ain't a gimme matchup, but it can be very fun. He says, damn, was super sweaty in that one. That's for sure. Damn, son, let's check it out. Let's get back over to the El Coliseo. We've got some fights, man. We've got some big fights. Bill, bring back in the card, if you will, please. Yep. Hurry the fuck up. Yep, bring it in. All right, yeah, show us that beautiful card, man. This is just where it's at. This was a pretty big card, man. It says looks like there's 32 fights there. There's technically not. Look, counting is hard on Arena, as you can see. It goes from 19 to 24 sometimes. Don't worry about that. Look, all we're worried about is this Savage card that we've got. As we've seen, we saw Toeshank versus Dazer right at the top of the card. Incredible matchup so far. Just to start the whole thing off, man. Really set the pace for the entire thing. Toeshank, not only a dominant champion, but a generous one, dude. Donating to the Arena. Keeping El Colisee live and well. Big cheers to him for that. You know, we also do have another Neck v Din matchup in here, and I'm wondering if this one will go a little different. We've got Foozerman on the Din, very seasoned, Foozerman on the Neck, very seasoned Necro player, but we've also got Serenity. Now, this duel was meant to happen, all right? This duel, these guys both climbing up the ranks, 'twas meant to happen. But in this way, who knows? Who knows how it could go? It's technically in favor, as you might have seen tonight from the two matchups that we've had, Neck v Din, technically in favor of the Necro. But it really all depends. If you get a Din in there, much like Serenity, that doesn't miss, right? A Din that don't miss, the Neck can't make a damn mistake, bro. It's tough. So we're going to see if Foozer has what it takes. Hopefully, that'll be a good one. We saw Hasha versus Dio. Pretty insane. Still waiting on LPC versus Primo. Any word from LPC yet? Primo, have we heard from him? I would love to see that one, man. Shit is... That's going to be nuts. I think Primo is preparing for it. He's ready to jam. We saw Gabe v Cooley. That was a residual one from last week. I'm glad we got it in. There's also Gabe v Pavian, dude. I saw Pavian kicking around, man. We ready to throw down on that one? I do see Gabe streaming. It very well could be the case. Is he streaming? Hold on, we better check this out. It doesn't sound right. Better check this out. Yeah, it doesn't sound right over there. I see some World of Warcraft on my end. Yeah, let's give that some time. Let's give that one some time. Just give me the heads up when that's ready to go. I do see GVN, though. Oh, my gosh. GVN tonight is going up against Nightfall. Now, this one should be pretty insane. We're gonna see Nightfall's medal on the Sin and see if he's got what it takes to take down one of the most savage Zon players. Now, one would say, what do we think this favors? The Zon? I think slightly it does. But regardless, man, this is going to be an epic matchup between these two. Let's clear the arena. Let's get it ready to go. Yeah, we need to clear this out. Set this up so that these guys have a clear Bloodmore, a clear arena to do all of the CTing and all of the nastiness that they're about to do. These guys are going to throw down. Got to make sure we're ready. Because what a hell of a night it's been, man. And here we are. This is the perspective of GVN. This guy's one of the scariest Zons in the Bloodmore, and certainly his opponent tonight is going to have his work cut out. GVN versus Nightfall. Do we ever do something like this on console? No. Nope. We don't. Too hard. And honestly, I don't really even think there's enough console players to do it. The reason why this is able to, well, we're able to have such awesome events every week is not because of me and me streaming it. It's because of the very active PvP community on PC. That's why. I'm not sure how big the console community is, and even if it has a handful of players, here's the thing. Much like we see in LLD, you kind of need a critical mass, and I don't even think LLD for the most part has that critical mass. Where like I mean, like, for example, there's other places that don't really have it either, like hardcore, LLD. Melee, I think, is just at that critical mass, right? Where it has like enough players interested in it that do it pretty frequently, so that there's always enough matches to watch for the most part. Like, some weeks is thinner than others, but you really do need a critical mass. So that's really what it comes down to, is there's a critical mass of players on PC that just allows for this to happen. Console got a few self-wielding Infinity Boys, I heard, yeah. How do they get the gold glove pointer? That is with a mod. So they have a mod to change their cursor color. Really only useful in PvP. The cursor in and of itself is gray, and for a lot of times people with, like, you know, you'll lose sight of it. It's very easy to lose sight of, but with a big yellow gold cursor like that, it's easier to see it when it's in your, like, peripherals, especially when you're doing stuff like GVN is here, right? You're keeping those shots in tight, but then every once in a while you got to teleport out. You got to CT cast. You got to know what direction you're headed. For real, Colrat? Like, is it... I was told at one point that there was a thriving dueling community on console, but I had failed to see it. And then even if it is on console, I think there's not crossplay. So, like, if you're playing from a different console, right? Like, how many consoles can you play from? Like, you still have to play on the same platform. So, like, it isn't like console is to, you know, is to BattleNet like PCs are to BattleNet. Like, if you're on a PC, you're playing with other PC users. If you're on console, you're not necessarily playing with other console users. So it's like even further segregation of that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But then again, I mean, there's a lot of value in playing on console, man. Like, the accessibility of it is really cool. But they also have controller support on PC, which props to BattleNet for doing that. I think that was really cool. Blizz really nailed it with that one. Close match here so far between these two, and now Nightfall, we're seeing the metal. We're seeing what he's got. He's put up some serious damage versus his opponent here so far. Getting in there with those traps. But so far, GVN able to keep the distance, also deliver some pretty vicious damage. How's this one gonna go? And a beautiful chain there, likely unexpected on behalf of Nightfall. Not only did it close the distance and give him the opportunity to get yet another lock with those arrows, but it got him right out of the way of those traps. That was such a beautiful, beautiful timing of that chain from GVN. Looks like he's looking to rebow here. Nightfall trying not to give him any space to do so. But that's all right. GVN says that's cool. I'll just flood this more with some multis. Beautiful shots there. Did eat some traps for his troubles. And there it is, man. I could smell it. I could smell it. I knew that was going to be an off-screen kill right there. Nightfall very low. Got caught with that multi-shot from off-screen, and down he goes. Man, that's just the power. That multi-shot covers such a wide distance. When 3D FX video cards were available, that's when LOD was at its best. See, I don't know. I'd like to think I played LOD in its heyday, and I don't even know what that is. Okay, yeah, so there's like a lot of different consoles: Xbox, PSN, Switch. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was at least on PlayStation and Switch. All right, round one goes to GVN. Nightfall certainly has got a tough opponent. It is doable here. It is doable, but it's very tough. Now you see the Zon can't impale a Sin, right? That's one of those things. So the Sin can close the distance, possibly get those kicks in, but then again, you open yourself up to the jab. And I'm not sure if that's a spot you want to kick around for too long. Might be good to get in there, land a couple of kicks, and get out. I say that completely freestyling it. I'm not really sure if that's a good strategy. Seems like it, though. The Fire Blast 2 also seems really good. When you close that distance, it doesn't seem like, you know, especially if you can close it and get out, like close it, do some damage and get out. Just seems like a good idea. But then again, against the hardest, you know, the toughest Zons like GVN here, it's very hard to do. It's not something that you can easily just close the distance and they're going to kick around and let you do it. Yeah, CC Trapper is rough. I think the play is to certainly go max block, right? Do we have this set up? Hold on, I think it's just Sin versus Zon. I think is the way we set it up. Which, yeah, that's what it is. It's just Zon versus Sin. So, theoretically, a good way to read into what a matchup could be, right? And read into your options is when it's... In the DFC, if a match is lopsided with a different build of it, like, so for example, if a hybrid Sin is just too much for a build, we'll oftentimes just specify Trapper. Or vice versa. If Trapper is just free, we'll specify like Ghost or whatever, like some variant of the Sin. But if it's just straight Sin, you're kind of open to do whatever. Now, there's a couple of options that you have there. You could go hybrid Sin, which I wasn't sure what Nightfall was on, but I think that's probably a little tougher for the Zon, isn't it? Like with a hybrid Sin. Getting in there, getting the whirlwind, and then getting out. It's probably still a tough matchup. LOD was built to run on the 3DFX or standard cards way back on 5 MG DSL Micro S. Microsoft bought them out and buried them. Oh, no shit. Word, okay. Yeah, this is actually, this isn't my gear. This is, we're watching GVN's screen right now. GVN is one of the most savage Zons. Yeah, he's got, you see that matching inventory right there? That is a concoction of 3 20/20 charms, a 451 poison charm, and probably some resistance charms, knowing him. He often uses his inventory to solve resistance problems, which I think is what a lot of Zons do. So, he probably has himself some 2011 lightning res charms in there. Very, very interesting concoction of charms in the inventory. And then from there you can tell Faith Bow. Looks like Faith Matte Bow, maybe? Enigma for the Telezon approach. And I would guess if he's like most Telly Boazons, probably a 2-socket 222 open socket helm. That, or if he's going with anything but the map bow here, it could also be beautiful chain there from GVN. Certainly something Nightfall didn't expect. He could have a 120-45 helm, which is 3 open socket, probably 20 cast on the Telly Boa with 3 40-15 jewels in it. A lot of options there. But those are the big ones. Also looks like knockback gloves. Very nice. Telly Boa, man. I wonder if that's what we'll see CJ on later on tonight. Matriarchal bow, greater than GMB in my opinion. For certain matchups, I know it is. There's certain ones that it doesn't necessarily matter. Or that the GMB, you would just rather have the damage. I don't claim to know which ones they are, but I know that good Zon players do have a GMB in their at their disposal. Oh, okay, so for walks on, that's what it is. Okay, that makes sense, because you're probably giving up some items to hit your cast breakpoint, so you need a GMB to make up for it in an IAS. Yeah, that makes sense. straight fire from GVN. So far, 3-0. Yeah, tough match. Looks like, is that Primo in this game right here, too? With some... Is that LPC up in there? No shot, that's LPC. Those guys ready to throw down. Oh, that's sound. Okay, giving you some practice runs in there. Word, all right. Who knows, maybe LPC got scared. Maybe he saw the setup. Maybe he heard us talking, dude. We shouldn't have talked so loud. We probably scared him away. He was probably like, oh, shit. He knows. He knows the tricks. Oh, GG, dude. Good stuff. All right, and here we go. GVN trying to get a shutout victory here, but Nightfall not trying to let him have it. Oh, look at that, man. He gets stuck in those traps. Big damage from Nightfall early on in the duel, too. But now those guideds doing some big damage, too. Oh, my God. Holy shit. And return fire from GVN. Best ping I've seen GVN on. Yeah, he's like low 100s here. And it's pretty consistent, too. Oh, my God. 79? He dropped into double digits? Did you make a... Is this central for him? Holy shit. 63? Is this a central game? Bro, GVN on good ping is unstoppable. No shit. So central is probably like the best for him. Game pulled west. Oh, word. Okay. GVN just typing in the more. No fucks. Beautiful jab shots there. He was looking for the name lock, looking to get in there and get it. A little bit of amp going off on the jabs. You see that? Using those beautiful rare jabs, and there it is, man. From across the map, the multi gets there again. GG. Props to Nightfall, man. That's a tough duel to be in. That's a tough duel to be in, man. Big cheers to this guy. That was savage. Team player right there. GG's. An incredible performance with low ping from our boy GVN. I also see Pavian firing it up, ready to go. Holy man, let's cut over. Is he jamming? Slamming? Cramming? Flamming? He's just admiring his druid. I oftentimes do this too. I get it. I understand. No hard feelings. Just admire him. Look how handsome. Here we are in the arena. Incredible night it's been so far. It's amazing how much CTing goes on when you've got a clear map like this, right? But we always get it cleared out. After every duel, you can't even tell that one happened down there. All the blood and gore and sometimes fecal matter that shows up from players in duels. It's really impressive that we've got a team down there, thanks to the support of you guys, to clear this shit up in between the rounds. Just make it so that it looks like we keep it clean around here. But people that know otherwise. You know, that's not necessarily the case. But yeah, come on in. Look, I say, while we've got time, why don't we head over to the right place? Come on in, grab a seat. Yeah, I'm about to fire up the good stuff, I think. We've hit that part in the stream where it's about time. It's about time that we really light things up, if you know what I mean. Yeah, don't worry. That's Tyrael back there. Tyrael's just watching in our tavern to make sure that nobody breaks the rules. We have a a couple of rules, but one that we have to keep reminding customers of here at the tavern, and that is, don't bring your fucking Blizzorks in here. Keep them out. Other than that, it's just, you know, laws and shit. But yeah, we're about to bust it out. I mean, Max called it. We've got the right underneath here. We did have the Jim Beam ready to go. Don't tell the powers that be, okay? We don't need everybody asking and ordering this shit, all right? You gotta keep this a little bit on the low. We're gonna fire up the good stuff now because, you know, we've got our duels in for the night. And it feels good. We got a win under our belt. We've seen some of the most savage matchups here already. And yeah, come on in. No, you ain't got to take your shoes off. Yo, what's up, Kreider? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the tavern. Yeah, we're just in here chilling. We got fighters getting ready. We were just out on the stage at the arena. And we cleared it out. It's ready to go. I mean, whoever fires up next, steps into the arena, starts jamming and slamming, we'll be there. We'll be there. Just figured this was a perfect time to come and I know there's some people chilling in here. Come and say what's up. You want some wine while you're here? I don't really know what kind it is or how old it is or what's in it. But yeah, just help yourself. I mean, I know I'm up here supposed to be serving the shit, but yeah. Oh, we took that out. You recognize the place, right, Shirley? You recognize it. Yeah, we commandeered the bar in Act 2. There was a little bit of in-town violence going on, which is the original reason Tyrael decided to show up. But once we talked him out of it, we said, hey, look, topped-in shit, man. We've been dirty TPing people all season, and you ain't done nothing about it. And that was in the throne, man. He was like, yeah, all right. So we took that. We banned Blizzorks. They're no longer allowed in here. If you guys want to trade annies, you can do it in the trade screen now. There's no reason for anybody to be back here. Okay? There's no drop trading going on anymore. Stay out of this side of the bar.
Have a sip on me.
Will do! Our boy Sawdust, man. Big cheers to you. Thank you so much. We just filled it up with the good stuff. Yeah, just figured we'd come in. I knew we'd find Sawdust in here. I knew we would. I thought he was still in here chilling, watching from the window. Which, by the way, I would ask Tyrael if he would, like, step aside so we could see the arena from there, but I ain't fucking with him again. He's got that NPC love where you can't actually damage him. It's ridiculous. Otherwise, would have been easy. All right, yeah, Bill. Show me the card. What other big ones have we got? Bring them in. Let's see what we're looking at. Yeah, so far we've had quite an incredible night of duels. We've got some on the list here. I've made sure to write down some of the nasty ones, but something tells me we've got a few more on the card that might just fit the bill, that might just be in there. The Polytheist versus Gogators. I don't know how that one's going to go, man. I got to be real with you. Polytheist learns with every duel, and I believe these guys have seen each other inside the digital octagon before, and I don't believe it went Polytheist's way. However, much like the smartest of the smart, the brightest bulbs in the chandelier, this guy always adapts. This guy always changes things up to make sure that the next duel doesn't go like the last one. So we're going to see how that one goes. See if Gogators got what it takes to take that top Drew spot. So happy to see this guy back. And going to be very curious to see, especially with new Fire Absorb rules, as they certainly do apply to the Druid as well, if that makes a difference in this matchup. I know that before, basically any hit from the Shaman was... It just hurt. There was practically nothing you could do about it. It's physical damage. It's fire damage. It's all over the place. It's really hard to dodge, right? But we're going to see. We're going to see if it makes a difference, especially in this matchup when you have, things like Cyclone Armor. But yeah, and then we also hopefully get to see the LLD matchup here, Murder SC versus Toeshank. Not sure if that's going down. We still have the Twin Terrors, Joby and Maddie, Joby versus Fulio. He might have been... I would bet, if I had to place bets here, I think their opponents might have actually shit their depends, knowing that they were on the card going up against those guys. So, hard telling. Hard telling what's going to be the case here, what we're going to see. But regardless, they're all set up to be pretty savage, I gotta say. So we're going to see. Let's clear it out. Let's get it ready. I do see our boy Pavian up in there ready to throw down. So let's see if we can cut over, man. I think it's just about time. Let's have ourselves a look. Here we are back on the ground level. These guys in the Bloodmoor, casting battle orders, which tells me some shit is about to go down. Pavian tonight going up against Gabe. This is going to be Din v Drew. Gabe ain't got himself an easy night here tonight. That's for goddamn sure. This is not an easy night. Oh my god. But Pavian gets there. Now, here's the thing that Gabe can utilize as a Din. In this particular matchup, because this is the Din Fight Club in the DFC, there's no rules for Dins. You don't have to abide by shit. You show up on a Din, do whatever the fuck you want. He could stack up as much life tap and life leech as he wanted. It's certainly a strategy you can pull versus the Druid. It's certainly one that I would. But that may or may not be the approach of Gabe here. He almost got there. Dare I say that was a risky strat, a risky response from Pavian there. What he chose to do when he saw that Gabe was closing the distance and getting close is he just chose to keep chucking the NATO. And he possibly chose that because, because he noticed that Gabe was so low. But even so, if at any point Gabe procced the life tap there, it just would have been over. Now, it's hard to tell if he actually has the life tap. There it is. Oh, yeah, he certainly does now. You can see it going off now. And a beautiful catch from Gabe. Let's go over to his screen here. Catch from Gabe. Let's go over to his screen. Yeah, a little bit of echo there. Yeah, no, that was wild. See, and that's the risk that you run. I thought for sure there's no shot. There was no way. There was absolutely no way this guy wasn't going to be using Exile or something. I mean, this is a tough matchup for a Din. You think Necro v Din is tough. This is extremely tough. This is, some would argue, unwinnable. Now, the only reason that it might be in some universe winnable for the Din is that they are allowed basically unlimited, well, not unlimited leech, but unlimited life tap and up to 35 leech, which when things get pretty crucial, right? When you get pretty low, you always have the option to basically upzeal, right? You do have that. And if they have a lot of pets, you can proc it off of an upzeal, you can get the life tap, you can gain a lot of life back, but regardless, the life leech is really going to hurt. Beautiful chain here from Gabe, trying to get in there. Oh, man, and he just ends up dancing in some NATOs, getting ganked there. Being a little too aggressive on that approach right there. I think with a Din, this is a matchup where you got to be patient. But then again, you've also got Pavian using the bear here. That could be because of the life leech and the tap. He's saying, look, I'm giving you less pets to hit, man. That's what I'm doing. Oh my god, and he just goes in with the stomp. That was wild. Risky and wild. He just so happened to catch Gabe in a window of time he was not ready. But look at this, man. Pavian getting in there with the stomps. Like, this dude is legit. He didn't come here to mess around, man. He didn't come here for none of that shit. Oh, and he's very keen on that shoulder trick. You got Gabe trying the shoulder trick here, and now Pavian looking for it. But now Gabe getting tricky with it. He's getting tricky. Now he's dodging those NATOs. I think he's gaining some respect for Pavian here, for the skills of Pavian. I think we're seeing it in real time. He's gaining some respect for it. Beautiful name grab there from Gabe, but it just was too little too late. Already taken too much damage there. Yeah, that's huge, Nim. Like, you never see that from a druid. Usually they're dancing on the outside, chucking the nados. I think this is even catching Gabe off guard. Like, I don't even think Gabe expected Pavian to be that aggressive. Which is... it's wild. I think that's single-handedly got him a couple of wins here. Just not... I don't think Gabe expected that. He's like, yeah, I've been in this matchup before. I'm gonna have to be patient. I'm gonna have to wait for my... And nope, not at all. Pavian just comes in, stomps... like, bravely stomps. Some of those shouldn't have made it. If you know what I mean, some of those shouldn't have made it. FOH, Oak, Stomp, Smite Chain. Just win, it's easy. Of course. All right, there it is, man. Life tap early on, and he fells his opponent. Now Gabe is in the rhythm. Really getting there. It's now, what is this, 2-2? What's the score? Is it 2-2? Just like that, there it is. 2-3, okay, yep. All right, 3 in favor. Gabe is no longer fucking around. He knows his back is against the ropes. Back is against the ropes. So you know what time it is. He can't be losing. We know what time it is. Give it to him. Give it to him. We all know, boys. And here we go. The next round. Gabe with his back against the ropes has not one iota of room for a mistake. This guy has to be patient. He has to be opportunistic. He has to be looking. He has to be ready with the chains. He has to be the din of all dins in this matchup right here. But he can do it. As we've seen in a couple of previous rounds, he has what it takes to get this win. But now we've got Pavian throwing those up nados, trying to trap Gabe into some nastiness. But Gabe isn't falling for it. Beautiful catch there. And just immediately, defensive nado from Pavian a la Dio. Looking to capitalize on that aggression. And another stomp. Even late in the round like this, Gabe teleports into those nasty nados. And now it's looking pretty grim. He's going to be praying for that life tap. He at least has the gloves. Does he have the exile too? He's going in with blatant disregard. And holy shit. Wow, what a finish there. Pavian back in the winner's bracket now. Tough match and a big digital cheers for Gabe. Gabe did not have any easy matchups tonight at all. And this guy's still like an absolute champion. Shows up, puts on a show. That shit was wild. Big cheers to this guy, man. That was nuts. We're sipping on the good stuff now. Here it is. These guys, yeah, don't worry about them. They're already exited the arena. They're cleaning up after themselves. Yeah, I can imagine that one was a bloodbath. That was wild. I did hear some equipment drop in there. What the hell was that? Oh, holy shit. There's some stuff. Well, let's just go ahead. Hold on. Well, let me just show you what we're looking at here. We've got some things. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but Scythe is dropping stuff. I don't know what happened to that festering essence that was on the ground. It probably poofed. You gotta stop hacking, man. Is this a Unid Annie? Are you giving this away? Are you giving this away? Junk. Unid Annies? Holy shit, is it better than my Hodo? Hold on, I might swap it out, and then we'll just say we don't know what happened to that either. Hold on, is this better than mine? It's 38, yeah, it's technically better than mine. Oh shit, look at this, he's so nice. You give it 37 Hodo, what a hell of a guy. That's fucking awesome, man. What a good dude. Alright, hold up. These could be 2020 Annies and everything. Storm shields. Look at this. We'll give away the game name here soon. Just let people come on in. A socketed, perfect storm shield. Oh shit! Did I drop that? Just kidding, man. We'll throw it down. It's a clean fucking socket. I can't do that. I'm the strimmer. I can't do that shit. What kind of annies are we looking at here, though? This is 18, 18, 8s. 14, 20, 10s. Oh, look at this. CJ's already cracked it. He's already cracked it. What's this other hodo? There's another hodo up in here? What is this shit? Oh, that's a 37. That's not bad. Another 38. Holy shit. Dude, Scythe, whoever this is just dropping stuff, man. Alright, y'all better be ready on the keys, because we'll eventually release the game name and let you guys know what's up. But it's gonna be hot. Right? It's gonna be hot. This Storm Shield, I don't know about that. We're gonna have to save that for the committed ones. Alright? We're gonna have to save it. Alright, it's a very complicated pass, so get ready. It's very complicated. We don't need anybody getting in here early. What is this? Are you guys hackers? Are you hackers trying to... Holy shit. Oh, we don't want to reveal that too early. But yeah, we're in Jack 1, man. We're in Jack 1. This guy dropping some mad stuff, man. Scythe up in here dropping some items. I heard some stuff getting thrown on the ground. I'm like, what the hell is this? Alright, if you get the annies, the unit annies, if you could identify them and then just link them in the chat so we know. We would love to see them. At least link them. Been looking for swordbacks for days? LOL, easy. Yeah, GG, man. I'm glad you were able to get something off that. Yoinked, easy. Easy scam. Look at this. CJ just scamming. He was a little early. I don't know how he hacked the password to this game. We tried to make it as complicated as possible, knowing that this would be a game that would eventually have items in it. Fucking hackers. You mean to tell me CJ isn't hacking? Reported. Yep, straight reported. I have to do it. Sorry, CJ. Love you, man, but you gotta lay off the hacks. I was always wondering how you beat me. That was a couple of times. I knew it was hacks. Yeah, straight hacks. Jesus, man. Alright, hold up. I also see some duels going on here, believe it or not. Believe it or not, I also see some duels going on. Surprise, surprise. I do see Mildred. LPC also. We've been waiting on this for a while. Mildred the Werecat herself is kicking ass in Melee. I say we switch it up. We change the pace here. Let's go look at...
Thank you.
Let's go check out this Melee duel. Yeah, GG. Big shout out to Scythe, man. That was awesome. Super generous, super kind. I don't know what happened to that essence in the Storm Shield. I have no idea. Man. No idea what happened to those. Alright, and here we are in the Melee arena. We've got Mildred Werecat going up against Hasha in this Melee bout here. Hasha also not only making waves as a dominant Barb player in HLD, but also coming into Melee and tearing it up. Holy shit! Big win for Hasha right off the rip. Now, Mildred Werecat, she's known herself as a little bit of a din killer. Little bit of a Melee savage, if you will. So that was a big win right off the bat in the first round here for Hasha. Huge, I think first round. These guys might have been thrown down before this, and we're kind of popping in a little late. But I'm sure we'll get an update in the score here real soon. Regardless, 1-0. Yep, there it is. Can Hasha do it again? Oh, big hits from Mildred Werecat. And that's what it takes, man. Big crushing blow. Crushing claws coming from this nasty Fury Druid. The fear of all in Melee. Mildred the Werecat herself. We have seen her put on dominant performances before. nearly with a full shutout, which is something we've never seen in Melee. I believe it was 10-1. It was the closest to a complete shutout we've seen in Melee. And perhaps she's looking to do it here again. She says the first one is free. And now let's get it on. And here we go, the third round. It's currently tied up between Hasha and Mildred Werecat. Big hits from both players right off the rip. Hard to tell how this one's gonna go, but it looks like Hasha gets there. 2-1 now. All right. All right. Mildred Werecat says, okay. All right, we're here to play. We're here to do some melee, are we? Let's cut over to Hasha, see what this guy's looking like. Ooh, look at this green din. I wonder if he's using the Templar's Might or if he's gone in with Leviathan here. Looks like he just flashed it. It looked like a Leviathan. Holy shit, big hits from Mildred Werecat early. Hasha in trouble and down he goes. Man, from his angle, that Werecat just looks scary. Look at those graphics from his end. I'm not sure if he has his like colors turned down or what, but like, holy shit. That looks like one mangy, scary looking Werecat. Oh, and he's got the Falcata. Oh no, it is Templar's Might. It is an F-Zotted Templar's Might. Very rare armor to see. Always in people's stashes in Melee, but rarely ever on their actual character. Really cool to see it here. Holy shit! And now Mildred showing what she's made out of. Yeah, turns out it was Templar. I had 2 frames to see. People do use Leviathan in Melee. It's also very rare to see. If Leviathan could spawn Ethereal, I think it would actually be a really good Melee armor. Yeah, probably possible to do in Melee. Not sure how effective it would be, but probably possible. For a unique only build. You'd probably lose out a lot on AR. Holy shit, man. I'm not sure if Mildred made some swaps or what. But this is a big comeback. Close one right there. I believe this is 3-3 between these guys. Bam. Huge comeback from Hasha there. It's really cool, I gotta say, to see Hasha not only tear it up in the HLD scene, but to also be so active in Melee like this with plenty of swaps. He's got nasty setups, nasty gear with the, we saw some 60% steel rends up in there. Those are super rare, man. You don't see players with those every day. And this guy is so active, so ready on this scene too. Another close duel. 4-3 in favor of Hasha currently, but this is anyone's game. Sound DQ, dual nulled. Yeah, ban him. You can't be showing up on a din like that with skills and shit. Now this is the din fight club. If Sound showed up on a din, there is no DQing. If he showed up on anything else, if he showed up on a Blizz Sword, get him out of here. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, see him right out of here. Yeah, get him out. Oh, you can't ban other mods? It's a shame. Damn it. Yep, showed up on a Zot. Yeah. That'll be in there next week, CJ. You just wait. Be careful. We might add some rules to that arena. Hasha with a big comeback here. It was looking a little rough, man. It was looking like Mildred might run away with it there for a little bit. Looking like it was going to be a pretty savage comeback, but so far, I gotta say, this Templar's Might is paying some big dividends. Now, the reason why people would use such an armor, a Zotted Templar's Might, is because of the massive defense. That's often something that you see on armors in Melee. People, they're either, just about any armor that you use, whether it's the E-Rep 2-socket rares, the E-Rep 2-socket magics, or whatever they're using, it's a very important spot to muster up as much defense as you can. So it's not uncommon to see these armors that otherwise wouldn't have a use to pop up in Melee. A lot of times, in some rule sets they've banned this, but ethereal shaft stop Zotted was also a big one, because if you get those perfect, I believe it's like 2200 something defense, which is insane, right? On top of like DR and all of that shit. Leviathan, sort of the same thing. Granted, it's in the teens when it comes to the when it comes to the defense, but big damage reduction on that as well. Close duel between these guys. 4-5, still in favor of Hasha. Yeah, he's got... I ain't going there, CJ. I don't know where this came from. I don't claim to understand you Zon players at all. Big hits from Hasha, but a big comeback potentially from Mildred. And she ties up the score. Damn. Yeah, leave it to the Zon players. Leave it to the Zon players to go there. Yeah, when we talk about jamming big D's on this stream, we're talking about defense. And it clearly takes a Zon player to take such a statement the wrong way. I don't know, anybody in a reasonable mind who could see it as anything else. Like when I say I like jamming big D's, I think any reasonable person would know we're talking about defense in Diablo 2. That's just ignorant. Oh, yeah, go ahead and clip it, Frog. Anybody would know with no shot. Most reasonable people would take that out of context. And the RNG gods favoring Mildred the Werecat herself, barely scathed after that round. All right, Hasha might have mustered up a little bit of a lead there, but now things are getting scary. This back and forth, truthfully, is something that is savage. This is making the heart thump a little bit. It's getting the blood pressure up of these melee duelers. Could go either way. I bet Hasha is wishing that Oak Sage takes a little bit of a detour there and gets clipped by that Falcata. Are we going to see another big comeback from Mildred? We sure are. This is wild. This is one of the closest melee matches in recent history, man. Each one of these rounds just about right down to the wire, with the exception of one where the RNG god smiled on Mildred Werecat herself. She was barely touched. Yeah, mad hacks here. Mildred the hacker, Mildred the werehack. Yeah, I can tell she's using auto aim. How the hell do you get a name lock like that in Melee so quick? Auto aim shit. Holy shit. Yeah, hacks. This is crazy. I'm not sure if Mildred made some swaps here, but like this is... Things have changed. Yeah, I think now we see Hasha go into the stash here. We're seeing Stasha swap some things up. He's swapping to a rare sword there. A rare cryptic sword with big damage on the gloves. Cryptic sword's going to have some pretty decent IAS, I would believe. I haven't checked in a while, but I believe it is faster IAS than the Falcata by 10%. Yeah, I don't play a lot of D2 or anything, but I would just guess. And it looks like he's opting for damage from his gloves here, going back to the steel rends for massive output. He's got to get there. Holy shit. And another big hit right out the gate from Mildred. He's got his work cut out for him, but Hasha gets there, hoping to turn things around now. Very good duel. Yeah, they're dueling in Norm. That's usually where melee duels take place, surely. And it's because they try to mitigate as much of the elemental damage as possible, and they don't really stack up resistances on their characters because you don't need them. You technically don't need them. You shouldn't need them in melee. So to mitigate any residual damage that might be on items like death or like 50 lightning damage on, you know, any given ring or what have you, they try to mitigate that as much as possible by dueling in normal. Oh, PK clutch. Nailed it. Yeah. What a close match, dude. Now 6-7, still in favor of Mildred, but what a comeback so far in these last couple of rounds for Hasha. Whatever swaps he made here. Out to this Cryptic Sword, out to the Steel Wrens. Certainly paying some dividends here in this very close back and forth matchup. Oh, 7-6 for me. Okay, my bad. All right, yep. Here we are. 7-6, now in favor of Hasha. Big hits early on, though, from Mildred, and yet another round where Mildred walks out barely scathed. That is a scary, scary looking werecat right there. And here we are at 7s. This is back and forth, man. I think it's just the color setting that Hasha might have on his display. Because if we swap over to Mildred, it doesn't quite look the same. Oh my god, another close one, man. Holy shit. Yeah, we'll swap over to Mildred and I'll show you what I mean. Like on her screen it doesn't look as mangy and as like nightmare inducing. Looks like a normal werewolf, right? Like, it's all about your perspective, you know? I'm sure we're seeing it from not only Hasha's game perspective, but from his mental perspective. This thing is a nightmare to go up against, as you can see with that big damage that Mildred Werecat is putting out. Huge hits early on. He knows. He knows. That's why I was tuning into Hasha. I actually like the nightmare fuel that is this druid. Like, look at this. That is not something you would approach in the wild, man. I'd shit. If you wouldn't shit seeing that, you're lying. As you just open up a door and that thing's sitting there, you'd shit. Might pee, too. Yep, just a little. I'm convinced whoever coolly spectates wins easy. Are you sure? I don't know, man. 9-8. Quickly debunked. Fucking Zon players. In their pseudoscience. Pseudoscience Zon players. Your breakpoints and your pseudoscience. Hasha looking not to get shut out here, but off to a bad start against Mildred, and down he goes. Close duel between these two. And what an epic display of what Melee can be. A back and forth dice roll. These guys, very, very equally built, equally creative players. Let's cut over to and see what Mildred was rocking here. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering what this druid is made of. Hopefully we'll get a chance to check out the gear of both of these people. This is just wild. Mildred walking with that werecat. Some people still don't know this, that walking increases your block chance, or essentially doesn't decrease it. All right, yeah, so these guys are going right in. Oh, and it looks like Mildred was... is that the fanged knife she won in the DFC? Is it? Or is it a different one? Oh, man, that's huge. She takes that fang knife and wins in the DFC with it. That's huge. Very cool to see. I think it is, man. I think it is. That's a savage-looking one. Beautiful, man. Yeah, and a perfect Jalal's main upped as well. I can't tell if the base defense rolled perfect there. But Black Hades armor, very popular choice recently in Melee. We do see some other people wearing that as well. I like that. 2 perfect ravens. Yeah, and then we've got 2 perfect ravens, a similar ring Ami setup by Hasha here with a beautiful cryptic sword, man. Look at this. 268 on the ED. But yeah, and then a Zotted Templar Smite. Almost 2,800 defense. I believe that's the most you can possibly get in the game. I think an F Templar Smite is the most you can get. 60 ED Steel Wrens, Storm Shield Monarch with an ED 15 IAS ED jewel in it. Beautiful setup here from both players. This was a great matchup, back and forth, man. Holy shit. Well, boys, let's do it. It looks like we've got some other duelers up in here ready to throw down. I say we kick some ass. And on this screen, we've got LPC about ready to throw down versus the one and only. I also see Lamp and Maddie in there. Oh my god. Lamp showed up. Lamp is awake. Someone awokened the Lamp. Joke's on him. He gets banned, I think, for bringing a Blizzsork into the arena. Straight ban, instant loss. Yeah, GG, Maddie. You won. You won. You know, I'm not scared. You're scared. Beautiful fireballs there from LPC. Primo looking to get in here. I do believe he went with the open wound setup on the weapon, so he's probably looking to get in and land a smite. But now, here's the trick, though. LPC ain't no chump as a sorceress player. He's very aware of it now, and he's got this pattern going on where he's just basically trying to bait him into it. He's really trying to push him. He's really trying to mitigate his angles so that Primo basically has to walk into these fireballs if he doesn't get this shot. One thing I gotta say that I really respect out of LPC style here is this guy is not trying to lates across the map. This guy is not at all trying to lates across the map, dude. Like he is sitting there getting up close. Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to see some hams from Primo here. Like, the problem with the din here is, like, it's so tough on a hammer din, man. Like, you got to keep the hams up as a threat. But also, like, you got to be ready with the cheese, as they say, right? Like, to get in there and smite when you can. I think with Primo, he was getting very aggressive with that smite, looking to get in there and proc that open wounds. But the thing is, you can kind of bait that sorceress, right? You chuck those hams, you can bait them. And eventually they'll get a little too close, right? You kind of treat them like you want to chain them, right? Treat them like you want to chain them, and eventually that open wounds is going to present itself. But I think Primo, that was his practice round. He was practicing up. Primo's a top din, dude. He knows what's going on. He was practicing up. He was testing his opponent. He was just seeing how ready he was. All right? That's it. There's nothing more to it. Also see Serenity up there ready to throw down versus the Foozer. We've got some fights about ready to go down here in the Discord, and man, I couldn't be more excited. The latter half of the card starts now. Just taking some notes about potential fights of the night here, making sure we remember things. Oh, and there it is, man. Primo got the hit in there. That open wounds procced, but now he's low. No open wounds procced. He's not FOH PK yet. Primo will likely have to get another hit in there to ensure that his opponent is FOH PK, but I think he actually got some big hits in there with hams. I think he actually landed some hams, Primo did. And the thing is, LPC is so low at this point that it's very likely one or two hams that two hams will certainly put him down. But, dude, LPC's got 4K mana. 4K. Bro, that's insane. There it is. Now Primo's stepping it up. See, he was just testing him before. He was just testing him. He was just testing him. He was just testing him. I think he's out of one ham range now. Believe it or not, at like 600 life and 4K mana, I'm pretty sure you're out of one ham range. That's the thing. That's the thing with those bow sorks, or those fire sorks, man. ES sorks in general. Man, they can be tanky. It looks like he might have actually... Nah, he split his points, too. He just has naturally nasty mana. Like, I think he actually just went to 4K mana and dumped the rest of his points into Vitality. because he has a good split. Like usually, oh my god, beautiful cut there from Primo. I told you he was playing with his food in that last round. Hit him playing with his food. Nicely done. That's very hard to do, man. To finish with hammers, which is predominantly what Primo finished with there. He got one hit with the open wounds in, which didn't really do a ton of damage. A lot of that, 90% of that came from hammers. That was actually pretty wild, I gotta say. Nicely done, man. And we have now reached the later part of the card. It's time to jam. It's time to slam. And it is certainly time to Alabama. Primo putting on a show. Maddie and Lamp about to duel after this, man. We'll tune into Maddie and Lamp after. I know Maddie's been waiting all night for this guy to wake up. He's been waiting on him to wake up, dude. He doesn't even know he's banned from the arena yet. He doesn't even know we have the sign already up. He doesn't even know. Clearly, he brought a Blizzsork. Nice hit there from Primo. Looks like he cut him open, too. Beautiful charge. You cut him open, that's going to be good for, looks like 700 damage just on that little charge. Beautiful hits there again from Primo. Primo putting on a clinic here. That was an insane stomp. And that's the thing, you notice when you got that sorceress with like full mana, that hammer just did like 200 actual life damage there. That was so little. He gets clipped by another hammer. Primo trying to get in and finish. I don't think LPC is ready for these chains, man. Sneaky chains from Primo. Holy shit. And he even cornered him there. This is anyone's game now. Primo is like one fireball and a real bad exchange away from getting PK'd is LPC. Primo's so quick, dude. He is on point with this. Ooh. Fireball landed for LPC. I love this. These guys are basically fighting in a phone booth right here, and mad respect for that. LPC could easily cheese the fuck out of this guy and start teleporting around the map, dropping meteors and throwing fireballs. But this dude's in here fighting like a man, dude. That's how you fight like a man on a fire sork right there. Toe to toe, man. Mad respect. Yeah, he's putting it on. He's putting it on, Sawdust. Well, the thing is, I think he's not using Meteor or Blaze for a very specific reason, Sound. I think Primo came prepared. Primo knows the trick. Primo knows that if he slaps on Phoenix, which I don't know how I know that he might have that on the swap, but I think LPC is aware. He's aware that his opponent knows the Juck fuckery, and he isn't trying to heal him. Primo now allowed to go 85-15 as well in this matchup. Well, he always was because it's a fire sork, but at the same time, would highly suggest putting on as much sorb as possible versus these pesky fireball, ES fireball sorks. Tough matchup for Primo, but he is getting in there, man. Beautiful hits from LPC. A nice walk down, no blaze either. You gotta say, mad respect for that. Nice stomp from Primo. LPC looking for the name lock, getting a little flat-footed at times, giving Primo the option, the opportunity to get in there and land some shots, and he almost did. You see right there, you don't even know how close that was, man. It might not look like he did too much damage, right? But trust me, LPC was one ham away in that exchange from certain death. And it's so hard to tell, but his mana was just getting low real quick. It was taking a beating, and when it starts going to the life total like that, even in like 200-300 amounts, you know that the next one's gonna finish. Yeah, I think so too, CJ. That's mad props for that, man. That's we've seen some cheesy fire sorks in there versus Hammerdins using Blaze. I forget. Name started with an S, ended with Antiana or something. But yeah, in there using Blaze versus the H-Dins and Cheesers. Cheesers. We gotta ban those guys. Oh, nice hit there from Primo. Gets in with a little bit of open wounds. Now he's probably going to let it do its work, right? That's what you got to do versus... this is a tough matchup for a Din, man. You got to get in there. You got to make it dirty. You got to get in there, make it up close and personal. Make it dirty. Hams alone is tough to do the job with. You got to have some other trick. And Primo does have the open wounds trick. But the thing is, LPC's catching him a little bit. Those fireballs are quick, man. That's the thing. When you get good at aiming those fireballs, when you get good at catching your opponent with that, man, they got to think quick. You don't have any time to be flat-footed looking for those name locks, dude. He's going to punish Primo every time. Every time he takes a little too long to get that name lock, LPC's going to punish him for it. Beautiful stomp there from Primo. And again, he tries to undercut him, but LPC ready with the name lock. Beautiful stomps from Primo. Primo's in an interesting spot right now. Both times he's done a perfect undercut and he's done a couple of perfect stomps. And that time looked like lag. Yeah, it looked like lag to me. If only Primo wasn't lagging there, I think LPC would have had it. Beautiful show of some PvP from those two, though. Holy shit! That was insane. All right, boys, it's time for something that I don't even know if I'm ready for. I don't even know. I'm not sure. We're cutting over to Maddie's screen right now. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure if I'm ready, but we're gonna do it. This is Maddie versus Lamp. This is one for the record books right here. I just pissed myself. I gotta go take care of this. Seeing Maddie sin here, it's so amazing and just awe-inspiring. I don't know if Lamp is gonna have what it takes, but we're gonna find out. Hold on, I gotta take care of this. Holy shit. Maddie just got clipped. I see it now. I was gonna say let me know what I missed, but it looks like we likely missed an off-screen blizz. Oh my god. Was Lamp holding it down? Was Lamp holding down the name lock? I see Maddie has Dragonflight. Smart man. Hell yeah, man. Dude, he's getting it in there. I also see Psychic Hammer. Why is he using that, Max? Tell me. Why is he using Psychic? Is it just to get the name lock from... Is it just to get the stun from off screen? Because he knows he's dueling an off screener? Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, so that's what it is. Yeah, off map stun for sure. All right, here we go, man. Lamp landed a big hit. That one certainly hurt. That one hurt big. It doesn't look like Maddie doesn't have anything keyed on left click here. Sometimes Sin players put like is it Fire Blast on the left? So after a chain, you can just like left click, but it's possible Maddie has it on the right. I'm wondering if he's gonna if closing the distance and getting in to use Fire Blast is in the repertoire. If it's part of the game plan. Would it be, Max? Is that a good move? It always seems like closing the distance and Fire Blasting your opponent is a good move, but... Oh, okay, so you want it for chains. Okay, you want it on right click for chains. All right, that makes sense. See, I'm a pro Sin player, Max, and you learn something every day, I guess. You know, I mean, you know me, pro Sin. There's no real reason for it to be the MDR PDR. Sorks can't go 95 ES, so you can't be immortal, and the only thing it shuts out is Mind Blast from Sins and Fuck Sins. Additionally, in this matchup right here, you're not getting there with a Mind Blast, even if your opponent has what other rule sets would consider GM PDR because of ES. GG, man. Lamp gets there with a beautifully placed Blizzard that Maddie just kicked around in for a little too long. It's 1-1 right now. Maddie got the first round. All right, GG. Thank you for the update on that. Yeah. ES is capped at 88%, so like you can't really go full immortal with a sorceress. You can still die to a whirlwind from a ghost sin on an ES Sorc with max block and all of this. Don't ask me how I know. All right, I stepped in the cage with Riz once. Did I try to cheese him? You're goddamn right I did. And he still could kill me. Yeah, so the only real thing that it shuts down is just damage from Mind Blast, which, whatever. That's fine. Sins are in the healthiest spot they've been with a, I think last I checked, like 49% win rate, which I'm like, perfect. Whatever we're doing it right. Better than the 60% from years ago. Made progress. I'll ride you like the Metro on the left click chain. Yeah, I mean, technically, could do it. No, it makes sense though. Totally makes sense on right click. You can see that. So from someone who has watched Lamp duel quite a bit in the more, it's almost like you can sense when that Blizz is coming. And Maddie might be in that spot right now where he's like, I think he can feel it. Like, he can sense it when it's coming. Big hits there. It looks like he's done some pretty serious damage on Lamp. Oh, no. Well, he's done like 10%, which means he probably drained his mana a bit there. Oh, big hit from Lamp. Lamp was playing a little bit of red herring there. You notice him walking down on the map right there? He was almost acting like he was out of mana, and who knows, maybe he is. Yeah, it looks like he says, yeah, mana struggle. He certainly was, but that's even more impressive, because even without that mana, he was able to put up a meaningful offense And that's the thing. That's what Lamp does, man. He capitalizes on that over-aggression. Maddie with some nasty CT casting here. Some might remember Maddie from back in the day, previous DFC champion in and of his own right, beating out the once dreaded, once heavily feared Vamp the Champ, and now it's 2-1 in favor of Lamp. Yeah, wild. That's the thing. Versus the ES Sork, it gets so discouraging because if you're the opponent, you see yourself landing these nasty, like in Maddie's sense here, he's like setting up the nastiest traps. His CT casting, his CT trap casting is some of the best I've ever seen. And you look at it, and at some point it's like, oh, I've done 10% to the Sork, but you never really know what their mana is at. It could literally be the difference, just like Lamp said there. In that last exchange, he was 0 mana, which means that like probably one more trap hit, he was dead. Maddie has some vicious trap damage. Last I knew, I think of somewhere around like 14k, which usually on any other build, you'd be able to stack up some light res against that, right? That would technically be considered an elephant sin thanks to the juck fuckery of Max. But at the same time, the ES Sorceress can't stack any of that. By any means, the ES Sorceress can't have any added resistance. So when that damage does finally get to the life total, it's going to be vicious. Yeah, and a big cheers to you, Primo. That was a great duel. You did extremely well, brother. It's a tough matchup for an H10. I'm impressed. I am impressed by your performance. It was good. Beautiful Blizz there from Lamp. Quickly turns the corner in the face of the Mind Blast, dropping the Blizz. And that's what you got to watch out for with Lamp, man. Oh, big hits from Maddie, it looks like, though. Big hits from Maddie. Ooh, and another Blizz hit there. Surprised he didn't get felled by that one, though. That looked direct. Beautiful Sin play here from Maddie as well. You see, what makes the difference, a lot of times, I would say casual players new to PvP might not quite understand. It might not be, oh my god, big hits from Maddie, and down goes Lamp, just like that. It's like I said, I mean, might have been at 20-25% health, but then as soon as that mana breaks, boom, it's over. It's over. Nicely done. Now a tie score, man.
So Aratha BM.
ES Aratha BM. Sure is. Brand, by the way, thanks so much for the 2-coin tip, my dude. Appreciate that. That's because Iratha set does naturally give you +10 to max all res. Yeah, what are you doing? Take those overpowered Iratha set ES Sorks out of here. As I was saying, I think players who are newer to PvP might not, if you just look at the screenplay of Maddie over here and you don't understand anything about PvP, you might not necessarily know why his strategy of laying traps is just top tier. You might not immediately see it, but if you look and you've got a keen eye, you'll see that his character and skill tab screens are coming up. What, you know, some people, back when I was new in LOD, I assumed people did that accidentally. Like, why don't you learn how to click on it? Why don't you learn how to use a keyboard? But alternatively, if you're a really good dueler, you use that as leverage to cast your spells even further. You'll notice that when he opens one of these screens, his character shifts to one side of the screen or the other. That's going to give him more room, more ability to move his cursor out further and cast his traps. Speedrunners do this when it comes to teleporting on maps. It's just a really good way to cover distance, more distance with your spells than you averagely would. Certainly something you don't necessarily need in regular PvM. But the reason why Maddie's trap casting is so good is because you'll notice that every time he teleports away, it's almost immediate and it's a perfect angle. He's bringing his cursor right down into the corner or the very side of that screen, and those traps are landing right where they should. They're landing in the most inconvenient spot for Lamp. It's like Maddie has been doing this for years, because he has. That CT casting like that is just something in his regular repertoire, man. He lands the traps exactly where he wants them from what some people would consider off screen. That's what it looks like sometimes. The sin isn't even on your screen and traps are getting laid around you. You're like, what the hell? That's how they do it. But the thing is, what a lot of people don't notice is that to do that so consistently. Big hits for Maddie. Huge hits for Maddie. To do that so consistently, you have to have a keen eye. You have to have practice. And with Maddie, it just seems like it's muscle memory, like it's second nature, man. Nice blizzard there from Lamp. Unfortunately, it didn't land, but it was very nicely placed. Just like that one, too. Another very close call for Maddie. You need big hands for the FN keys. Gives Maddie an advantage. Yeah, that's what it is. 6'4", absolute monster of a D2 player. I once watched this guy save a small family on the streets of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I saw it happen live and in the flesh. I think it was actually from Lamp. Lamp was trying to fucking freeze him out, cast a blizz on him. One look at Maddie. Dude shit himself. I wish I was recording. Some melee going on. Thanks for the heads up, Silent. I know we've got a number of matches, a number of players right ready to go. I'm excited about it. We've got some nasty matchups here, dude. This one is close, and I would say not necessarily going on as long as I expected. I expected this to be a 2-hour duel. Not gonna lie, but right now I believe it's 2-2. Oh, nice blizz there from Lamp. Maddie being careful not to directly chase after his initial stomp here. That's a very good observation that he's made, because once you get that initial stomp, and much like Dio, when Lamp notices that you're pushing the aggression and that you've chained him, especially when his back is against the ropes, he's gonna drop that self blizz, man. He's gonna defensive blizz. This one's a nail biter, dude. Beautiful trap placement here from Maddie. Lamp doing a good job of trying to kite him in. Oh, man. Beautiful setup there from Maddie. He saw it coming. He saw it coming. He has studied the game plan of Lamp, and I'm pretty sure Lamp just almost teleported right into a full 5-stack. Literally, Maddie just put the whole 5-stack right where he knew he was going to be. Sure as shit, he teleported right there. And that's what I mean. This guy is seasoned when it comes to laying traps. Green Lungs versus Silent going. Thanks for the heads up. Maddie has Lamp in that corner. Wisely doesn't chase too far into it. Maddie's getting a lot better at dodging these blizzes and predicting the timing of Lamp, which is very, very crucial. And it's got to be a little bit discouraging for Maddie too, because with the ES sorceress, their life total is typically not as high, right? So when you get that damage on them, especially early on, you get that damage on top of them, and it feels encouraging. You want to finish, but the longer you go without dealing more significant damage, the quicker that life total replenishes. And before you know it, it looks like they're full. I mean, they are full. But their life total isn't necessarily that high to begin with. Max block allowed? Yeah. All right, I believe the score is at 2-3 in favor of Lamp. All right, GG. Here we go. Lamp also slowly figuring out the cadence, the patterns of Maddie. This guy also very quick at discovering any sort of consistencies that his opponents have and trying to exploit them. And by that, I mean just drop a blizz. Just like that. Yeah, he also, it looks like Lamp has Gurks. Gurks Pavis for the block, for the MDR, PDR. A lot of reasons to have that versus a Sin, especially when you can't stack up the your resistances against those 14k traps. Beautiful CT casting there from Maddie. He's got to be careful not to follow him in though. Lamp doing a little bit of walking on the map. Beautiful closing of the distance there from Maddie. You can tell at this point, Lamp's mana situation is a little rough. Maddie cautiously approaching with those CT casts. And there it is, evens up the score between Lamp and Maddie, and it comes down to this. All right, if there ever was a round that might go long, well, we're gonna see what these two are made out of in this one. 3-3 in this epic back and forth matchup between two savages. Great duel so far. Maddie with that good sportsmanship. He says 3-3, good fight so far, bad. He forgot the A though. Who spells bud? B-U-D. Oh. I'd expect more. Expect more out of this natural-born Canadian. Bud. Yeah, absolutely beautiful, man. Like, this is what a lot of trap players aspire to be. Like, it just, if you notice the fluidity of the way that Maddie casts spells and CT casts these traps, it's so fluid. It's just right there. It's like I said, it's almost like muscle memory for him. Doesn't even have to think to land these CTs. Like, it just flows. It's beautiful to see. Absolutely, man. It certainly is. I still remember the day Maddie was the first ever respectable PvP guy that approached a stream that I was doing from back in the day. And basically, I'd say he taught me how to duel, but essentially he taught me how not to duel. Whooped my ass for an hour and a half straight, man. And I thought I was good. Beautiful blizzes there from Lamp. He's really learning. He's really learning the cadence of Maddie trying to kite him in. He was also kiting that name lock. Did you see that? He was like staying kind of on his screen for a little bit, dropping the self blizz, and the only reason he teleported off the screen is because he preemptively dropped the blizz and Maddie didn't fall for it. So then he had to break the lock. But that's what he was hoping Maddie did. He was hoping Maddie teleported on top of him. He was trying to kite him into it. Maddie doing a great job of avoiding these blizzes. Yeah, CT for 20 years for sure. Guy's a legend at it, man. Maddie does the type of CT casting that all CT casters wish they could do, including myself. A lot of times when people start up with CT casting, a lot of times they use it defensively, and they'll use it in an attempt to teleport further to get out of locks, which totally makes sense. It's only as you get more used to it can you use it so purposefully and so effectively on the offense. And no class benefits more from that than the Sin. Oh, big blizz there. Double hit blizz from Lamp. Blizz needs a buff, man. I don't think it hits hard enough. Nanti and Hasha on for last week's duel. BVB. IK set versus Berserker's Arsenal. Oh, shit. All right, we might try to see both there between the melee duel, if that's still going on, and Greenlungs' melee duel and that one. Try to bounce back and forth between that and get into Serenity. Just kind of give you guys the general heads up of where we're heading. I appreciate you guys' patience. It means a lot. Sometimes we run into waves like this where we get a lot of duels going on at once and you want to see them all. Oh yeah, we're sure. Epic duel so far. Maddie trying to rep to a point where you can at least survive one more blizz. I believe the magic number is somewhere around 2,300. Just based on the previous damage here. So he's still got a little bit to go. Lamp trying to get it in. Lamp trying to finish. Beautiful escape there from Maddie. Recognizing when he's in trouble. And basically, trouble just means you have to recognize when your opponent is about to cast Blizz. Oh, big hits from Maddie. That certainly did a number on the mana. No mercy from Maddie. You want to cast battle orders in my blood more. You're going to pay for it, he says. Oh, beautiful locks from Maddie, and he gets there! 4-3, great duels between these two. And the beautiful thing is, this didn't go on for 2 hours. Holy shit, I'm impressed. Holy shit! Good duel, man. What an epic match. I knew it would be tough for both players. Truth be told, I think Maddie was underestimating Lamp for this, but I also knew it would be tough for Lamp because of how good Maddie is. As soon as Maddie figures it out, bam, situation changes. And just like it was right there, man, that was crazy. That was wild. What a good duel between those two. All right, we've got Green Lungs here who we just tuned into. And it's time for another epic matchup in the Melee division. Welcome to the DFC, where we see nothing but the most savage fights. Much like that one right there, we had Maddie versus Lamp. We're certainly putting that one down for some consideration. Wow. That was big. Huge. All right, and here we go. Just want to make sure, double check this matchup right here. I believe this is Green Lungs. Green Lungs versus Silent Balloon. That's what it is. These guys throwing down Silent Balloon on a Zon. Not something you often see, but now he's got this nasty 50k defense Barb to contend with in Green Lungs. Now, this guy ain't trying to mess around.
Good evening.
Now, the Zon does have the ability to cast that inner sight, which lowers her opponent's defense, usually by quite a bit. But when we're talking 50k defense barb potentially, well, you never know how it's going to go. And it looks like he has a white armor on. Green Lungs has a white armor on, which likely has, this is a very interesting choice. It has defense by level on it, which is what makes it white. And the reason that's a good choice is because it gives to base defense, which is the Amazon's inner sight reduces the percent defense. The counter to that is to have higher base defense. So that is an incredible thing to do right there. Very, very smart. That's some next level itemization right there. By the way, cheers, GG, Maddie. That was nuts. Insane setup, brother. Nasty chains, nasty locks, nasty CT, and big cheers to this guy. If y'all are sipping on anything, the one thing that does deserve a cheers is Maddie's CTing abilities. That was crazy. A lot of people don't know this, but he's also the top barb, dude. Top barb NA. It's not even close. All right, let's cut over to Montriana here real quick. He's going up against his opponent, Hasha, from last week. These guys had a matchup that was going to be IK barb, which is what Hasha is on, versus the Berserker barb, which is what we see from Montriana here. Oh my god, big hits and a Zerk from Montriana, and the celebratory cheer. So signature of Montriana. He just took out a very savage barb player in and of himself right there. That's a feather in his cap. Not sure what the score is. Now it's 1-1. Holy shit. Bet y'all didn't know Montriana was such a savage. All right? Y'all are used to seeing him on these builds where he tries weird shit. People like, nah, this guy, he ain't no good. This boy just took down Hasha, okay? All right. Boy just took down Hasha. Let's give these guys a little bit to reset in their duel while we cut back over to Green Lungs. See if he's got what it takes to take down the Silent Balloon. He certainly has the setup with his armor here. I really love that choice, giving him that bonus to base defense based on character level. Not only is it a stylistic look for that armor, I love that white armor look, man. It looks really good. Oh, wait, is he slow rolling us? No, never mind. It's Tooth Throw. Apparently Tooth Throw is white, too. All right, never mind. I take it all back. That's still pretty savage. Is that a perfect, 100% perfect upped Tooth Throw? It's 220 enhanced defense, which is perfect. I have never seen one above 2,500. Is 2518 100% perfect? That's huge. But he does have the open wounds, which is certainly going to pay off. Now Silent Balloon's basically dead. Okay, that's even more next level, dude. Okay, so the open wounds from Tooth Throw makes it so that when he finally does connect on the Zon goes to 1, and with the damage return to attacker, it's basically over. That's it. Smart. Knew the Reflect would help versus Zon. Yeah, that's really good, especially whereas the Zon is hitting so much as well with that jab. It's just hitting so much, and they're taking that damage every time. Now, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think they take it regardless of if they hit. I think they take it regardless of if they hit. Look at how much it's doing, dude. It's doing vicious damage, and he's not even hitting. Like, that's pretty considerable damage. Close duel here in this round, and Silent Balloon gets there. Holy shit. Let's cut over and check out this Zon, man. This is just wild. What an epic melee match. All right, while these guys get ready, fuck it. Let's go back over to Hasha versus Montriana. Right in the middle of this, looks like the IK Barb getting the better of this duel, but it's hard to tell. Hard to tell how low or how high of a life total Hasha is at. But these guys really setting the precedent here for set duels. I gotta say, I love it. Yeah, Hasha looking great with that life total. Montriana survives yet again. The evasiveness of Montriana. Ooh, and look at this. Look at this. We've also got Oh, yeah, there it is, man. Hasha gets there for the second time in this matchup. Hasha also has, it looks like, teleport charges that he's using, which is pretty insane. Pretty nasty. All right, let's cut back over to this. Green Lungs versus Silent Balloon. Another close one. We tune in just for the end of it there. I believe someone's at, yeah, it's 8. Is it? Oh, my gosh. No, he won. Green Lungs just won. Just like that, we tune in just in time for the savage finish from this perfect double-upped 2-throw barb. 10-8 close duel between him and Silent Balloon. That's nasty. Bro, show us this barb. This barb is beautiful. This is the first time we've ever seen a double-up 2-throw in the DFC. This is savage. And he's got a 414 EBOTD, 4015 in the Ariat's face, High Lords, a 3815 on that Storm Shield. Curious also to see what the defense of this barb was after the Inner Sight, because that Inner Sight really does do a number on the defense of a lot of characters, but the barb does have Shout as well. All damage charms, yeah, for sure. Give us a look at that defense real quick and see what the Inner Sight did before it wears off. Oh, it looks... Oh, 17k through Inner Sight. Holy shit. That's really good. 17k through Concentrate and Inner Sight. That's wild. That's why he went to the Inner Cloister. He wanted to cons so that he could show you what it goes up to. See, Green Lungs has a deep understanding of how this barb works when it comes to defense. That's wild. 52k total, 17k during cons, and in that duel, in the middle of that duel, even through Inner Sight. That's so crazy. GG's, man. Thanks for showing that off, man. That thing is savage. Holy shit. Montreana just got there again. I believe this is a tie game between these two. I believe this is 2-2 between these epic savages. These epic set savages.
Greetings.
All right. And here we go. Who will still be standing at the end of this set battle duel? Over the course of time, we are hoping to see some of the best sets ever go up against each other in the DFC, and I'm so happy that these guys have agreed to this set. We're going to test them all. I've got my own theory about what I think is good, what I think might be the best set, but we're going to see. So far, Montreana putting on a clinic. The fact that this is a tie score between the Berserker set barb and the IK barb really just shows you IK set is fucking ass. I think that's really the big lesson here. IK set might actually be made of a sweaty ass. It's 3-2 in favor of Montreana? No shit. Thank you, Bruno. Appreciate the update, man. Oh, clipped there from Hasha. Both of these guys using Naja's teleport staff. That's how they're able to easily navigate the map like this and teleport around. You might be wondering, oh, I thought these guys had set items on. How are they teleporting? Well, much like in the LLD style, what these guys do is they'll swap out to a teleport staff on their opposite hand, and down goes. Oh my god, I thought he was going down. I think he thought he was going down. Close duel, 3-3 between these two. Bro, this is wild. What wins between IK set and the classic set, Berserker barb? Which one is greater? Yeah, that's where we're headed next, Pavian. Thanks for the heads up, man. All right, final round between these two. The Berserker set versus IK set. Both of these guys with the Naja's teleport staff on the swap. Ooh, nice hit there, and he escapes. He escapes unscathed. after landing that war cry, which reduces his opponent's defense, making it easy for him to hit. Big hits here so far from Montriana, and down goes the IK Barb. I guess it's all decided. Berserker set greater than IK. Wow, good duels, man. Holy shit. All right, what else were you wearing on this Barb? We got to see it, Montriana. We got to see what else you were wearing on this savage Berserker set Barbarian that just took down the most elite Barb set in the game. All right, we got to see it. Yeah, let's check this out. Let's see what these guys were wearing for their IK versus Berserker's Barb sets. Grief. See, that's probably why the Berserker set is better. It just opens you up to using Grief. That's the big win. And then he's just got full IK set. I can imagine... okay. He's got a Shale Rune and the Axe to hit the IAS breakpoints. Strength Ring. Yep. Okay. Okay. And just IAS Jewel in the armor and the helm. That's wild. This guy ain't even got a second jewel in his IK helm. Wow. All right. All right. At least he's got those. At least he's got the IAS breakpoints figured out in that IK mall, man. Yeah. GG. That was savage. I guess we know now. Berserker set greater than IK. It is decided. It is decided.
Hit up Doombringer for Diablo Art the Og Blizz.
Dude, he's a savage. He really is. Very artistic guy. All right, let's cut over to Serenity here real quick. GG's to you guys. Holy shit, that was wild. Also, GG's to Brand L, my dude. Thank you so much for the 5-coin tip. Big cheers. All right, we got Serenity versus Foos. I've been looking forward to this one, boys. I've been looking forward to this one. I'm glad we get to see it. Thank you guys so much for your patience. I know that sometimes we get a lot of people coming in and streaming at once. It's like you wish you could watch them all at the same time, but you know, you can't. So thanks to people like Foozer and Serenity that are super patient through all of this, and Maddie and everybody here tonight. We get to see the most amount of duels possible. And a big cheers to you guys for that. Thank you so much. And now it's time. The animosity between these two. We're about to see if Serenity has what it takes to take down Foozer on the Necro. Now, theoretically, this match, as we've seen tonight, certainly favors the Necro. But Serenity is certainly a different player. But Foozer is too. Both of these guys are so savage, and you can tell right away, Foozer is using that spear, dude. He's not afraid. He's not afraid. Beautiful chain there from Serenity. Holy shit. And that's what I mean, dude. He's a different kind of player. Different kind. But even still, even with these nasty chains so far, he's been punished by these magic spells, man. They're so unforgiving. Looking to get that angle in there. He charges down, but unfortunately, he charged right in to a Bone Spirit. And those certainly hurt, man.
I can't carry anymore.
Foozer, man, playing a little bit safe here, trying to set up these trains. Trains and chains to avoid the chains. He knows how dangerous Serenity is. He has seen it. I'm not sure if he's even been hit yet, though. Let's check out the Foos. Let's see how it looks like on his end. Yeah, he hasn't even been hit. Boy, you get up in there with some spears. You get up in there with some spears, you turn this into a duel. It looks like he connected it. So I heard that. I heard the little din stun animation from those Bone Spirits. Show him no mercy, Serenity. You guard that fucking mana pool. You don't let him back. Serenity with some vicious chains there yet again. Again with some vicious chains. And this is a chain locking clinic on the din right here. Much like we saw with Toeshank earlier on today, with the absolutely savage chain locking on the Sin. Some of the best Sin play I think we've ever seen. You're going to see that here with Serenity on the Din. If this guy can't beat Foozer on a neck, there ain't nobody that can. Foozer teleports past that corner right there, which is a little bit of a secret way to break a lock. There's a few things that you can do using the terrain that you don't necessarily need to CT cast to break the lock, and he just did it. Teleporting past a corner right there. That's, for whatever reason, that does it. Spears win duels, man. They do. You hate to see a Necro win a duel like this where they technically have the advantage. You hate to see him do that with like a ton of Bone Spirits. You love to see the Spear. Again, great pressure there from Serenity. He's so quick, man. That's the thing with Serenity. He's so quick. You notice him as soon as he swaps back to that Fanaticism aura from Teleport. He's also very likely got you name locked. I've noticed that is a little bit of a good habit from Serenity that a lot of people could take a note from, is that he keeps that teleport on, but that's a good tell as to when he's got his name lock. He saves it all. He waits till he gets the name lock before he approaches, before he switches to that modality of attack. It's slightly telegraphed, I guess you could say, but it doesn't really matter because he picks a good angle to do it. Like, he picks a good timing, short distance, tries to give you the least amount of time to respond possible. If you just assume you're always name locked when he's on your screen, he probably, there's not much telegraphing at all. Oh my god, holy shit. One might think that if he didn't land that Bone Spirit there, that might have been it for Foozer. I say, boy, you get up in there, you land some fucking spears. What the hell is this shit? Let's go check it out. I was telling him, boy, you get up in there and land some spears. But look at this, man. This is what I mean. Watch this savage chain lock, and this is Serenity's perspective right here. And he noticed, he established right in the beginning of the duel how savage he was. You were wondering why Foos is fucking scared of him, running all across the map. Look at this. Grabs it once, boom, that's it. That's it. You want to fuck around, you'll find out, is what he's saying. Constant pressure. Always looking for those locks. It's just savage. It's just savage. Just inviting you to fuck around so that you may find out. It's just what he does. Wow. Insane, dude. All right. Now get in there and throw some spears at him, Foozer. Turn this into a duel. Alright, check himself from Foozer's perspective. I'm actually going to swap over to Serenity because Dins are funner to watch. Usaraka, Natset Whirlwind Sin on LOD. She used to kill casters pretty good. Yeah, I think there may come a day where Max rejoins the DFC for a random event or two, and he was talking about that, man. He was talking about specifically the Nat Sin. I think it's really good. I think Iratha's set is the best, though. I'm going to fuck everybody up on my Iratha Din eventually. I'm just going to give people time to build up and feel good about themselves, practice up a little bit. Very, very tough for Serenity to get in through the Bone Spirits, man. And he also has this tendency of charging out to try to get a good angle, and also to prevent him from like running into a lot of Bone Spirits, just like that, because they're always around when you approach. They're always around. And but when he does, it's also a vulnerable spot to be in when he does that charge down, because then, I mean, you don't have the protection of your Oak Sage, so you're wide open to those Bone Spirits. Very, very tough duel for the Din. But an epic match so far between these two. I just, call me biased. I don't think it's true, but call me biased. Din is just the best class. And you can't help but root for the Din. Alright? I don't think that's bias at all. Fuck Necros. Nothing biased about that statement from anybody in their right mind. Any reasonable person would completely understand. Alright, now Serenity trying to harass a little bit from the outside. I kind of like this idea as well. Yep, Din is master race for sure. Yeah, usually you don't want to lead with FOH in these duels, but what Serenity's doing here is actually just harassing with it. Like, usually when he throws that FOH from the outside, he'll only lock you if you give him the opportunity, if you're really just sitting there and letting him have it, right? But really, his whole goal is to harass you from the outside, and especially when you got an opponent like Foozer, who really knows the difference, right? Like, he'll really punish you with these bone spirits, right? When he's not, if you try to teleport in on him as a Din, he's got that walk down strategy, man. He knows it might seem like he's scared based on how he's playing, but he's not. Once you close that distance, man, he's no stranger to the walk down. He's no stranger to getting out of the way and making it very difficult to hit him. So I think that's why we're seeing Serenity kind of harass from the outside a little bit to sort of force Foozer to go on the spear approach. And then he's trying to punish him when he does. Try to screw up the cadence here a little bit of Foozer, man. I like it. It looks effective so far. It's given him the opportunity for a few more locks. But Foozer's so quick. Just impossible to catch this guy, man. There he goes again, choosing not necessarily to lead with FOH there, noticing that his opponent came a little too close. Big hits. I bet he's hoping for that three-piece now. Foozer ain't gonna give it to him. Foozer ain't gonna give it to him.
I can't carry it.
So lucky with that bone armor, man. Absorbed so much of that first smite. Beautiful chain yet again from Serenity. Oh, big hits. Big hits from the Foos.
Not in town.
Foos staying on the outside, looking to harass. And the more he harasses from the outside, it might turn it into a longer duel. But at the same time, it's the only way to break Foozer of this pattern of just like what he's doing right now is just teleporting back and forth and launching bone spirits, right? Like, it's the only way to break him of that pattern. So it's like the long mental game that Serenity has to play here. That's why he's switching up to it. And really only going after that chain if the coast is clear, right? Just like this right here. If the coast is clear, he goes for it. Beautiful catch there. Nice spears there from Foos. Yeah, still ate a spirit for the chain. Feels bad. Yeah, I agree. It's a rough matchup for a Din, man. You love it, dude. And he's keeping that distance. I like this. He's not getting, oh my God, and he caught him. He caught him. See, he wasn't getting too overconfident, too aggressive there. He was still remaining patient. And that's how to do it. Look at this. Let's bring it back to the arena real quick and check this out. Yeah, Bill, bring it in. Bring it in.
Good day.
Let's, yep, you got to bring it in the right way. he's got to get faster on these curtains. You fucked it up, Bill!
Order
You fucked it up!
welcomes you.
There you go. Alright, this is what it is, man. He just gets in there, he's being patient, harassing from the outside. And this is what it looks like. You harass from the outside, and you take the opportunities that come your way, and this is how Serenity did it. Just harass from the outside, happen to be in a good spot, and he's so quick with it, dude. He's so quick. That's just what it is. That's how you gotta be. On a din, man, it's unforgiving. You gotta be quick, you gotta be fast, you gotta be ready for your opportunity. Just how it is. Just how it is.
Overburdened.
Let's clear it up, get ready for the next round. Alright, let's jump over, Bill. Let's do it. Alright, these guys are underway. You can't help but root for the din. It's now 2-1, I believe, in favor of the Foozer man. But now Serenity coming online here. This would actually be a very impressive win here. I mean, it looks so demoralizing, right? It looks so demoralizing for the din. It certainly is demoralizing for the din, especially at the highest level of play, which is certainly what these two players are. These guys are both just absolute monsters in PvP. You don't want to see either one of these guys in the Bloodmore in a random pub game thinking that you're good, because these guys will show you otherwise real quick. And now they finally meet in the Bloodmore, in the DFC, in a matchup that certainly favors the Foos. So that's why I say, man, being the underdog, you can't help but root for him. And being such an impressive player that Serenity is, you just want to believe that it's possible. You want to believe that a din can do it. Forgoes recasting the Oak Sage there to just go in for it. Seeing his opportunity there, he takes it. Calculating the risk in a matter of milliseconds is what Serenity does. And look at this, so quick to just catch the name lock there too. And that was probably the most useful, that was the best spear we've seen from Foozer the entire duel. He baited him in with that golem, walked down, and had that spear right there waiting for him. Skillful spear. Spears win fights, man.
I am overburdened.
Yeah. I mean, the windows are there. They're very few and far between, but oh my gosh, yeah, like right there. See what I mean? Is it, when Foozer, when he sees you looking in that window, man, he isn't scared of it. It's like I said, based on the way that he's playing, I mean, this is just how Necros play, right? But like, he's still, it's almost like it's so strange to get used to Foozer's style, because he might act like he's going to be this distant player, right? But as soon as you close the distance, he's also not scared to engage at close range like that. And look how quickly Serenity just teleports in and can grab that name lock and absolutely harass you with the tele lock. It's impressive, man. Serenity is to grabbing name locks what Maddie is to CT casting. Just what everybody wishes they could do. That is Serenity. Oh, man. Perfectly placed Bone Spirit there that looked very fair. That looked fair. Clean kill. I believe that's what they call a clean kill. Yeah, real clean. Looked fair. Man, you want to believe it's possible. But Foozer, he's in a rough spot. It's now 3-1. Or, I'm sorry, Serenity is in a rough spot. It's now 3-1 in favor of Foozer. I gotta believe, though. I gotta believe in my fellow Din. In the Din Fight Club. One has to believe it's possible. Let's fucking go, Serenity! It's time to turn up the heat. It's time to put the blastin' into the Foozer man. It's time to turn the Foozer man into the loser man. It's time to shit all over this Necro once and for all. And he chases him down, methodically looking for his angle, but again, a very beautifully placed spear from Foozer. This guy didn't come here to mess around either. This is what I mean. Even when you close the distance, he's just ready for it. He launches that one spear and gets out of there. Very tough thing to combat for a Din. This guy did not come underestimating Serenity. He knows what kind of Din he's going up against. Very nice telly stomp there from Serenity. Still fails to get that lock, unfortunately. Because that is truly what clean means. Getting in there, closing the distance, getting it, harassing. We were looking for that three-piece. We just want to see it. We just want to see the Foozer go down just once to that three-piece. The legendary Din combo that every Din aspires to be able to pull off. Serenity just does it in his sleep. Guy, I don't even know if he's woken up yet. He just pulls it off just like this. All right, we got it. We saw it once in there. We saw it once. Let's do it again, baby. I got faith in this Din. The good thing is he might have cut him open there. He might be able to turn this into a harassment style duel. He might have cut him open. He's got to be careful charging around now, especially from the outside. Yeah, and he is looking to harass. Until he gets a good life check on here, that very well could be what he's trying to do. And that might also change the way... Yeah, look at this. It might also change the way that Foozer approaches this. He might be very quickly looking for that spear. It's certainly not causing him to aggress. That's for sure. I mean, as you shouldn't. I'm shitting on Foozer Man here, but this is not a duel where the Necro must aggress, right? It's a distance player, can smack you from all the way across the map with those very fair-looking, clean bone spirits. So why would you? Why would you get in there? Why would you give the Din a shot, Foozer? Beautiful timing there again from Serenity. Narrowly escapes death from that bone spear, recasting Oak Sage at the same time he teleports in, just making it look easy. Oh, man. All right, now we're getting a good life check on Foozer there. It looks like he's probably at about 20 to 25% health. Still not an ideal situation to finish with FOH. Beautiful change there yet again from Serenity. Foozer just goes full retreat mode, though. Whenever that happens, full retreat mode. He just teleports until Serenity is gone. That's what he does. There's no method behind the madness. It's just you hold down teleport till Serenity's not there anymore. And the bone spirits all around the map. Ghost damage coming in there. Very fair. Oh, man, and a charge in from Serenity. Dangerous, but he almost got it. Holy shit! We've got a duel, boys! The Din did it! Let's check this out. We gotta see it. We gotta see it. Show us, Bill.
Good day.
Yeah. Just bring it in. Just bring it in. And this is what we all hope to see. It's now 3-2, still in favor of the Foozer man, but Serenity trying to turn the Foozer into the loser. And this is how he does it, man. We're looking on from the arena stage over here, what could be some of the top Din play. A failed charge in there, a little risky charge, and then boom, just finishes up so quick with grabbing those name locks. That's what it is, man. It's what all Dins aspire to be. Just as good as that. Holy shit, that was wild. You gotta love seeing it, man. That is just nuts.
Yes?
So quick. Yep, that was cool. That was... He's so quick at getting the name locks. That is probably the biggest tool. A lot of DFC fighters have like this signature move or this thing that they do, especially the ones at the top like Serenity. This thing that they do way better than anybody else, it seems, right? That is the move of Serenity. ungodly quick name locks. That's just, it's how he rolls. It's so quick. And from dueling this guy, you know, passively in pub games and all of this stuff, I've noticed it too. He's just so quick with it. So quick. Oh man, and he's hit. Come on, Din. You can't lose this for us. Din Master Race, you show this loser man what's up. Him and his little magic damage. Casting his little magic missile. Look at this. Look at this guy. I can only imagine that somewhat like on Foozerman's screen, that if we could actually get an inside view of it, that he's just sitting there, he's pushing up his glasses, and he's saying, "Magic missile! Magic missile! Magic missile!" I can promise you, his wife is probably pissed. She's like, "Shut the fuck up!" She's watching TV or something. You know he's saying that. You know that's what he's doing. I believe it's, I think it's 3-2 in favor of the Foos. Oh, big hits. Beautiful walk, and here it is. Can he get there? The three-piece. And now Foozerman's in trouble. Smacks him a little bit. Foozer looking for that three-piece. Still going for it. And now he gets clipped by that spear. Yeah, and now we've got a terror zone too. The best kind. This was already the most dangerous terror zone in the game. I feel bad for anybody coming from the outside trying to step in the Bloodmoor tonight. It was already terrorized before they made it official. The terror of the Bloodmoor himself, Serenity, trying to make a statement for all Dins here. And shut down this loser Necro. Cheesy magic missile player. Nice lock there again from Serenity, and you can see how quick he just grabs these name locks and he's ready to chain, man. It takes that little step with that left click chain, and you can just tell it's on. He's ready to go. And he's so ready to follow up with that telly lock right after. Wisely hiding behind his oak right there, too, in this while he rebattle orders. Just next level Din shit. Oh my god, and he gets there. We've got a duel, boys! We have ourselves a duel. Oh yeah, bring it back. We gotta see it. We gotta see it, man. Whenever the Din gets in there, it is a magnificent event. Now 3-3. Not in favor of any player. Can this Din be the Din? Look at him. Just casting battle orders. You would swear the duel just started or something. Here's Foozerman, not even noticing what the hell is going on, just over here casting his magic missiles, gets in there and gets slapped by those quick name locks, man. That is just savage. Wow. Insane. That's what I'm talking about, man. He's so quick with it. Most people wouldn't even be ready for a name lock at that angle when Serenity approached. Wouldn't even be ready for it.
The Order welcomes you.
Probably max vigor charge. Yeah, it makes sense. Actually, it really doesn't. In my experience, charge just is never... It's never worth it. The added damage from the skills at a high level is just never worth it. Most of your damage is coming from grief, and the added ED just doesn't... I mean, I'm sure it can't hurt. But I would almost figure that maxing out the FOH and synergies is probably the way to go. Foozer just checked to see if he repaired his ring there. That's why he paused a little bit and looked at his Nature's Piece. Whereas the duel just started and he didn't suffer any damage, I can promise you, if he didn't repair that, he was gonna go back to town. He was gonna postpone this duel, go back to town and repair. He did score some hits early on. Man, this is epic. This duel right here is savage. Holy shit, what a chain from Serenity!
I am overburdened.
We've got ourselves a duel, man. This is getting wild. This is so epic between these two. It could go either way. 3-3 battle right now with the top din versus the loser, man, on the loser Necro. Magic Missile Necro. No one's rooting for the Magic Missile. Nobody. Now, Foozer is a great dueler, man. Incredible guy, great dueler. But this is the Din Fight Club, all right? You don't come in here beating up on Dins. You don't come in here doing that with your magic missiles. 2-1 Manti versus Tazzy BVA. Oh, shit.
I can't carry it.
All right, yeah, we'll cut over to that next. Montriana, thanks for the heads up, man. Final round of Serenity versus Foozer. What an epic match so far. If there ever was a Din that the people believed in, it is this Din right here. Serenity, top Din in the DFC, and you can see why. The nastiest telelocks, the nastiest chains, quick name locks. This guy is just a menace in that Bloodmore, an absolute menace, and he scores another smite.
I can't carry anymore.
Rebows and doesn't get punished for it there. Doesn't get punished. It's always a nail biter when you're rebowing as a Din against the Necro and the Bloodmore. You don't know where those ghost spirits are, where those magic missiles really are. Oh, man. Beautiful chain here yet again from Serenity. He's constantly on him. Incredible dodging of all of the juck fuckery that was going on in that corner right there. That's what I mean. The movement, the ability to grab the name locks in even the tightest of situations. Just like right there again, he tellies right up on him, right on the screen right there, immediately grabs the name lock. If you've ever dueled against Serenity, that's something that you'll notice, man. Just the worst possible time, the time that you just don't want to get name locked is the time that it happens. And there it is, man. He's going for the three-piece, just misses it. CT cast, and finally, Foozer, man, defensively, CT casting away. Now he's panicking. Look at this, teleporting from one side of the map to the other. This magic missile Necro over here, he ain't having it. He ain't trying to go out like that. I wonder if he stopped screaming magic missile at his computer when that was going on. Serenity, very evasive. You notice these little steps that he's taken right as he teleports in here, too. Those are very wise. Those are faster than actually the cast frames and staying in place and trying to cast teleport. That's a good way to get hit by a bone spirit. But the reason why he's kind of stutter stepping and teleporting when he teleports in like that is so that he doesn't get connected on by those bone spirits. He sort of outruns them as he tries to cast teleport. Very wise. Very wise. Oh my god! I think that was lag. I think we need to do the whole thing over. I think we need to run it back. Yeah, it's really too bad. Holy shit, man.
I am overburdened. I can't carry it.
The loss felt around the world. Everybody was rooting for that Din. The magic missile Necro got there. It's unfortunate. GG to Foozer, man. He's a really good dueler. Both of these guys are top-tier duelers. This was an incredible match to watch, man. Yet again, wow, another one in the books. This is just wild. Let's check it out, dude. This right here is a Din at his finest. Look at these chains. This is just constant. You want to get away? You want to try to get away? Just look at this. Look at this constant pressure. You get in, look at the fast and name lock grab. Right as he closes the distance, immediate. And then it's just a constant chain locking. Foozer, man, actually might have shit himself right there. The only magic missile he was casting was the brown one in his pants. That was scary, having a din like that, of that caliber, right on top of you with the constant harassment. And yet again, just gets in there, quick name locks and everything. Man, it's wild. Unbelievable. Just beautiful din play, man. It's crazy. You love to see the din win there, but you know, just it is what it is. Both of those guys are really good. Well, I was rooting against Foozer, but just out of jokes, man. He's an incredible guy, incredible dueler. But I mean, you know how it is. It's like CJ rooting for the Zons, you know. You gotta root for the din. If you're the people's top din, might not be the statistical DFC top din anymore, only because I don't try. All right, but at the same time, you got to root for the top din. You got to give respect where respect is deserved and due. Look at this, getting in there with Zerk, dude. That'll get around any sort of juck fuckery. Oh my gosh, the Zon can dodge the war cry. That's what just happened right there. Zon just dodged the war cry. This is Taz versus Montriana. Montriana getting in there, delivering some big damage. Now he might not even need to Zerk. He's got some big damage. He's worked that life total down. It's right now 2-1, I believe, in favor of Montriana. Beautiful jabs there from Taz. Oh my god. Still gets in there with a Zerk. Still with that harassment. Great duel here so far between these two. Speaking of great duels, let's make sure to write that last one down. Foozer Man versus the Serenity. That was insane. And there it is, the notorious victory howl from Montriana, now 3-1 in favor of this barbarian legend. The IK Barb Killer strikes again, taking down Taz in this very rough matchup for a Barb right here, going up against a hybrid Zon. And man, it's rough. That's tough. Yeah, that was really good sound. I would agree. That's why I had to make sure to write that one down. That was insane. That was a good one. Let's pour out some more for this epic night of matches here. In case you're wondering, we've got everything from the Jim Beam to the zero sugar, zero cal Dr. Pepper cream soda, which I gotta say, far better than it sounds. Right? Also helps me trying to lower the bra size a little bit from like C cup to maybe B. Helps with that. Yeah, it really is, man. It's taking over. Nothing sucks more than like wanting to drink a soda but noticing that it's like 140, 150 calories every time you do. And then when you actually pay attention and realize that like calories are really all that you need to understand the meaning of for weight loss, it really sucks to like nuke 10% of those with a soft drink. Like literally you're better off drinking hard liquor at that point. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude. It's ridiculous. I think as people have noticed that, there was probably a lot of research that went around that was like, oh yeah, man, no, it's not about the calories. It's about, like, I now have questioned everything that I've ever heard about any other complex diet that's been like, yeah, man, it's not about your calories. It's about, you just gotta watch your carbs, or you gotta do the intermittent stuff. You just gotta eat all your calories at once, you know, with your sodas and shit. It makes me wonder how much of that shit was like, how much big corporations with like ridiculous shit like soda was behind it, like Coca-Cola or some shit, right? Like, no, actually you just have to eat less calories and you won't be a fat ass. Like, it's as simple as that. It literally boils down to that. No matter how you slice it. I cut out most sweets, and that works for me pretty well. Yeah. Not everybody can have that porn star hair with that top shaman druid look, though, Polly. Like, it doesn't come natural. Something apparently got to work years at. All right. We know that that's the real trick. We know calories don't matter to shaman druids. It's all about the molten boulder, if you know what I mean. Yeah, you don't get that big just breathing air, right? Oh, for sure. Well, here's the thing. Like, it isn't like... Well, don't get it confused. Like, I'm not saying that zero sugar and aspartame and all of these sugar substitutes are good for your health. They're just way better for weight loss, which is... Being overweight is also bad for your health. So it's like... If you're gonna drink something other than water... You're probably taking a risk, right? Like, you gotta weigh it. All right, Montriana is trying to rep the full here. He's low on life. He's waiting for his opportunity. He's waiting until Taz comes back on the map. And there it is, man. Taz gets there. It's now, what is it, 3-2? Damn, son. GG, good duel. Yeah, I would rep the full there. Yep, you wouldn't see me. I would go to the cold plains, and it would look like a good time to do a cheers if that was me. Swap to the dual Hodos. Oh, appreciate you guys for being here. Big cheers, man. That would be me. Find me at 60 life on a barbarian. You know where I'll be at. That's where I'll be. I'll be up here. Duel's going on back, you know, down there. But, that ain't where I'd be. I'd be right up here. Dual Hodos out, sitting there. Repping to full. It'd be a great time to thank you guys for being here. And thank you for joining me for such a great event. How much life have we got now? Alright, yeah, we're back at 120. We still got some time. Yeah, it's a great night, man. Great night of fights. What do you guys think? Let's have a conversation about theoretical physics. What do you say? That'd be me, man. That'd be where I'd be at. Tell you that much right now. Cold plains. Yeah, GG Serenity, dude. That was one of the most impressive Neck v Din fights that we've ever seen, man. Well said by Sound. That was so good. I was really rooting for you, dude. You're one of the best Dins I've ever seen. Grace the Bloodmore, Serenity. It's always a pleasure to see you duel, man. It's like what all Dins aspire to do. You pull it off every time. It's so crazy to see. But yeah, GG's, man. We were all rooting for you. Yeah, that was good. Big hits from Montriana. He teleports in there, closes the distance. But Taz is doing a great job of swapping to those jabs and really putting up some serious damage with those, posing a big threat at close range. Montriana going far on the outside here. No reason to rep to full from here. He might be trying to confuse him to take that bow out, dude. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Or he might actually... Does he have a plague on this side or something? Why is he swapping? Or maybe he has PLR. He might have PLR on that side. That's why. I get it now. Big hits. All right, now he just needs one more whirlwind clip, and this could be over. He's going to go cleanse off this poison. This appears to be what he's doing. But he also leaves himself wide open for a multi-shot at this range. Tries to get in there with a Zerk finish, and he gets there! And the Montriana celebratory call. Was that it? I think that was it. 4-3, right? Man, oh man. Is that it? Yeah, GG's. Wow. All right, man. Hey, by the way, we've also got Botosaurus up in here. I see this guy jamming. Is he going up against... Wait a minute. Is he going up against who I think he's going up against? Hold up. Botosaurus versus Sweaty Betty. Yeah, this is exactly what it is. So Botosaurus, one of the most consistent Sin players ever. This guy's really good. He's going up against the Bo Sork today, right? And I believe he's technically on a hybrid Sin, is what he's allowed to be on, right? I can't imagine he would... yeah, there it is. There it is. There's those whirls, man. That's what's going to pay some big dividends in this matchup. Everybody wanted to see the Sweaty Betty. They wanted to see more of this Boa Sork right here. Very unique build in the DFC, and a very savage one. One would figure this would actually be a pretty tough matchup for him, though. Going to be one where he has to keep that distance. He has to stay out of these vicious traps and these vicious whirlwinds. The spider approach. The build known as the Spider is what Botosaurus is on. This guy is off to a good start, it looks like. Both of these guys kind of at a similar life total, but Sweaty Betty is an ES Sork to boot. So that damage is going to mean a lot more to Botosaurus if he can land it. Got a central game anywhere? Good question. I know Primo was in a central game earlier, but I'm not sure if it's still up. Oh man, big hits there. No, did he go on the Lightning Sork? Did Sweaty Betty go on Lightning Sork? Or is this just like a backup strat? This is interesting. This is interesting. Is he choosing to go full shield max block at close range and to shoot the bow at distance? Nah, no shot. He's just going straight Lightning Sork. Holy shit, what a duel though. What a duel between these guys. Botosaurus. This guy is way better on the Sin than most people give him credit for. He might be a sleeper climbing up the ranks. This guy was I think up until recently. I think he took a little bit of time off or something. But up until recently, he was one of the highest ranked players on the Sin. Like, one of. Not the highest, but one of. His skills on a Sin are very impressive. So that's why this is a big test for Sweaty Betty right here. Way underrated. I would say underrated, but like I said recently, he was pretty highly ranked. We could see it though. We could see it in the very consistent style of play. TSPK very well could be the case. And it doesn't look like he has much rep life in this duel. He's likely opted for Lightning Stack, anticipating that, possibly Sweaty Betty probably has Griffin's Eye and a bunch of other shit to just, sunder the resist a bit. I'm sure he has to go a little out of his way to stack that up. So it could come at the cost of rep life, which would also be pretty important in this duel, I think. Yeah, 0 rep for sure. Nice shots there from the outside from Sweaty Betty. Trying to get in there with that TSPK, but you never know with the TS because it could also just hit the Shadow Master. That's also a thing that could happen. Evil Betty bringing the pain. Yeah, this guy has got one of the craziest Sorks, man. I thought he would be on Bow Sork today, but it looks like he opted to go to Lightning Sork. Oh, man, it looks like Botosaurus. Look at this. Look at this BM shit from Sweaty Betty. Botosaurus just getting in there trying to bow, and Sweaty Betty just... the BM just comes in BMs and just straight BM hacker and shit. Probably lag from Botosaurus. But it looks like that was it. Sweaty Betty gets there with the full Lightning Sork. I thought he would be on the Bow Sork, but he was not.
I can't carry anymore.
He was not. He is, I think, also a very underrated Sork player, Sweaty Betty. This guy was the dude that took on Lamp. Took on Lamp in a Sork v Sork, Bow Sork v Cold Sork duel. And guess who came out on top in one of the fights of the night of that event? It was certainly Sweaty Betty. This guy is a savage. All right, here we go. This is Jin Shin versus the Dazer Man, I believe. Yeah, there it is. This is Walk Zon versus Trap Mirror, I believe is what these guys were put on. Now, one might think that this is a very miserable duel for the Sin, so they say. Oh, man, but now, look at this. Now we've got a little bit of trouble on the home front there from Jinshin. He was trying to swap out, it looks like, possibly cast some battle orders. But Jazerman with just that constant sexual harassment. You see that? Wasn't trying to give him any space to breathe, just drove up his ass. Wasn't trying to give him nothing, but I can't really blame him. Look at this, man. He is won. Jazerman is won. Congrats, Sweaty Betty. That was insane, man. You didn't go bow sword for that, huh? You didn't go bow sword. Just went straight lightning? Just showing off the prowess on any style of sorceress there. Big cheers, man. Well, just watch Toeshank versus Dazer. Is that Dazer guy new to dueling? Never heard of him before. Yeah, I think he's completely new. Yep, just new. And there it is, man. Finally gets that final piece of 1 damage in there.
Hello.
The Jinshin showing the prowess on the Zon.
Yes.
We'll have to look at the data, but some say this is a tough matchup. I think actually in recent history when we did, Trap v Zon was pretty close to being even. But as we would see from in recent history, it seems like the Zon just tears it up. Seems like it's a really rough matchup for the Sin. But then again, here's the thing. We've only seen the most savage people. It seems like the most savage players gravitate to the Zon and they take it seriously, right? They take it seriously. You see Jinshin in here with a stash full of matching charms for every situation. This guy's got paw graphics, matching charms. You know this guy, like, hunted on JSP. Graphic swap needs to be paw graphics. Like, you know, so on some furry shit. You know what I mean? Like, this guy really, he's got a setup for every situation, and he didn't come here to play around. So those are the types of Zon players that we're seeing versus these Sin players. And sometimes, like in the case of Jazer, man, Jazer is really good on, he's got so many classes that he plays, so many different things he can do on any D2 character. I wouldn't say he mains a Sin, though. Right, so you're seeing an absolute Zon main, an absolute Zon fanatic here, going up against a good Sin player. A very good Sin player, very good player in general. He's certainly come more prepared to this duel, I think, than other Sin players that we've seen in the past, in the sense that he does have max block. It looks like Jazerman is using Storm Shield and is prepared to go in there with max block. I think that's certainly something that you have to do in this matchup, because the damage from the Boazon is just so savage, man. And when you have only claw block, I think you might be able to max out at like 62%, which certainly will block arrows, but you would much rather have the added 13%. You'd rather just not be connected on by an arrow. You would rather have the ability to get in there, deliver the damage that you need to with traps and everything else, and not necessarily, take as little damage as possible. And especially when you're going up against a Zon with dodge, avoid, evade, and block of her own.
I am overburdened.
Not like it necessarily matters versus the traps, but sometimes you want to get in there and kick as a Sin. But all of that shit is just negated by dodge, avoid, evade, and block, man. Zon is one of the most discouraging classes to hit. Let's kick over to Jay's point of view here. See how this guy's looking on the Sin. See what this Sin play looks like. He certainly has quite the high bar of players to be compared to on the Sin tonight, that's for sure. But this guy not letting anybody down here. You can see that beautiful CT casting right here. Looking for those name locks. Very quick at getting those too when he approaches on the inside. And because Jinshin is on the walks on here, this is going to allow him to hold that name lock for a very long time. And if he feels that Jin Shin has let up at all, right? If he feels as though, okay, he's stopped, he's no longer trying to break this lock, he can choose to do a couple of things. He'll probably at that point just cast traps down on him, right? Maybe even teleport in and re-grab the name lock, making it even more difficult for Jin Shin to get out of it. But that's the loop in this matchup, especially walks on versus trap. You want to look for that name lock. You want to harass them with the residual damage from Mind Blast. It isn't much, but it adds up. You want to harass them with that, and then if they make the mistake of stopping to shoot back while they're locked, you got to punish them and throw down some more traps. That's the loop of it. But sometimes when you got that good off-screen aim that Jin Shin has, it won't matter, man. It won't matter. You got to be quick. See, what happened there is Jazerman, he had the lock, and it looked like Jin Shin paused to shoot back, and Jazerman teleported away. That forced him to have to get back in there to re-grab the name lock. When one could argue that there's a couple of options there, right? What you could do is you could, again, just lay the Lightning Sentry down on top of your opponent and, force them to run, force them to move. The other thing is to teleport in and grab the name lock. The other thing is to just not really do anything, right? Just stay there. The arrows likely won't lock onto you at that range, likely, especially at that angle. It's hard to CT cast up, right? You need mods to do that. So those arrows likely weren't locking on. You just sit there, you keep the name lock, you lay the traps, you hope the arrows don't hit. Right? That's also an option. But running away, I'm not 100% familiar with this, but it didn't seem like the best move in that regard. All right, here we go. We've got Jazerman on the Zon now, so we're going to see from essentially the same perspective, but a different one at the same time. We're going to see if now the Jin Shin on the Sin Shin, if you will, has what it takes to take down the Jazerman, a well-rounded PvP player in and of themselves. These guys have chosen to do the mirror. I'm not exactly sure how the first part of that mirror went, but I'm going to guess, based on the last couple of duels we saw, it might have been 3-0. Looked like a pretty demoralizing matchup there for his opponent, with Jin Shin just having the next level skills on the Zon. And now Jin Shin likely trying to get just this one win in here with the Sin in this walk Zon versus Trap Sin matchup. Jay's VT is an absolute unit S tier, no shit. I think that's the class that he prefers to sign up on too. I'm pretty sure with Jay. He's been in a number of DFCs at this point, and I'm pretty sure that's his like, he signs up on a lot of stuff. But I think that's his main. Beautiful shots there from the Jazerman. Oh man, big hits. Big hits from Jin Shin. Jin Shin, you gotta wonder how much his knowledge of the Zon and this matchup from the Zon. We have an accidental well hit there. Oops, Shrine. Well, what we can do is try our best to repair the duel. Who knows what he was at for a life total? Yeah, we'll just call it 0-1. Yeah, that's... I thought it might, yeah, if... I was gonna say, if it's 0-1 and he went 3-0 in the last one, then it's over. So I would hate to see it end on a Shrine hit there. Well, what was his life total before that? Hold on, let's check. Let me see if I can find it. His life total was before the Shrine hit. Backing up, checking it out. It was in the 800s. It was 850 with bow. So if you want to try to repair it, you could bring him to 850 life, somewhere around there. Or he just scoops it up. Just scoops it up. Jams it, slams it, Alabams it, man. And that's how she goes. We'll get it cleaned up. Those are a little bit of open wounds bleeding all over the arena, but we'll get it cleaned up down there. Don't worry. Yeah, Shouldn't be any kicking around if you're worried about the diseases in the sand, stepping out there for your next duel. Don't worry about it. We'll get it cleaned up. We'll get it raked. We got Bill down there. He's going to clean all of this stuff up. So if you're in the queue waiting to duel, you ain't got to worry about any bloodborne diseases that might be down there in the arena. Don't worry. We've got a great team on it. But you know what we also have? We've got ourselves some Gogators versus Polytheist action. And holy shit, I've never been more excited. Curious to see how it's gonna go, boys. Let's check it out. Who's your money on? Who's the better Drew? Let's find out. In this corner, we've got the legendary, the most feared DFC champion in recent history, the Gogators himself. These guys are going to be going up against each other in a Drew v. Drew matchup, but not necessarily in a one that you might expect. This is going to be Shaman Druid versus Wind Druid, two different approaches to dealing lethal damage. And that's what these guys are going to be doing, putting on their best work. These guys are absolute doctors of their builds. Gogators, the Druid main, coming back into it. And obviously Polytheist, just a notorious savage Shaman Druid. Let's go over to his point of view here. Looks like Gogators might be restarting. I think he's chat bugged. Yeah. Wife aggro. Yeah, GG. No, man, we clean that shit up, son. We keep it clean. That's the point. We don't want people... You don't want new players of the DFC coming in here thinking, hey, you know what? I might try this out. And then they see, like, Sweaty Betty open wounds blood all over the fucking place. They're going to be like, well...
I can't carry it.
I don't know. Whatever he's shooting out of that bow looked pretty poisonous, and I ain't trying to catch it. You know, we don't want him thinking that. We've got a team down there cleaning shit up fast. Why, chat bug's still a thing? Yeah, oh, for sure. It's weird. And it's like chat bug in a... It's so weird. I wonder if they are related in a way. Like, we can clearly see that you get stuck in, like, trade channel and lobby channel and shit like that in D2R. But I wonder if behind the scenes that was something that was going on D2 LOD. Where, like, it recognized that there was a chat window in a lobby and the game just gets bugged and tries to stay there as you enter the game. I wonder if they are in some way related. Regardless, it's still a thing that haunts both games. Chat bug can still happen on LOD, and it certainly happens in D2R. It's sort of weird that it's not fixed. The other thing that could get you chat bugged in LOD was saying certain words. Like, saying certain words could get you chat bugged. That make your messages just not appear. You want to know the first sign that I ever had Blizzard had an F Coolie button? You want to know the first one? We even tried this out back in the days of LOD. If you typed Coolie with 3 O's in the chat in LOD, at least back in the day, I don't believe it's like this anymore, but there was at least a night where this was happening. Your message would not display. Yeah, it was weird. And at that point, I knew Blizzard had an F Coolie button. And they reprogrammed it into D2R, those bastards. Polytheist. This guy, to give you a little bit of a breakdown. He is top tier shaman player. There's been many other shamans after him, few before him, but none on his level. This guy has piloted this build and this build only to the top of the charts in the DFC. Last I checked, this guy was like 13 or 14 and 0. Or maybe not an 0, but he was like 12, 13 wins in recent history, I believe. Which is almost the max that you can possibly have in a 100-day span, which is what gets looked at for rankings. Chat bug gets people killed in hardcore, probably. Maybe. But the thing is, game actions oftentimes supersede the chat bugs. So, like, if you get hostiled, you should be able to see it, much like party invites and stuff like that. There's also an indicator on the top right of your screen, which if you're not used to seeing it, you should PvP more. But yeah, I think the game actions, like what we just saw right there, NATO has expressed hostility towards you. That supersedes chat bugs. That like supersedes everything. Spamming the chat, spamming the jewel in the server lobby menu clears chat bug? Nah. Is that really a thing, Nim? No shot. No shot that's a thing. This isn't even my final form, Polytheist says. Isn't even his final form. I mean, it never is. This is why I say this guy's like a doctor on the build, right? It's, they always say that it's the, what is this called? It's the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Where you have people who are new on builds that assume that they know everything. It's no stranger in D2, right? People who are newer on builds, they assume they know everything and that they're experts. And then you have actual experts always doubting themselves and knowing what they're up against and wanting to improve. That is Polytheist, the doctor of the shaman, right? This guy always seems to have an open mind and learn and assume that he has more progress to make on his build. And that's what you're seeing. Years of progress on the shaman druid, and he's still learning. Still hasn't reached his final form, he says. That right there is the sign of a doctor. Dr. Polytheist. PhD in D2 PvP. All right, and here we go. The two Drews versus each other. Who will be the top? Who is gonna come out as the top druid of all time? We're gonna find out here. It's between these two savages, these two pros on their build. That's what they are. Throwing down. I'm very curious to see what the locks look like. I'm going to try to pop over to Gogators' point of view because, man, I think that's what it's going to come down to. Is can he get in there? Oh my gosh, and he's already half. Now he's trying to bait Polytheist to get him to come into these NATOs a little bit so that he can hopefully lock him and punish him like this. Beautiful chains. Big comeback there from Gogators. Holy shit. And this is what I mean, dude. Back and forth. You never really know how this is going to go. I think that's what it's going to come down to, though, is how good Gogators can bait Polytheist in, and when he gets him on the inside to grab these name locks. I think that's what it's going to come down to. You know it, Nimrod. Nimrod been around a while. He done know the difference right there. He done knows. Big cheers, brother. Gogators needing to keep that Cyclone armor up. It's very important here. Big win for Gogators. Beautiful stomp and a close round between these two. Let's look at that again, man. This is what it comes down to. I'm telling you. We knew it. We knew it would come down to it. Just methodically stalking, looking, trying to get Polytheist to come onto his screen and give him the opportunity to unleash these vicious change. And this is something that if you can do it to Polytheist, if you can get his timing down, right, this is something that can be very, very bad for him. And it's those beautiful locks that look just like that. Incredible, incredible performance there in that first round from Gogators. All right, let's check out the second round. These guys are well underway. So far, no damage on top of Gogators over here. He's certainly going to be better at keeping up that Cyclone armor because that Armageddon hurts. He can't just go in there throwing caution to the wind. He's got to do it right. Holy shit, Taz! Bro gifted 5 memberships. Holy shit! Bro, we might have to go out to the tavern after this. You know, you and I might just have to teleport over there. By the way, good duel between you and Montriana. That was a very close one, man. You're getting better on that Zon. We can see it. I think Zon is your class, man. You looked better on that Zon than you usually do on the Sin, I gotta say. Like, you looked clean on that Zon. Not to say you're bad on the Sin, but you looked clean on that Zon. I'm talking clean, bro. Big cheers. Thank you so much for those 5 gifted memberships, Taz. Much, much appreciated. Huge! Yeah, much improved, man. I had the pleasure of dueling with Taz. I was on his team. We were playing in team duels. And I gotta say, man, I learned you can rely on that boy. I wasn't sure. I was like, man, I don't know, man. I get pretty picky about my Zon players, but not Taz. That boy right there, you can rely on him. Nice chains there again from Gogators, and that's what I mean. Those double tellies, that's going to be something right there. Paulie has taken a mental note of that double telly. That's the second time he's been cracked hard with it. Promise you, he just took a mental note. I can promise you that much. Boy just took a mental note, and now he's ready for the double tellies. Is Gogators going to adapt? Now Gogators in trouble, getting smacked with those vicious Armageddons and Molten Boulders as they're coming down. With those pets only able to protect from so much. Now Polytheist sort of kicking back a little bit. Trying to kite Gogators in. Gogators not falling for it. Who's going to make the mistake first? That's the true question. Gogators going to teleport away and recast the Battle Orders Battle Command. Going back in. Vicious. Trying to catch Polytheist doing the same thing, knowing that if his Battle Orders is running out, Polytheist probably is too. Tabernacle. Yeah, big cheers, man. Really appreciate it. Zon is such a fun class to play, man. It's got so many good matchups too. I've been working on leveling one, not gonna lie. I see the power. I see the power. Oh my god, and another one. That time, just a single stomp from the Gogators. Holy shit, man. What a match between these two. We'll see that again. Again, it's just these locks. That's what it comes down to, man. There's very few players that can actually put the pressure on Polytheist when he gives him the opportunity. But Gogators has proven in the past that he's one of those guys. One of those guys that you don't want to give him the opportunities to get in there because he certainly will capitalize on it. Just like that, as he always does. No surprise here. This guy's very good at it, man. And can he do it again? He's already at the start of this round, half-life. This is what I mean, man. It's so dangerous to close the distance on Polytheist. So dangerous. You think you have him. You think you've got his back against the ropes. You think you've got him in retreat mode, and before you know it, you're getting punished with these vicious fire skills. And Polytheist also very low, but now he scored some big damage on Gogators. Gogators having to recast the Cyclone armor here. All of that gets drained by fire spells real quick. There's one element in particular that just blasts that Cyclone armor, and that is fire damage, man. That's why the Fire Sorceress is usually a pretty rough matchup for a Druid. You need to be top tier shit to be able to capitalize on those fire sorks. And now, as we see, look at this, a little bit of a look at this. Oh, man, what a good guy. Gogators picking up all the shrines, just making sure. Oh, ho, ho. And down he goes. Just cleaning up the moor, you know? He's cleaning up the moor. He knew that it was only a matter of time. He gets clocked by one more of those Armageddons, and this is why Cyclone armor doesn't necessarily protect you in these matchups right here. And that's because Polytheist build is a bit of a hybrid. It's a bit of built-in hybrid damage here. He's got the nasty fire damage, which you certainly have to prepare for, but also these fire spells do added physical damage. This was one of the buffs that they gave to them in D2R. Not only do they do the fire damage, they've got a little bit of physical mixed in there. So even if you have your Cyclone armor up, it doesn't necessarily matter. You're still going to take some damage from this, and it's going to be vicious. And here we go. Now we've got it. We've got Polytheist knowing that he can get there, but a beautiful stomp from Gogators. It's now 2-1, still in favor of Gogators. Polytheist methodically bouncing across the moor, stalking his prey like a lion and a gazelle, looking for the opportunity This is the type of character that wants to play essentially at mid-range, but has the ability, with some of the adjustments that Polytheist has made, and certainly his playstyle has a lot to do with it, has the ability to play at close range as well. But this druid would certainly prefer that you just try to approach him and get ganked by these Armageddons that are coming down. That is by far the heaviest hitting attack. When you get smacked with those, it is vicious. Big hit there from Gogators. He gets in, and now Polytheist is in trouble. But the real question is, how much damage was done to Gogators in these exchanges? He has to be careful, because every time he goes in, every time he tries to get these locks, and every time he tries to push the pressure like this, he does run the risk. Beautiful chain yet again, and he tries to get out of there with 3 tellies that time, but unfortunately, Gogators was taking notes on this as well. He was taking some notes. This guy very quick to adapt in these matchups. It's now 3-1 in favor of Gogators. What I thought might be a very close matchup between these two is quickly becoming a runaway for the Gogators. However, we can never count out Polytheist. This guy just knows. This guy can adapt. He learns his opponents. And right now, it looks like Gogators is mixing it up just enough so far in these duels where it's hard for Polytheist to really recognize any consistent patterns in the way that he's playing. Sometimes he'll try to kite Polytheist in. Sometimes he'll just push the pressure. Sometimes he does 2 locks, 3 locks. Sometimes he just knows when to go. Big damage from Polytheist there, and that's the risk. Now you can see it from Gogator's point of view here, is that when you go in, if you're looking to get those stomps and you don't get them, man, it can be bad. But Polytheist just realized something. He realized that walk down strategy just landed all of that. In the midst of a stomp, he's done vicious damage to Gogators, and now you're seeing him adapt in real time. This is what I mean. At first, he was trying to keep the distance, turning it into a caster battle, but now, much like an NVD, right? This guy is doing the walk down strategy. He's walking down to try to get away from these NATOs and make it very difficult for Gogators. He's making it so Gogators has to mix something else up into his style here. He has to try to cut Polytheist off with either his teleports or his NATOs. And Polytheist is forcing him to do this in real time, man. He's figuring it out. Like I said, the doctor of the shaman druid, constantly adapting. And now he's going with the, what do you call it? He's going with the claw shit. He's turning himself into a bear doing that claw shit. Bros, he's stunning him. He's stunning him and yeah, shockwave swirls. That's what it is. I always forget the name of that skill. I don't know why. Polytheist really mixing it up here. Ooh, a beautiful stomp there from Gogators, not able to capitalize on it. I don't even think he expected that. I think that might have been more of a bad teleport from Polytheist, and we just noticed that Polytheist probably at about 25% here himself, not necessarily in a great spot. Certainly not in one where he wants to chase into these Gogator NATOs. But Gogator's also very low. Gogators is one bad teleport away as well. He teleports into one of those Armageddons. That could be good night. So he's being very cautious, very methodical, being careful to pay attention to where Polytheist recently has been. That's going to be something that's very important to keep track of in this duel, because you notice right there he's teleporting around the previous path of Polytheist. It's very smart, because those things that come down, like the Armageddons that come down, are huge, right? And they sort of lag behind the teleports of Polytheist. So he could be doing damage behind him if you accidentally teleport in to where he's been. It happens all the time. You see players chasing him, you see him just getting felled to the crazy damage that he leaves behind in his wake. Epic duel here so far between these two. This is a matchup you don't usually get to see either. This is what's really cool, man. Like, you rarely ever get to see any Drew v. Drew matchups, right? Because a lot of times people just opt out of them. And there it is, man. Another win for Polytheist. Now 3-2. Still in favor of the previous champion, but now Poly trying to mount a comeback. Adapting, man. It's that walk down strategy. Looks like he's going to the stash in the tank a little bit here. Is he making a swap or just consolidating his gold? Looks like possibly the latter. Yeah, exactly. It's like Russian roulette. Going in there and chasing, even chasing a shaman druid is just, that's almost certain death. You don't really ever want to follow in the wake of a shaman druid. All right. Gogators, knowing that he's got the lead, knowing that he needs one more win. How will this change how he plays? He's now noticed that Polytheist, much like he does to all of his opponents, has figured out how to adapt. He's figured out the strategy that has worked, that has landed him a lot of damage in some of these exchanges. He's figured out that walk down strategy, much like you would see a Necro do versus a Wind Druid, also works in this matchup. Especially if you've set a Molten Boulder in your walk down path, making it very hard for Gogators to cut you off, to the point where if he does, we've seen how much damage it can do. Yeah, any match where the player has to chase the Fire Druid is favoring the Fire Druid, for sure. Yeah, that's why a lot of times Dins have a very tough time with the Fire Druid. Because the Fire Druid, you're just kind of hoping to catch him with a random hammer if you're a hammered in. You're hoping to... Like, you're hoping that he makes a mistake and you can get him within a couple of teleports with Chain Smite. Oh, man, big hit there from Gogators. Polytheist trying to catch up. Gogators trying to seal the deal. Let's cut over to Gogators, see how it's looking. He's still looking real good, man. Not a scratch on him so far. Playing a little bit more cautious this time. Again, trying to play around, trying to play on the outside of Polytheist, recasting it every chance he gets when he feels like he's been cracked by any sort of fire damage. That's very smart. It's much like you have to play, it's like a hybrid mix. Nice hit there again from Gogators. Sneaky hits, and then a chain. Polytheist wisely gets out of there, and still, Gogators is largely untouched here. This is a very interesting, almost hybrid matchup, and now Polytheist trying to lure him in to these walk down molten boulders. But a beautiful catch there, and now Polytheist trying to stunt on him. Could have cost him the match right there. Gogators says, "You don't stunt on me like that, boy. I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you how to do it." And there it is, the win from Gogators and the finish. Holy shit. What a matchup between these two. You don't stun on this guy stunts on you. Wow. Holy shit, what a finish, man. This is what it comes down to. Those locks and the timing. It's as I was saying, like a hybrid matchup. There he is trying to stunt on Gogators, almost cost him the match right there. Probably did. Put him right down to one life. He only morphed back, not because he recasted Bear there and morphed back into human form. It's because he almost died. He went to one. That's why, man. Just like that. You stun on Gogators. Gogators stunts on you. That's what it is. Holy shit. What a matchup between these two, man. That was savage. Yep, let's bring it back in. Let's close up the arena, please. Yep, let's do it right. Yep. Oh, Bill, what did you do with... Did you rip them down? You just ripped the curtains down. What an asshole. He probably broke them. Hold on, he's a good guy. He tries really hard, so we can't be mean to him. All right, he's a good dude. Hold on, I'm gonna mute the mic real quick. We're taking that out of your fucking pay, bud. Yeah, you now owe me 500 forum gold for those curtains. No, you're not having anything tonight. Leave the food in the freezer. You can eat when you fix the curtains. Piece of shit. Yeah, Bill's a good guy, man. We gotta go easy on him. Everybody makes mistakes, you know. What do you mean the mic wasn't muted? Well, I mean, I was just kidding. You think I'd really talk to our boy Bill like that? I mean, he knows we were just kidding. Come on in, man. Grab a seat, guys. This has been an incredible night of duels so far. Is there no one else? Is there no one else? Yeah, we've got, if anybody wants some refreshments, some beverages here, we've got wine. There might be something else in one of these bottles. Just feel free to crack them open. This is a smoking room. You can indeed smoke in here. No one gives a shit. All right, it's time to casually make the announcements for Arena Champion and Fights of the Night. That's what I say. I think it's pretty clearly, I'm going to say Toeshank for Arena Champion. He's the winner of the Shield. And then also, I got to muster up some prizes from the prize pool, okay? We gotta do it right. We're going to find some good stuff. And we're going to get it going right. But I think also Maddie was extremely good. It was an incredible performance. Just absolute smooth Sin play. We miss seeing him in the DFC, man, and that's why. Just smooth. Smooth. Serenity for sure. That was insane. The loser, man, just spamming magic missiles at the top din. Yeah, that was a good duel between you guys. Holy shit, big virtual cheers for Gogators versus Polytheist. That was wild, man. I knew that was going to be a duel. I thought Gogators was going to be sweating in his boots, though. I thought for sure. I thought there might be a chance Polytheist gets that. Thought he was going to be shaking in those boots. Who else, man? Who else? We had... Montriana for sure. Set duels, winning, beating an IK Barb with a Berserker set, boys. It happened live here today. That shit happened. It was good. Was good, man. It was just wild. Some good stuff. What an incredible night of duels we've had. Boys, it doesn't get much better than that. This was one of the best DFCs ever. What? The time? Is it that time? I think it's that time. Well, shit, boys. Another DFC in the books. Let's jam it.
There it is, boys. Just like that. AFK 6 hours.
You guys ain't got to go home, but you got to get the fuck out of my tavern. Look, guys, in all seriousness, it means the world to me to be here with you every week. Thank you for putting on a great event. It's not me, it's you. keep kicking ass and be ready. Next week, we're back for more DFC Digital Diablo violence. We'll see you then.